They say that for 5 days in the late summer of 1921, the hills war with themselves. The hollows of Blair Mountain echoed with the thunder of 1,000,000 rounds fired as the largest armed uprising in American history since the Civil War reached its bloody climax. And standing against the tide of 10,000 Union miners was one man, a county sheriff named Don Chaffin. He met them not with a posse, but with a private army, machine gun nests, and even airplanes dropping homemade bombs from the sky. How does a man born and raised in these same mountains come to wage war against his own people? Was he a villain, a corrupt tyrant in the pocket of the coal barons, crushing the common man under his boot? Or was he, in his own mind, the last line of defense for law and order, a king protecting his county from an invading mob? The truth, as it always does in Appalachia, lies buried deep in the shadows between fact and legend. Today, we dig for it. We trace the path that turned a small-town lawman into the absolute ruler of Logan County. Don Chaffin was no outsider. He was born in 1887, a son of Logan County, with roots that ran as deep in that rocky soil as any oak tree. The Chaffins were one of the founding families, their name carrying weight long before the first coal tipples scarred the landscape. He grew up breathing mountain air, learning the unwritten laws of the hollows, that loyalty to kin was absolute, that an insult to your name had to be answered, and that the only justice you could truly count on was the one you made for yourself. He was one of them, fluent in the language of both the front porch and the family feud. But the world Chaffin was born into was dying. The old Appalachia of scattered homesteads and fierce independence was being swallowed whole by an industrial giant. King Coal was the new god, and the coal companies were its high priests. They brought jobs, yes, but they also brought a new kind of servitude. They owned the houses the miners lived in, the stores where they bought their food, and the politicians who wrote the laws. Young Don Chaffin saw this firsthand. He saw proud men who once answered to no one, transformed into something less, their lives dictated by the shrill blast of a mine whistle. He began his career as a school teacher, a respected position in any mountain community. For a time, he stood before the children of Logan County, trying to impart lessons from a book. But he quickly learned a more potent lesson himself. He saw that the real power wasn't in the schoolhouse, it was in the courthouse. It was held by the men who could levy a tax, deputize a friend, or make a troublesome problem disappear with a quiet word and a nod. He saw that knowledge was one thing, but control was everything. This realization became the forge for his character. A choice was laid before him. He could remain a man of the old mountains, honorable but ultimately powerless, destined to be swept aside by the forces of industry. Or he could become a man of the new Appalachia. He could learn to master the machinery of this new world, to wield its power, and to bend it to his will. The ambition in his heart was too strong to ignore. He made his choice. He decided he would not be a subject in the kingdom of coal. He would be its king. The old mountain code of loyalty was still there, but he twisted it. His ultimate loyalty would no longer be just to his family name, but to the preservation of his own power. He would trade the quiet respect of the schoolhouse for the cold, hard fear commanded by the man in the sheriff's office. This was the moment Don Chaffin the teacher died, and Don Chaffin the tyrant began to take shape. Long before the battle that would make him infamous, Don Chaffin was simply the most powerful man in southern West Virginia. To see him in his prime, strolling down the streets of Logan, you wouldn't necessarily see a tyrant. You'd see a man of influence, dressed immaculately in a fine suit and hat, his pearl-handled pistols a subtle but constant reminder of his authority. He had a smile that could charm a bird from a tree and eyes that missed nothing. He was the sun around which Logan County orbited, and he held his position not just through force, but through a deep, personal understanding of its people. For those who stayed on his right side, Sheriff Chaffin could be a powerful ally. He was the man you went to when you had a problem the law books couldn't solve. A dispute over a property line, a son who'd gotten into a bit of trouble, a family facing hard times, Chaffin could fix it with a word. He cultivated a network of loyalty, a system of patronage where he was the benevolent patriarch, dispensing favors and expecting absolute allegiance in return. In a place where official government was often distant and ineffective, Don Chaffin was the man who got things done. At home, he was a husband and a father. He built a life of comfort and privilege for his family, a world away from the grit and danger of the coal mines that funded it. This, perhaps, was the world he was truly protecting. Not just the abstract profits of the coal operators, but the safety and prosperity of his own kin. Every action he took, every line he drew in the dirt, was to insulate his family from the chaos and poverty that surrounded them. He was building a dynasty on a foundation of coal, and he would let no one threaten it. This was the kingdom Don Chaffin built, a county sealed off from the outside world, running on his rules. It was a place of brutal, enforced order. The coal trains ran on time, the company payrolls were met, and the union agitators were kept on the other side of the county line. To the coal barons in their distant city offices, it was a perfect model of efficiency. To the miners who kept their heads down and did their work, it was a life, a hard life, but a predictable one. Don Chaffin ensured that predictability, and in the turbulent world of the coal fields, that was a powerful commodity. But every king has a weakness, and Don Chaffin's was a profound and blinding one. He could not tolerate a single challenge to his authority. It wasn't just pride, and it was more than mere stubbornness. It was a fundamental belief that Logan County was a direct extension of his own will. In his mind, he had built an orderly kingdom from the chaos of the mountains, and any voice of dissent was not just a disagreement, it was an act of treason. He saw the world in absolutes. You were either with him, or you were an enemy to be crushed. This flaw was on display long before the miners marched. You saw it in the cold, efficient brutality of what became known as the Logan County system. When a man suspected of Union sympathies stepped off the train, there was no debate. There was no argument. Chaffin's deputies, his private army, would simply surround him. The choice was never about ideas, it was about survival. Leave now on the next train, or be carried out after a beating that would serve as a lesson to anyone else foolish enough to try. This wasn't law enforcement, it was the purging of an infection. For years, this iron-fisted approach was the very source of his strength. The coal operators paid him a fortune precisely because he was uncompromising. He was the wall that kept the union out, the guarantee that their profits would continue to flow, uninterrupted by strikes or demands for better pay. His fatal flaw was the very thing that made him rich and powerful. He built his castle on the bedrock of his own intolerance. But a wall built to keep out a few men cannot hold back a flood. Chaffin's vision was fatally narrow, limited to the borders of his own county. He failed to understand that the union movement was becoming something more than just a few organizers he could intimidate. It was an idea, spreading like wildfire through the desperate and oppressed coal camps. He believed he could beat that idea into submission, just as he had beaten individual men. He could not conceive of a world where his control was not absolute. He could not imagine a negotiation, a compromise, or a shared power. In Don Chaffin's mind, there was only room for one king in Logan County. And as the anger in the surrounding coalfields began to smolder and grow, this fatal crack in his armor was about to be struck by the force of an entire army. He was a man who knew only how to push back, and he was about to be pushed by a force greater than any he had ever known. The spark that lit the Appalachian powder keg didn't land in Logan County. It landed a few counties over, on the stone steps of the McDowell County Courthouse, and it came in the form of an assassination. The target was a man named Sid Hatfield, the chief of police of Matawan. To the Union miners, Hatfield was more than a lawman. He was a folk hero, a living legend. Where Don Chaffin was the symbol of company control, Hatfield was the symbol of defiance. He was the one lawman who had stood with his people, famously facing down Baldwin Felts agents in a bloody shootout that became known as the Matewan Massacre. He was proof that not every man with a badge was for sale. On August the 1st, 1921, Hatfield arrived at the courthouse in Welch to face trumped-up charges, a legal trap set by his enemies. He was unarmed, walking beside his wife, trusting in the sanctity of the law he represented. As he climbed the steps, Baldwin Felts agents, the very same men he had fought in Matewan, were waiting. They opened fire in broad daylight, cutting him down in a hail of bullets right in front of his wife. His friend Ed Chambers was executed alongside him. It was not a gunfight. It was a public execution. The news spread through the coal camps, not like a whisper, but like a physical blow. This was the ultimate act of treachery. It was one thing to be cheated at the company store or beaten by deputies in a dark hollow. It was another to see your one hope for justice within the system murdered on the very steps of a courthouse. The message sent by the coal operators was clear and brutal. There is no law for you here. There is no protection. We can kill your heroes in the open, and nothing will be done. For Don Chaffin, this act was happening in another county, perpetrated by men not directly on his payroll, but in the hearts and minds of the miners. It was all part of the same corrupt, violent machine of which he was the master architect. Their rage, their grief, and their years of simmering desperation finally crystallized into a single, unifying purpose. The system had declared war on them, so they would declare war on the system. And the symbol of that system, its beating heart and its iron fist, was Sheriff Don Chaffin. This was the unforgivable affront. The miners began to gather, not for a strike, but for a crusade. They tied red bandanas around their necks, a symbol of their solidarity that would give them the name Rednecks. They cleaned their rifles, gathered their ammunition, and began to march south. Their goal was no longer just to unionize a county. It was to avenge a martyr, to tear down a kingdom, and to bring their own form of justice to the man who represented everything they hated. The fuse was lit, and it was burning straight for Logan County. As the news of the marching army reached Logan, the state capital of Charleston descended into a panic. Governor Ephraim Morgan, a man caught between the immense power of the coal industry and the terrifying prospect of a civil war, pleaded for calm. He sent telegrams, issued proclamations, and dispatched the state police, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a handful of sand. He knew that the only two men who could truly stop this were the leaders of the Miners' March and the sheriff of Logan County. Federal mediators were sent, including the decorated General Billy Mitchell. They met with the miners' leaders who, for all their rage, laid out their terms. They wanted the violence to end. They wanted the right to join a union without being beaten or killed. They wanted the Logan County system dismantled. They were willing to talk, but they would not turn back until their basic rights as American citizens were guaranteed. The government, it seemed, was trying to find a way out, a path that didn't lead over the top of Blair Mountain. But for Don Chaffin, there was nothing to discuss. From his command post in Logan, he watched the situation not as a political crisis, but as a military operation. To him, the 10,000 approaching men were not desperate workers seeking justice. They were an invading army, a horde of Bolsheviks and insurrectionists bent on destroying his county. The governor's pleas for negotiation were, in his eyes, signs of weakness. You don't negotiate with a mob, you break it. While others talked of peace, Chaffin prepared for war. The coal operators opened their coffers, and Chaffin spent the money with deadly efficiency. He put out the call, and his army of deputies swelled from hundreds to nearly 3,000. Gun thugs, mercenaries, and strikebreakers poured into Logan, men who were paid to shoot, not to talk. Rifles and machine guns, purchased by the ton, were trucked in and distributed. The phone lines between Logan and the coal company offices hummed with logistics, not diplomacy. He rejected every attempt at de-escalation. When state officials suggested he allow a small, peaceful delegation of miners to enter Logan to present their grievances, he refused. When federal mediators proposed a ceasefire and a cooling-off period, he ignored them. His response was to send his men into the hills. He directed them to dig trenches, set up machine gun nests, and turn the 10-mile ridge of Blair Mountain into a fortress. Every shovel of dirt thrown, every strand of barbed wire unspooled was Don Chaffin's answer to the calls for peace. He was making his stand, not just for the coal companies, but for his own absolute, unquestioned rule. He had locked and bolted every door that led to compromise, leaving only one path open, the path of violence. The wires between Logan County and Washington, D.C. were humming. President Warren G. Harding, seeing a domestic war about to explode, made one last desperate attempt to pull the combatants back from the brink. He sent a direct message, a final ultimatum, not just to the marching miners, but to Don Chaffin himself. The offer was clear. The miners had agreed to halt their advance if, and only if, Chaffin's private army was disarmed and disbanded. Federal troops would be sent in, not to fight the miners, but to act as a neutral peacekeeping force. It was a clear off-ramp, a path away from the abyss, laid at his feet by the President of the United States. Imagine Don Chaffin in his office, the telegram in his hand. The air is thick with the smell of gun oil and nervous sweat. Outside, the town of Logan is an armed camp, his men preparing for the fight of their lives. For a moment, he must have weighed his options. On one side was the full might of the federal government, a power that could crush him without a second thought. Accepting the deal would mean survival. He would lose his private army, yes, and his absolute power would be broken, but he would live. He would see his family again. The war would be over before a shot was fired. But then he would have considered the other side of the coin. To stand down now would be to surrender. It would mean that the threats and the rage of the Union men had succeeded. It would be a public admission that his authority, the very foundation of his identity, had limits. The image of federal troops policing his county, while the men who had marched to hang him were allowed to walk free, must have been a vision of pure humiliation. It was a direct challenge to his fatal flaw, his belief in his own absolute control. He stood at the final crossroads. One path led to a diminished future, the other led over Blair Mountain. He looked at the telegram, the last chance for peace, a direct order from his president. Then he looked at the map on his wall, at the red pins marking his machine gun emplacements along the ridge. He made his choice. He set the telegram aside. He picked up his telephone and gave an order not to stand down, but to double the patrols at the key mountain passes. He told his commanders that the line had been drawn and that any man wearing a red bandana who tried to cross it was to be met with overwhelming force. The last bridge to peace was burned. In that moment, Don Chaffin ceased to be a sheriff defending his county. He became a king choosing war over the surrender of his crown. The first report came over a crackling field telephone line, a scout's frantic voice confirming the miners' advance on the Crooked Creek Pass. Don Chaffin took the call, his face betraying no emotion. He put the receiver down, walked to the porch of his command post, and looked towards the green, silent ridge. He gave a single nod to his waiting runner. That nod traveled down the line, from man to man, until it reached the machine gun nest, hidden in a stand of timber. A moment later, the mountain spoke for the first time. It was a sound like a giant tearing a sheet of iron in half, a sound that rolled down the hollows and announced that all negotiations were finished. From his vantage point, the battle was not a scene of chaos, but a grim and terrible piece of machinery that he had designed. He spent his days with maps and binoculars, a general directing his forces. He didn't see individual men fighting for their lives. He saw patterns, movements, and objectives. Through his field glasses, he would watch a line of men attempt to advance through a thicket of trees on a distant slope. He would pick up his telephone, speak a few calm words directing fire to that coordinate, and moments later, the advance would simply cease. The patterns would break, dissolve back into the forest, and the hillside would grow still again. The steady, mechanical rhythm of his machine gun nests became the heartbeat of the battle. It was a cold, efficient, and impersonal sound. Each burst was an argument being made, a final answer to the miners' demands. For 5 days, that sound was relentless. The world shrank to the borders of Blair Mountain. The sun rose and set on the constant thunder of gunfire. Chafin barely slept, fueled by coffee and the cold adrenaline of a man watching his life's work hang in the balance. On the 3rd day, he unleashed his most terrifying weapon. An unfamiliar sound began to drift over the mountains, the low drone of an airplane engine. From the miners' perspective, it was a horror they could have never imagined. Chaffin's private air force, a pair of rickety biplanes, began making passes over their lines. The explosions in the trees below were often small, the homemade bombs crude and inaccurate, but their purpose was more psychological than physical. It was a message from Don Chaffin. There is nowhere to hide. I rule the land, and I rule the sky. He authorized the use of everything at his disposal. Reports from the miners' side would later speak of bombs that didn't just explode, but released clouds of sickening gas, surplus munitions from the Great War. Chaffin had brought the industrial slaughter of the European trenches to the hills of Appalachia. He was not just defending his county, he was attempting to annihilate the will of his enemy. The battle raged on, a brutal war of attrition. An estimated 1 million rounds were fired. The mountain itself seemed to groan under the assault, its trees shredded, its soil soaked in the conflict. Chaffin's fortress held. His lines did not break. He had met the largest armed insurrection in American history with a wall of fire and steel. Then, as suddenly as it began, it started to quiet. The federal troops were coming, and the miners knew they could not fight their own country. The last shots echoed and then faded, replaced by a profound and chilling silence. The war was over. The argument that had raged for a generation was, for now, permanently settled. Don Chaffin stood victorious on his mountain, the undisputed king of a silent, smoking kingdom. The silence that fell over Blair Mountain was heavier than any sound that had preceded it. Don Chaffin stood in the quiet, the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder still hanging in the air like a ghost. There was no joy in his victory, no triumphant celebration. There was only the cold, hard satisfaction of a man who had met an overwhelming force and had not broken. He had drawn a line, and the world now knew that he would hold that line, no matter the cost. His kingdom was secure. His mind, sharpened by 5 days of constant high-stakes command, did not rest. It immediately shifted from the tactics of war to the politics of the aftermath. His first orders were not to celebrate, but to consolidate. He sent his deputies fanning out across the ridge, their task no longer to fight, but to collect weapons and round up stragglers. He was transforming his private soldiers back into lawmen and the battlefield back into a crime scene. He knew the world was watching, and he needed to control the narrative. This was not a battle, he would claim. It was the quelling of a violent insurrection. The real test came a day later, with the arrival of the United States Army. A column of dusty trucks carrying uniformed soldiers rolled into Logan County, their federal authority absolute. An army colonel, a man accustomed to giving orders and having them obeyed without question, stepped out to meet the sheriff of Logan County. For a moment, two commanders faced each other, one representing the power of a nation, the other the power of a single man's will. This was the moment Chaffin's reign as an independent warlord came to an end. But Chaffin did not surrender his authority. He merely transferred it. He met the colonel not as a defeated man or a renegade, but as a fellow officer of the law. He was dapper, calm, and cooperative. He presented himself as the beleaguered hero who had single-handedly held back anarchy until the cavalry arrived. He offered maps, intelligence, and the full cooperation of his office. He smoothly transitioned from the man who had waged a private war to the loyal local official assisting the federal government. He had won his battle. He had stopped the march. He had broken the miners' army. Now, standing before the might of the United States, he holstered his authority and stepped back into the role of Sheriff Chaffin. His active part in the shooting was over. The road had ended, not in a jail cell or a shallow grave, but in a handshake with the very government he had, for 5 bloody days, effectively ignored. The cost of Don Chaffin's victory was paid in a currency he would never have to touch: the broken lives of the men he defeated and the families they left behind. The war on Blair Mountain was over, but the war on the miners had just entered a new, more insidious phase. As federal troops disarmed the miners, Chaffin's deputies and the state police moved in behind them, armed not with machine guns, but with lists of names. Hundreds of miners were arrested and indicted on charges ranging from conspiracy to murder, and even treason against the state of West Virginia. For the families in the coal camps, the silence that followed the battle was not one of peace, but of dread. A knock on the door of a company shack in the middle of the night meant a husband and father being dragged away to jail. It was followed, almost inevitably, by an eviction notice nailed to the flimsy door. Fired, blacklisted, and homeless, the families of the Union men were cast out, left to fend for themselves in a world where every official, every company man, was now their enemy. The defeat on the mountain was a single event. The suffering it caused rippled outwards for years, creating a quiet, desperate poverty that clung to the hollows like a winter fog. The dream of a Union in southern West Virginia, a dream that had seemed so close, was dead and buried on the slopes of that mountain. Chaffin's victory didn't just crush an army, it crushed a spirit. The United Mine Workers of America was effectively broken in the region for more than a decade. The grip of the coal operators, once challenged, now tightened into a stranglehold. Fear replaced hope. Miners who had once talked openly of their rights now spoke in whispers, terrified that a stray word could cost them their jobs and their homes. Chaffin's system of control was now absolute, reinforced by the memory of what happened to those who dared to challenge it. The tragedy was not just the miners' own, it belonged to the entire community. The battle left scars that divided neighbors and kin for generations. Men from Logan who had joined Chaffin's army returned to live in the same county as the families of the men they had fired upon. A cancer of silence grew over the memory of the battle. It was too painful, too divisive to talk about. Don Chaffin had not just defended Logan County, he had plunged it and the surrounding region into a long, dark winter of fear and submission, leaving behind a wreckage of lives that would take a generation to clear. With the shooting over, the war moved from the mountainside to the courtroom. The state of West Virginia, backed by the full weight of the coal industry, sought to make an example of the defeated miners. Hundreds were charged, but for the leaders, the state chose a charge so severe it was almost medieval: treason. Men who had fought for their country in the trenches of France now found themselves accused of betraying it in the hills of their own home. It was the ultimate clash of cultures, the state's formal written law against the unwritten mountain code of honor and retribution. The trials were a spectacle. The prosecution painted a picture of a Red Army, a Bolshevik mob bent on overthrowing the government and seizing private property. They presented evidence of the miners' military-style organization, their weapons, and their stated goal of marching on Logan. To the state, this was a clear case of insurrection. Don Chaffin and his deputies were presented as heroic defenders of law and order, the thin line that had saved West Virginia from anarchy. But the miners' defense told a different story. Their lawyers argued that these men were not traitors to America. They were patriots engaged in a second American Revolution, fighting against a domestic tyrant. They hadn't marched against the government. They had marched because the government had failed them. They were marching against the state of Chaffin, a private kingdom where the law was a weapon used against them. Their defense was simple and powerful. A man has the right to defend his home and his family, And when the law itself becomes the tool of an oppressor, the people have the right to seek their own justice. The community, and indeed the nation, was fiercely divided. Pro-union newspapers hailed the defendants as heroes and martyrs of the working class. Company-owned papers condemned them as violent radicals. In the coal camps, prayer meetings were held for the men on trial. In the gentlemen's clubs of Charleston and Huntington, they were toasted as villains who had finally gotten their due. The soul of Appalachia was on trial, forced to defend itself in a language it did not fully understand. The most famous trial was that of Bill Blizzard, one of the key field commanders of the miners' army. The state threw everything it had at him. But then, a West Virginia jury, made up not of miners, but of farmers and small-town merchants, delivered a stunning verdict: not guilty. They had listened to the stories of the company guards, the low pay, the beatings, and the assassination of Sid Hatfield, and they could not bring themselves to call this man a traitor. While many other miners would be convicted on lesser charges, the treason trials collapsed. Was justice served? In a narrow legal sense, a jury had acknowledged the miners' grievances. But in the wider world, nothing had changed. The Logan County system remained intact. The Union was shattered. Don Chaffin was still sheriff. The law had rendered a verdict on the battle, but it had remained silent on the long, brutal war that had caused it. True justice, it seemed, was still a luxury the miners of West Virginia could not afford. The army that marched on Logan County did not simply go home. Its leaders were tied up in court for years. Its members were scattered, blacklisted, and broken. The United Mine Workers of America, the great boogeyman that Don Chaffin had waged a war against, was effectively banished from the southern coalfields. In the immediate aftermath, it seemed Chaffin's victory was absolute. The entity that had provoked him into his dramatic stand was, for all intents and purposes, dead. The Union was a ghost, its name only spoken in hushed and fearful whispers in the dark corners of the coal camps. But you can defeat an army of men. It's much harder to kill an idea. The Battle of Blair Mountain, for all the miners' losses, had been a national spectacle. Newspapers across the country had told the story of the private army, the machine gun nests, and the airplanes bombing American citizens on their own soil. The brutal reality of the West Virginia coalfields was laid bare for all to see. Chaffin had won the fight, but in doing so, he had exposed the sickness of the system he was defending. The miners had lost the battle, but they had won the argument in the court of public opinion. The seeds planted on Blair Mountain took a decade to grow, but they grew in the dark. The Great Depression and the election of Franklin D. Roosevelt changed everything. With the passage of the National Industrial Recovery Act and later the Wagner Act, the federal government did what 10,000 rifles could not. It guaranteed the right of every American worker to organize and bargain collectively. The very thing the miners had fought and died for was now the law of the land. In the mid-1930s, the UMWA organizers returned to southern West Virginia. This time, they came not as an invading army, but with the full backing of federal law. They walked into Logan County, the heart of Don Chaffin's old kingdom, and signed up thousands of miners without a single shot being fired. The Logan County system was finally broken, not by force of arms, but by a simple change in the law. The miners' cause, the great antagonist that had risen against Chaffin, had ultimately triumphed. He had won the battle, but history was already siding with the men he had beaten. Don Chaffin had won his war, but he couldn't outrun the changing world. You see, for all his power in West Virginia, he was still just a county sheriff in the eyes of the federal government. His downfall came not from a bullet from a miner's rifle, but from a federal indictment. In 1924, he was convicted of violating prohibition laws, a charge almost laughable in its simplicity compared to the private war he had waged. The man who had commanded an army was brought low by the business of moonshine. He served nearly 2 years in a federal penitentiary. When he returned to Logan, the world he had ruled was gone. His aura of invincibility once as solid as the mountains themselves, had been shattered. He was no longer the untouchable king. He was a convicted felon, a man who had been humbled by an outside power. He found that the fear he had once commanded had been replaced by something quieter, and the loyalties he had built were shifting sands. He quietly moved his family to Huntington, trading his role as a county warlord for the quiet life of a hotel manager. The king had been dethroned, not by a rival, but by the slow, grinding gears of time and federal law. For his family, the name Chaffin would forever be a complicated inheritance. It was a name of power and prominence, a name that opened doors in southern West Virginia. But it was also a name stained with blood and controversy, a name that was whispered with a mixture of fear and resentment. His descendants would not escape the shadow of Blair Mountain. It became a part of their identity, a legacy they had to navigate, a story they had to either defend or distance themselves from. The name was both a pillar and a tombstone. In the hollows and coal camps of Logan County, the healing was a slow and silent process. The community did not rebuild by confronting the past. It rebuilt by burying it. For decades, the Battle of Blair Mountain was not spoken of. It was a wound too deep, too personal to touch. Fathers who had fought on opposite sides of the ridge raised their children in the same towns, a fragile peace maintained by a collective, unspoken agreement to forget. A blanket of silence fell over the memory of the war, and under that blanket, the resentment and trauma festered. The power dynamic in the mountains had been permanently altered. The era when a single sheriff, funded by private industry, could raise an army and operate as an absolute monarch was over. Chaffin's fall created a vacuum that was filled not by another strongman, but by the slow, creeping influence of the state and federal government. The isolation that had allowed his kingdom to flourish was broken, and the brutal feudal system he had perfected died with his conviction. If you go to Blair Mountain today, you won't find any grand monuments. For the better part of a century, the mountain kept its secrets. The trenches filled with leaves, the shell casings were swallowed by the earth, and the story was buried under a deliberate silence. Then, in the 21st century, a new war for Blair Mountain began. Not with rifles, but with lawsuits and bulldozers, as coal companies sought to strip mine the historic battlefield, to literally erase the history from the landscape. Preservationists and descendants of the miners fought back, a struggle that continues to this day. The ghosts of 1921 are still fighting for their ground. And what of the name Don Chaffin? In Logan County, it is still spoken with a complicated mix of awe and revulsion. To some, he remains the strong man who brought order, the only one tough enough to tame a lawless land. To others, he is the Appalachian Caesar, a tyrant who sold his soul and his people to the company store. You can drive to Huntington and find his grave, a quiet stone marker for a man whose life was a roaring fire. It's a peaceful end for a man who brought so little peace to the world. But his legacy echoes in a way most people never realize, in a word you hear every single day. Think of the word redneck. That word was born in the fire of this conflict. It came from the red bandanas the Union miners tied around their necks to identify themselves as they marched on Logan. It was their uniform, their flag, a symbol of solidarity and defiance against the guns of the coal companies. Before it was an insult, before it was a caricature, it was a badge of honor worn by men willing to die for their rights on the slopes of Blair Mountain. So the ghost of Don Chaffin still walks these hills, but it's not a man in a fine suit with pearl-handled pistols. It's a question. It's the question of how much power is too much, of where the line is between lawman and king, between order and tyranny. His name is a reminder, etched into the very soul of these mountains, that while men die and battles end, the struggle for justice is never truly over. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. Was Don Chaffin a hero or a villain? The easy answer is to call him a monster, a corrupt tyrant paid to crush the common man. And he was certainly that. But the more unsettling truth is that he was the perfect, brutal instrument of his time and place. He was a product of a lawless system that demanded a strong man, and he played the part better than anyone. He was a king who ruled a county as his personal property, and like any king, he saw a rebellion not as a plea for justice, but as an act of war against his very person. In the end, this is a story about how a man's greatest strength can become the engine of his own tragedy. Chaffin's unbending will, the very quality that made him the undisputed master of Logan County, was the same quality that made compromise impossible and bloodshed inevitable. He was a man who could command an army, but could not comprehend a changing world. He won his battle on Blair Mountain so completely that he ultimately lost the war against history itself, a feudal lord swallowed by the tide of the 20th century. The law eventually caught up to him, but his true judgment was delivered by time. He died a relic, a dethroned king living out his days while the Union flag flew freely over the very mines he had once sworn to protect with blood and fire. His story serves as a dark and powerful lesson from the heart of these mountains, that a man who seeks absolute control will one day be confronted by an absolute truth, that no kingdom and no king lasts forever. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Don Chaffin, a man who believed in the law so long as he was the one writing it. On a snow-dusted morning in Frankfort, Kentucky, a single rifle shot cracked the winter air. The man who fell was William Goebel, and in that moment, he became the only sitting governor in American history to be assassinated. To half the state, he was a savior, a champion of the poor fighting the crushing power of the railroads. To the other half, he was a ruthless tyrant who stole an election and deserved his fate. So, was he a martyr for the common man, or a demagogue who finally met his end? Today, we trace the path that led to that fatal shot, to understand the man behind the legend and the dark truth of his murder. William Goebel was not born to the Kentucky elite. He was an outsider from the very beginning, the son of a German immigrant woodcarver who had fought for the Union Army. Growing up in Pennsylvania and later Covington, Kentucky, a bustling city across the river from Cincinnati, Goebel knew nothing of the bluegrass aristocracy or the ancient codes of the Appalachian hills. He was forged not in a mountain hollow, but in the gritty reality of a working-class border town. His inheritance wasn't land or a family name. It was a towering intellect, a bottomless ambition, and a permanent chip on his shoulder. From a young age, it was clear his mind was his greatest weapon. While other boys played, Goebel devoured books. He was a gifted student who apprenticed under the powerful politician John G. Carlyle, quickly mastering the intricate, often dirty, mechanics of law and politics. He sharpened his mind like a blade, learning that power wasn't something you were given, it was something you took inch by bloody inch. His battlefield was the courtroom and the backrooms of the State House, where he built a political machine that was ruthlessly efficient and fiercely loyal only to him. The moment that truly defined the man, the act that foreshadowed the governor, happened on the streets of Covington. Goebel, then a state senator, had a bitter rivalry with a local banker and political adversary named John Sanford. After a heated exchange of public insults, they met by chance outside Sanford's bank. Words turned to threats. Both men went for their guns. When the smoke cleared, John Sanford lay dead on the cobblestones. Goebel claimed self-defense, arguing Sanford drew first, and a jury acquitted him. But the event became his creation myth. The duel sent a chilling message across the Commonwealth. William Goebel was not a man to be trifled with. He would not be intimidated, he would not be insulted, and he would not back down, even if it meant a lethal confrontation in broad daylight. This single violent act cemented his reputation as a man of cold nerve, a political fighter who took every challenge as a personal war. It was the ultimate demonstration of his personal code. That code was a world away from the clan-based honor of the mountains. Goebel's loyalty wasn't to bloodkin, but to his political cause and the machine he built to serve it. His honor was tied to absolute victory. He saw the law not as a set of sacred principles, but as a tool, a weapon to be wielded against his enemies, the most powerful of which was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, an entity he viewed as a corporate monster strangling the life out of the common people. This was the man, forged in ambition and violence, who set his sights on the governor's chair. Long before the governor's race that would seal his fate, William Goebel was the undisputed king of the Kentucky Senate. In the years leading up to the storm, he was at the peak of his power, a brilliant and feared legislative tactician. This was Goebel in his element, not as a target, but as a hunter. His supporters didn't just respect him, they revered him. They saw a man who had clawed his way up from nothing, using his formidable intellect to fight for them in the halls of power where they had never had a voice. His life's work was a single-minded crusade against the corporate behemoths that treated Kentucky like a private colony. Chief among them was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. The L&N wasn't just a company, it was a shadow government. It owned politicians, controlled newspapers, and set freight rates so high that farmers often lost money just trying to get their crops to market. Goebel attacked them relentlessly, pushing for laws to regulate their rates, tax their vast properties, and break their stranglehold on the state's commerce. To the working man, he was David, fighting Goliath. Goebel's personal life was entirely consumed by this fight. He was a lifelong bachelor, a man of simple, almost Spartan habits. He had no wife, no children, no home life to retreat to. His law office and the legislative chambers were his only sanctuary. His family was the tight-knit circle of political loyalists who stood by him, and the thousands of faceless farmers and miners who pinned their hopes on his success. The political crusade wasn't just his career, it was his entire existence. This singular focus earned him a fierce, almost fanatical loyalty from his followers. When he spoke, they heard a man who understood their struggles, who wasn't afraid to name their enemies, and who possessed the cold, hard will to do something about it. They knew he was ruthless. They knew he was a political boss who bent the rules. They didn't care. They believed he was using the devil's tools to fight the devil himself, and they loved him for it. This was the world William Goebel had built and sought to protect, a fragile coalition of the forgotten and the angry, united behind a leader as tough and unforgiving as the times themselves. It was a vision of Kentucky where the power belonged not to the boardrooms in Louisville, but to the people in the fields and the mines. This was what was at stake, and for Goebel, it was a cause worth dying for. William Goebel's greatest strength was also his most profound, fatal weakness, a righteous fury that consumed everything in its path, including the very idea of compromise. He was so utterly convinced of his own moral superiority in the war against the corporations that he came to believe the rules of democracy were an inconvenience. In his mind, any action that led to his victory was not just justified. It was necessary for the salvation of the common man. He wasn't just fighting for the law, he believed he was the law. Nowhere was this flaw more apparent than in the creation of the infamous Goebel election law. This wasn't just a piece of legislation, it was a masterpiece of political warfare, as brilliant as it was corrupt. Pushed through the legislature by the sheer force of his will, the law created a state election commission, a three-man board controlled entirely by his own party, with the absolute power to review county returns, throw out votes, and certify the final winner. It was a legal mechanism for stealing an election, plain and simple. Republicans and even some of his fellow Democrats were aghast. They called it a license to steal, a force bill, an act of tyranny that destroyed the sanctity of the ballot box. But Goebel was deaf to their outrage. In his unbending self-righteousness, he saw their protests not as a legitimate defense of democracy, but as the desperate squeals of the corrupt establishment he was determined to crush. He couldn't see that in his quest to slay a monster, he was becoming one himself. This arrogance made him incredibly vulnerable. He saw his enemies as politicians and lawyers who could be beaten in a courtroom or outmaneuvered in the legislature. He failed to understand that by removing any possibility of a fair fight, he was changing the rules of the game entirely. He was backing men, hard men from the mountains who lived by a different code, into a corner where they felt their only recourse was not the ballot box, but the rifle. The Goebel election law was the ultimate act of pride, the crack in his armor that ran from top to bottom. It was a declaration that he could not and would not lose. By ensuring his own victory, he unknowingly wrote his own death warrant, creating a political powder keg and then daring his enemies to light the fuse. The gubernatorial election of 1899 was not a campaign. It was a contest of pure political bloodsport. The air across Kentucky was thick with accusations of bribery, voter intimidation, and outright fraud. And hanging over it all was the specter of the Goebel election law, a weapon waiting to be used. On election day, the Commonwealth held its breath. When the initial counts were tallied, a collective gasp went through the state. The Republican, William S. Taylor, had won by a razor-thin margin of just over 2,000 votes. For a man like William Goebel, this was not just a political defeat. It was a personal and unforgivable insult. He believed the mountain counties, the Republican strongholds, had stolen the election from him through widespread corruption. The people, in his view, had been tricked. But more importantly, his perfect system, his guaranteed path to victory, had been defied. The verdict of the voters was an affront to his entire crusade, and he would not accept it. His reaction was immediate and absolute. He did not hesitate. He did not concede. He declared war. Goebel immediately filed a formal contest of the election, turning the matter over to the very commission he had created. His political machine roared to life, preparing to use the full, crushing weight of the Goebel election law to invalidate just enough votes in Republican counties to reverse the outcome. To the Republicans, this was the ultimate betrayal of democracy. They had won the fight, and now Goebel was moving to steal the prize in broad daylight. This was the moment the conflict moved from the ballot box to the barrel of a gun. Enraged by Goebel's blatant attempt to overturn the election, Republican leaders sent out a call to arms. From the mountains of eastern Kentucky, a river of angry armed men began to flow towards Frankfort. These were not politicians. They were coal miners, farmers, and feudists, men with rifles on their shoulders and generations of distrust for the bluegrass Democrats in their hearts. They came by the trainload, over 1,000 strong, to make sure their governor, William Taylor, was inaugurated and that Goebel's commission did not dare to steal their victory. Frankfort was no longer a capital, it was a tinderbox. The State House grounds became an armed camp. The local militia was called in, but their loyalties were divided. Republican mountain men, bristling with Winchesters, faced off against Goebel's Democratic enforcers. The air crackled with tension. Goebel's refusal to accept defeat, driven by his unshakable self-righteousness, was the spark. The arrival of the mountain men was the powder. All that was needed now was for someone to strike the match. The city of Frankfort was no longer governing. It was holding its breath. The sight of armed mountain men on every corner was a warning more potent than any telegram. It was a physical manifestation of the state's rage, a clear signal that the political dispute was about to be settled by older, more brutal methods. The air itself was a warning, thick with the scent of coal smoke, cheap whiskey, and the metallic odor of impending violence. Any prudent man would have seen this and searched for an escape route. But William Goebel was not a prudent man. Even within his own party, whispers of caution turned into pleas. The old guard of the Democratic Party, men who had managed Kentucky politics for decades through careful compromise and backroom deals, were terrified. They saw Goebel's hardline stance not as strength, but as a form of madness that was about to tear the Commonwealth apart. They urged him to find a political solution, to let the courts decide, to offer some concession that would allow the armed men to go home. Goebel viewed their advice with contempt. He saw them as weak, as part of the very establishment that had allowed the railroads to grow so powerful in the first place. His own bodyguards, former lawmen chosen for their nerve and loyalty, begged him to take precautions. They saw the cold, hard looks in the eyes of the mountain men. They knew a dozen good places for an ambush between Goebel's hotel and the state capitol. They pleaded with him to vary his routine, to take a carriage, to stay indoors until the legislature had officially declared him governor. Goebel refused. To show fear in his mind was to show weakness. He would walk the same path to the capital every day in open defiance. It was a daily act of political theater, a silent declaration that he was not afraid of these railroad thugs. You have to understand, Goebel was so completely consumed by his crusade that he was blind to the nature of the threat. He saw the armed men not as a legitimate popular uprising, but as a rented army, paid for by the L&N Railroad. He believed they were bluffing, a show of force meant to intimidate him. He could not comprehend that for these men, this was not about money. It was about honor. They believed their votes had been stolen, their will had been spat upon, and they were prepared to kill and die to defend it. Every action he took pushed the situation closer to the brink. He pressed forward with the election contest, showing no signs of slowing down. He made public statements that were defiant and inflammatory, pouring fuel on an already raging fire. Each day that he walked, chin held high, past the glowering crowds of his armed enemies, he was rejecting another chance for peace. He was making his choice over and over again. With every warning ignored and every offer of caution rebuffed, the path narrowed. He had slammed and bolted every exit. The political machinery for overturning the election ground forward, and in response, the informal machinery of mountain justice began to grind as well. A violent outcome was no longer a possibility. It was an appointment William Goebel was striding with grim determination to keep. On the night of January 29, 1900, Frankfort was a city holding its breath in the dark. The state teetered on the precipice of civil war. It was on this night, in the tense quiet of his room at the Capitol Hotel, that William Goebel was presented with one last, clear chance to walk away from the abyss. The offer came not from his enemies, but from his oldest friends, the seasoned Democratic leaders who now saw the abyss yawning before them. They came to him not as politicians, but as men pleading for the life of a friend and the soul of their state. They laid out a compromise, a final, desperate off-ramp. They would broker a deal with the Republican leadership. Both Goebel and Taylor would stand down, and a new, fair election would be held under the supervision of a neutral committee. It was a path back from the brink, a way to let the armed men go home and settle the matter with ballots, not bullets. It would cost Goebel the governor's chair for now, but it would save his life. For a long moment, the fate of Kentucky hung in the air of that smoke-filled room. You can just imagine the scene, the earnest, fearful faces of his allies, the muffled sounds of the armed camp outside, and William Goebel, silent, listening. This was his final crossroads. He could accept the compromise, live to fight another day, and pull his state back from the edge of chaos. He could choose life, or he could choose his crusade. But to William Goebel, compromise was just a prettier word for surrender. In his mind, to accept their offer was to admit that the L&N Railroad's army of thugs could stare down the will of the people and win. It was a betrayal of every farmer, every miner, every forgotten man who had placed his faith in him. A cold fire burned in his eyes. He cut his friends off with a sharp wave of his hand and gave them his answer. He would not back down. The election contest would proceed. He would be governor. And in that moment, in that quiet hotel room, the decision was made. He consciously and deliberately rejected the final offer of peace. His friends left his room that night with the heavy hearts of men who had just left awake. William Goebel stood alone, looking out his window toward the darkened dome of the old state capitol. He had an appointment to keep with destiny, and William Goebel was not a man to be late. The morning of January 30th was bitter cold. A thin blanket of snow covered Frankfort, muffling the sounds of the city and painting the world in shades of gray and white. William Goebel buttoned his overcoat and stepped out into the frigid air. As always, 2 bodyguards fell into step beside him. It was a short walk from his hotel to the old state capitol, a walk he had made countless times, a walk that had become a daily act of defiance against the armed men who watched him from every corner. He was not thinking about rifles. He was thinking about victory. The legislature was set to meet that day, and he knew he had the votes. The long, brutal fight was almost over. The world around him seemed to fade into a blur of grim-faced men in wool coats and slouch hats. Their glares were meaningless. He was a creature of the law, of legislative maneuvering, of the backroom deal. The raw, physical threat of these mountain men felt primitive, almost irrelevant, to the game he was about to win. As he approached the Capitol grounds, the familiar crunch of his boots on the snow-covered path was the only sound in his world. He walked past the iron fountain, its water frozen into a silent sculpture. The grey limestone facade of the Capitol building loomed before him, the symbol of the prize he had fought for his entire life. The world narrowed to that single point, that doorway through which he would walk in a matter of hours as the rightful governor of Kentucky. Then a sound, sharp and violent, split the winter air. It wasn't the sound of an argument or a carriage backfiring. It was a single, dry crack, like a massive tree branch snapping in the frozen woods. It was a sound of finality. For an instant, William Goebel felt nothing. Then a giant, invisible hand seemed to slam into his chest, stealing his breath and knocking him from his feet. The world pitched sideways, the grey sky and the stone Capitol swapping places. He was on the ground, the impossible cold of the snow soaking through his coat, a white-hot fire spreading through his body. He looked up, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. Confusion gave way to a strange, chilling clarity. He saw the panicked faces of his bodyguards leaning over him. He could hear shouting now, a chaos of running feet and horrified screams erupting around him. He knew, in that moment, that the game was over. The rules had been changed. As his friends knelt by his side, he is said to have summoned his last reserve of strength, forcing out the words that would become his own epitaph. "Tell my friends to be brave and fearless and loyal to the common people." The echo of the rifle shot faded, leaving behind it a new and terrible silence. The political argument that had torn Kentucky apart for months was suddenly, permanently over. A single, unseen finger had pulled a trigger, and in the space of a heartbeat had plunged a commonwealth into darkness. Panic seized the Capitol. The single shot had shattered the fragile truce, and in its place was pure chaos. Goebel's allies, their faces masks of fury and disbelief, swarmed around their fallen leader. They lifted his bleeding body from the frozen ground and carried him, not to a hospital, but back to the Capitol Hotel. The hotel, which had been his political headquarters, was about to become his death chamber, his hospital, and, for a few fleeting days, the governor's mansion. Inside, as doctors worked frantically to save him, Goebel drifted in and out of consciousness. The bullet had torn through his lung, and every breath was an agony. But in the moments of lucidity, his state of mind was not one of regret or fear. It was one of cold, unyielding resolve. His body was a ruin, but his mind was still a fortress. He was told the legislature was in an uproar, that his enemies were in disarray. He knew, even as his life was draining away, that this was his moment. The assassin's bullet had not ended his fight. It had given him the final weapon he needed to win it. While Goebel lay dying, his political machine, the most formidable in Kentucky, executed its final, brilliant, and ruthless maneuver. With the Capitol in an uproar and the Republicans reeling from the accusation of murder, the Democratic-controlled legislature moved with breathtaking speed. They met in a chaotic session, officially invalidated the election results from the mountain counties, and declared William Goebel the rightful governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And so, in one of the most surreal and desperate acts in American political history, the Chief Justice of the Kentucky Supreme Court was rushed to Goebel's bedside. In that hotel room, heavy with the smell of chloroform and fear, surrounded by his weeping allies, the dying man raised his right hand. He swore the oath of office, his voice a ragged whisper. For 3 agonizing days, a ghost governed Kentucky, from a deathbed. His first and only act was to sign an order disbanding the state militia that protected his rival. On February the 3rd, 1900, the fight finally went out of him. The end of his road had come. William Goebel, the 34th governor of Kentucky, was dead. His war, however, was just beginning. The shot that killed William Goebel did not bring peace. It unleashed a plague. His death was not the end of a war, but the beginning of a long and bitter occupation of the soul of Kentucky. The wreckage left behind was not measured in broken buildings, but in shattered lives and a poison of suspicion and hatred that seeped into the very soil of the Commonwealth for a generation. His personal tragedy immediately became everyone's tragedy. For his political allies, victory was a poisoned chalice. His lieutenant governor, J.C.W. Beckham, now sat in the governor's chair, but the office was haunted. They had won power, but it was power consecrated in blood, and now they were bound by a sacred duty to avenge their fallen leader. This quest for vengeance would consume them, turning the machinery of justice into an instrument of political retribution and ensuring the wounds would never be allowed to heal. The most immediate wreckage was visited upon the men from the mountains. Overnight, Republicans became assassins in the public eye. Men like Caleb Powers, the Secretary of State, and Jim Howard, the Clay County feudist, were hunted down. Their names were transformed from political players into murderers. The lives of their families were destroyed. They faced years of imprisonment, sensational trials, and the crushing weight of being blamed for a crime that had pushed their state to the brink of anarchy. They were the first, but not the last, to be consumed by the fire Goebel's death had started. Across Kentucky, the assassination carved a line of blood between neighbors. The old political divide between the Republican mountains and the Democratic bluegrass was no longer a matter of opinion. It was a feud. Friendships ended, business partnerships dissolved, and families were torn apart by allegiance. The name Goebel became either a martyr's cry or a villain's curse, and there was no ground in between. The trust in government, in the law, in the very idea that a dispute could be settled peacefully, was utterly shattered. William Goebel, the lifelong bachelor, had no children to mourn him, but in a way he left behind thousands of orphans, the common people he championed. Their great hero was gone, and in his place was a legacy of division and a cycle of vengeance that did nothing to ease their poverty or break the power of the railroads. The bullet that struck him down had ricocheted through the entire state, and its final victims were the very people he had sworn to protect. The law that came for the accused killers of William Goebel was not a blindfolded goddess holding a set of scales. It was a vengeful spirit, cloaked in the robes of the state and armed with a prosecutor's fury. The series of trials that followed were not a search for truth. They were the final battle of the Goebel War, fought in a courtroom instead of on the street. The main targets were dragged from the mountains and into a world they did not understand. Caleb Powers, the Republican Secretary of State, branded the mastermind, and James Howard, the feudist from Clay County, accused of being the man who pulled the trigger. This was the heart of the conflict, a clash of two irreconcilable worlds. You have to picture it. A man like Jim Howard, a product of the Clay County feuds where disputes were settled face-to-face with a revolver, being tried by the complex machinery of state law. The prosecution painted him as a cold-blooded assassin, a hired gun. But to men who lived by the mountain code, assassination was a coward's work. The code demanded you look your enemy in the eye. The idea of shooting a man in the back from a hidden window was not just a crime, it was a profound dishonor, a stain on a man's name worse than death itself. Howard and Powers defended themselves with a simple, rugged denial that seemed hopelessly naive against the state's intricate, politically charged conspiracy theories. The trials themselves were a spectacle of partisan rage. The new Democratic administration, led by Goebel's successor, oversaw the prosecution. Juries were packed with loyal Democrats. Testimony was coerced, Witnesses were intimidated, and evidence seemed to materialize from thin air. A clerk named Henry Utsi confessed, implicating the others in a story that conveniently fit the prosecution's narrative. A confession many believed was given under duress to save his own skin. It was a legal bludgeon designed not to uncover a fact, but to secure a conviction at any cost. The community's reaction was as divided as the state itself. In the bluegrass and the cities, newspapers proclaimed that Goebel's murderers were finally facing their reckoning. They were seen as traitors, the agents of a corrupt railroad, and no punishment was too severe. But in the mountains, a different story was told. To them, Powers and Howard were not criminals. They were political prisoners, martyrs framed by the very same democratic machine that had stolen the election. They were heroes, sacrificed on the altar of Goebel's ambition. The verdicts came in again and again. Guilty. Powers and Howard were sentenced to hang, then sentenced to life in prison over the course of multiple, grueling trials. But the ink was barely dry before appeals courts, looking at the tainted evidence and partisan atmosphere, overturned the verdicts. For 8 long years, the men languished in prison while the legal war raged on. In the end, was justice served? Not even close. The trials did not deliver clarity. They only cemented the divisions. They were a legal feud, as bitter and personal as any fought with rifles in the hills of eastern Kentucky. The final judgment came not from a jury, but from a Republican governor who, years later, pardoned the last of the men still in prison. The law had failed. It had picked its villains, held its show trials, and ultimately had let the true killer of William Goebel remain a ghost. So what became of the men who stood against William Goebel? If this were a simple story, his death would have meant their victory. But in the tangled, bloody history of Kentucky, there are no clean endings. The other side of this coin is not stamped with triumph, but with its own dark and complicated fate. Consider William S. Taylor, the Republican who won the election only to have it stolen from him. Did he rise to power over his rival's grave? No. He became a man without a country. Implicated in the assassination plot and facing indictment by a vengeful Democratic administration, Governor Taylor was forced to flee. He escaped across the river into Indiana, a political exile, never to set foot in his home state again. He lived out the rest of his days as an insurance lawyer in Indianapolis, a man who won an election and lost everything. And what of the true antagonist, the shadow government that Goebel had dedicated his life to fighting? The L&N Railroad had seemingly won the ultimate victory. Their most dangerous and implacable enemy was gone, silenced forever. But the ghost of William Goebel proved to be a more formidable foe than the man ever was. His assassination transformed him from a ruthless politician into a populist martyr. His name became a holy word, a rallying cry for the very reforms he had championed. The movement he started didn't die with him. It was consecrated by his blood, and the fight against the railroad monopolies continued with a religious fervor for years to come. In the end, no one truly won. The men accused of the murder saw their lives shattered. The governor who defeated Goebel at the polls died in exile, and the corporation that wanted him gone created a legend that would haunt them for a generation. The other side of the coin, it turns out, was just as cursed. In the years that followed, Kentucky did not so much heal as it learned to live with a festering wound. The aftermath of the assassination was not a period of reconciliation, but one of grim consolidation. William Goebel left behind no wife or children, but he did have descendants of another kind, the political machine he built and the cause he embodied. His hand-picked successor, J.C.W. Beckham, rode a wave of public sympathy and righteous anger, establishing a Democratic dynasty that would dominate Kentucky politics for decades. The Goebel Democrats, once the insurgents, now became the establishment, their power cemented by the blood of their martyr. For the families of the accused, the legacy was a curse. Even after the eventual pardons, the names of Powers and Howard were forever stained. Their children and grandchildren grew up in the long, cold shadow of the gallows, marked as the kin of assassins. They lived under a cloud of suspicion and shame, a constant, unspoken reminder of the state's darkest hour. For them, the trials never truly ended. They simply became a life sentence of inherited infamy, a ghost they could never escape. The community of Frankfort and Kentucky as a whole rebuilt itself by choosing to forget. A great, unspoken pact of silence descended upon the state. The assassination was too traumatic, the divisions too deep, the truth too murky. To speak of it was to risk reopening the wound, to reignite the hatreds that had almost plunged the Commonwealth into civil war. So they buried it. The story became a dark whisper, a piece of forbidden history passed down in hushed tones, a communal trauma hidden beneath a blanket of polite, desperate silence. But beneath that silence, the power dynamics of the state had been fundamentally and irrevocably altered. The Republican Party in Kentucky was crippled, branded as the party of murderers, a stigma that would take them more than a generation to overcome. And ironically, the L&N Railroad, the great corporate beast Goebel had fought, found itself facing a far more hostile world. Goebel the man could be beaten, but Goebel the martyr was invincible. His death had galvanized the public against corporate overreach in a way his political maneuvering never could. The fall of the man had ensured the rise of his cause. If you walk the grounds of the old state capitol in Frankfort today, you can still feel the chill of that January morning. A bronze plaque marks the very spot where William Goebel fell, a silent testament to the moment Kentucky's history was violently broken. You can look across the lawn to the old state annex building, to the third-floor window from which the fatal shot was fired, and feel a shiver crawl down your spine. The buildings are now museums, but on that patch of ground, the past is not past. It is a cold spot that never thaws. A short drive away, in the Frankfort Cemetery, stands Goebel's final monument, one of the grandest in the state. A towering obelisk pierces the sky, with a bronze statue of the man, defiant even in death, standing guard. His grave is not a place of quiet rest. It is a political statement carved in stone, a permanent declaration of his martyrdom. It's a pilgrimage site for political junkies and history buffs, a physical reminder of the man who became more powerful in death than he ever was in life. But Goebel's ghost doesn't just haunt these physical places. It lives in the stories. His assassination became the stuff of legend, a dark and bloody folk tale told in the back rooms of the State House and around kitchen tables in the mountains. Folk singers wrote ballads about the man who fought the railroad and was shot down in the snow. His name became a cautionary tale whispered to young, ambitious politicians, a warning about the deadly consequences of pride and the refusal to compromise. The story persists more than a century later because it is a perfect, unsolved mystery. The question of who truly killed William Goebel was never answered, and so it can never die. Was it the Mountain Republicans avenging a stolen election? Was it a shadowy railroad conspiracy silencing a threat to their profits? Or was it the darkest theory of all, a dissident Democrat, tired of his tyrannical rule, who pulled the trigger knowing his enemies would take the fall? The lack of a definitive answer allows the ghost to belong to everyone, his legend shaped and reshaped to fit any political narrative. And so, the spirit of William Goebel still walks the halls of Kentucky politics. Goebel's ghost became a term for the lingering bitterness, the deep partisan hatred that can still erupt in the state. The man is gone, his bones turned to dust beneath that stone monument. But the fury, the division, and the unanswerable question of his end, that part of him is immortal. It haunts the Commonwealth, a permanent echo of a single rifle shot on a cold winter morning. So, we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing over the ghost of a man shot down in the snow. Was William Goebel a hero or a villain, a martyr or a tyrant. The hard truth, the one that a century of dust and argument has left us with, is that he was both. He was a man who saw a great evil, the unchecked power of corporations strangling the life from his state, and he chose to fight it with a fire so fierce it consumed everything, including himself and the very democratic principles he claimed to defend. In the end, this isn't just the story of a political assassination. It's a timeless Appalachian tragedy about how a man's greatest strength can become his most profound and fatal weakness. It's a chilling lesson on the poison of absolute certainty, a warning that when a man becomes so convinced he is on the side of the angels, he can't see that he's started using the devil's own tools. It is the story of a modern political machine crashing headlong into the ancient, unbending code of the mountains and the explosion that followed. The shot that killed William Goebel was an echo of 1,000 conflicts born in these hills, a brutal reminder that when you strip away the laws and the politics, some things are only settled with blood. It's a story about a war for the soul of a state, a war that left no victors, only ghosts. And that, my friends, is the ballad of William Goebel, the man who fought a war for the common people, but whose own pride was the one enemy he could never defeat. They said bullets curved around him in the air. They whispered that he could melt into the mountain fog like a ghost, that he'd made a deal with the devil himself in some dark and lonely hollow. For years, the name Jacko Fraser was enough to make a child stop crying and a grown man bolt his door at night. The law called him a murderer. But the people who lived and died in these hills had another name for him: the White Devil. But how does a man become a monster? How does flesh and blood turn into a legend that haunts a landscape for 100 years? Today, we hunt for the truth behind the ghost story. To understand a man like Jacko Fraser, you first have to understand the world that made him. Imagine the Cumberland Mountains in the late 1800s on the jagged border of Virginia and Kentucky. This was a land forgotten by God and the government, a place of stunning beauty and breathtaking cruelty. The mists that clung to the hollows hid deep secrets, and the ancient hills had seen more than their share of blood and tears. The Civil War had ripped through these communities, leaving behind not just poverty, but a generation of men who had been taught that the fastest way to solve a problem was with a rifle. They came home to find their farms in ruins and their futures uncertain. The law, in this part of the world, was a distant rumor. A county sheriff might hold authority in the dusty courthouse square, but out in the winding creeks and isolated cabins, his power faded to nothing. Here, a different law held sway: the law of the clan. Family was everything. Your name was your flag. Your cousins were your army. An insult to one was an insult to all, and debts of honor were paid in blood. This was the era of the great feuds, like the Hatfields and McCoys, where violence was not just an outburst of anger, but a structured part of life, a grim inheritance passed down from father to son. This fierce loyalty was born of isolation. The dense forests and impassable ridges didn't just separate families from the outside world, they separated them from each other. Every farmstead was its own small kingdom, every cabin a fortress. Strangers were viewed with suspicion, and a man representing the government was seen as the biggest stranger of all. People here learned to rely on themselves, their kin, and their own judgment. But self-reliance couldn't always put food on the table. This was a world of grinding poverty. Families survived on what they could scratch from the rocky soil, what they could hunt in the deep woods, and what they could distill in a hidden still under the light of the moon. For a man with a quick trigger finger and no conscience, the desperation hanging in the air smelled like opportunity. It was into this boiling cauldron of pride, poverty, and clan justice that Jacko Fraser was born. The world he saw was not a place of laws and morals, but a battlefield for survival. The mountains were poised on a knife's edge, holding a fragile, violent peace. But that peace was about to be shattered, not by an invading army, but by a monster it had created in its own image. Long before the massacre that made him a legend, Jacko Fraser's name was already a poison whispered on the mountain wind. He didn't exist in a vacuum. His terror was fed by a network of lesser evils and silent supporters. Men like Henley Cox, his most notorious accomplice, were drawn to him like moths to a flame, lesser predators orbiting a greater one. And there were others, the small-time crooks who bought his stolen goods, the informants who'd trade a neighbor's whereabouts for a silver dollar or just to settle an old score. The Mullins clan, on the other hand, were the opposite of everything Jacko stood for. They were a large, well-respected family, a cornerstone of the community, which made them the perfect target for a man who wanted to prove that no one and nothing was safe. The deepest wounds in these mountains were often the oldest. Jacko himself was said to be a veteran of the Confederacy, a man who had seen the world burn and decided he liked the heat. He didn't come back from the war looking for peace. He came back carrying the war inside him, a personal battle against a world he felt had failed him. His grudge wasn't over a single plot of land or a stolen horse. His grudge was with humanity itself. He saw society as a sham, and he aimed to tear its mask off with violence. Of course, smaller, more personal grudges festered in every hollow. A card game that ended in a bitter accusation, a dispute over a property line that had been argued for generations, a family that got a little too prosperous for a neighbor's liking. These were the hidden fault lines running beneath the community. Jacko was a master at exploiting them. He understood the dark currents of envy and resentment that flowed beneath the surface of daily life, and he knew how to use them to his advantage, turning the quiet suspicions between neighbors into open fear. And so, the rumors began to spread, moving from cabin to cabin like a sickness in the air. At first, they were just unsettling stories. A peddler who was supposed to be heading through Pound Gap simply vanished. A farmer found his best mule gone, his tack shed emptied. A lone traveler would arrive at the next settlement pale and shaken, telling a story of being robbed on the trail by a man with eyes as cold and pale as a winter sky. None of these were big enough to bring the law down from the state capital, but they were carefully stacked, one on top of the other, building a foundation of dread. Every story, filtered through a dozen mouths around a dozen hearths, grew darker and more menacing. The whispers turned into a constant, low hum of anxiety that settled over the mountains. People began to look at the shadows a little longer. The sound of a horse at night was no longer a comfort, but a cause for alarm. The community was being slowly poisoned, not just by Jacko's deeds, but by the fear of what he might do next. The stage was being set for an act of violence so brutal it would turn whispered rumors into terrified screams. The year was 1892. For the Mullins clan, it was a day of prosperity. Several members of the family, including Ira Mullins, his wife, and other kinsmen, had made the long journey by wagon to the nearest town. They were returning home, their carts laden with goods, and more importantly, their pockets heavy with cash from a successful day of trading. We're talking several $100s, a staggering fortune in those mountains, enough money to set a family up for a year, or to make a desperate man do the unthinkable. Imagine the scene. A narrow mountain path, barely wide enough for their wagons, snaking its way through the dense, dark woods of Pound Gap. The late afternoon sun was beginning to fail, casting long, distorted shadows that clawed at the edges of the trail. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The steady creak of the wagon wheels and the soft plod of the horses were the only sounds in a world that was growing unnaturally quiet. The birds had stopped singing. The woods were holding their breath. It was a feeling every mountain person knows in their bones. The difference between a peaceful silence and a waiting one. Perhaps one of the men glanced nervously into the darkening trees. Perhaps a child in the wagon pulled a blanket a little tighter around their shoulders, sensing a shift in the air. They were on their own land, just miles from the safety of their homes. But that feeling of safety was beginning to fray like an old rope. They were being watched. Suddenly, from the deep shadows of the forest, a command rang out, a harsh voice slicing through the quiet, telling them to halt. But this wasn't a warning. It was a declaration. Before the echo had even died, the trees erupted in a blaze of rifle fire. The led horse screamed and reared, falling in its traces. The quiet evening was shattered by the roar of guns, the splintering of wood, and the first cries of shock and pain. The judge pronounced the sentence, 1 year in the county jail. A dead silence fell over the packed Virginia courthouse. Then, the patriarch of the most powerful clan in these mountains, Floyd Allen, rose to his feet. His eyes blazed as he uttered the words that would become a signal for slaughter. "Gentlemen, I ain't a-goin'." A split second later, the courtroom exploded in a firestorm of bullets. When the gun smoke cleared, the judge, the sheriff, and the prosecutor lay dead. The newspapers called it an act of savage barbarism. But was it a cold-blooded ambush, or the last desperate stand of a man defending his honor? Today, we will try to find the truth behind the 90 seconds of hell that forever scarred these mountains. To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the world that was about to be lost. This was Hillsville, Virginia, at the dawn of the 20th century. Tucked deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, this wasn't just a town, it was a fortress of tradition, a kingdom unto itself. Here, the hollows held the morning mist like secrets, and the rugged peaks stood as silent guardians against a world that was changing too fast. This was a land governed not by laws written on paper in some distant capital, but by the unwritten code of the mountains. The people here were cut from a different cloth. They were the descendants of Scottish-Irish settlers, a folk as hard and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet. They were fiercely independent, deeply suspicious of outsiders, especially the Flatlanders and their government. For them, the ultimate authority wasn't a judge or a sheriff, it was the family, the clan. Loyalty was the highest virtue, and honor was a currency more valuable than gold. An insult to one was an insult to all, and a man was expected to defend his name with a steady hand and a loaded gun. And in this world of shadow and stone, no clan cast a longer shadow than the Allens. They were the embodiment of the mountain spirit, powerful, proud, and absolutely uncompromising. They weren't just a family, they were a force of nature, with dozens of kin and supporters who looked to them for leadership, protection, and justice. When the Allens spoke, Carroll County listened. At their head stood the patriarch, 56-year-old Floyd Allen. Don't picture some simple farmer. Floyd was a titan of the mountains, a wealthy landowner, a savvy businessman who owned a general store and a sawmill. He was known for his immense strength, his quick temper, and a will made of iron. He never backed down from a fight, and he never broke a promise. To the people of Carroll County, he was more than a man. He was their king. The Allens lived by a simple, terrifying creed, an oath that was whispered with a mix of fear and admiration across the county. It was the foundation of their power and the very core of their identity. No Allen will ever go to jail. This wasn't just a boast. It was a declaration of sovereignty, a promise that they would answer to their own code of honor before they ever answered to the laws of the Flatlanders. But the outside world, with its telegraphs, its railroads, and its centralized government, was creeping closer. The authority of the state was pressing in on this isolated kingdom, seeking to replace the ancient law of the clan with the modern law of the land. The world of the Allens and the world of Judge Thornton Massey were two massive millstones, grinding slowly, inevitably, toward each other. It was only a matter of time before someone got crushed between them. Great tragedies often begin with the smallest of things, a spark in a tinder-dry forest. For the Allens, That spark was a clumsy gesture at a local corn festival. Floyd's young nephew, Wesley Edwards, tried to kiss a girl. It was a foolish, youthful act, but in the mountains, where a woman's honor is fiercely guarded, it was a profound offense. The girl's brothers, Will and Sid, saw it, and fists flew. News of the fight traveled fast, echoing through the hollows until it reached the ears of Floyd Allen. His nephew had been challenged, his kin had been disrespected. This was not a simple brawl to him, it was a stain on the honor of the entire Allen clan. He didn't wait for the law, he dispensed his own. He met the Edwards brothers on a dusty road, and the conversation was short. According to witnesses, Floyd, a man of formidable strength, beat one of the brothers so severely with the butt of his pistol that he left him bleeding and broken in the dirt. Now the outside world was forced to act. The beating was too public, too brutal to ignore. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Floyd Allen. Sheriff Lewis Webb and his deputy, men who knew exactly who they were dealing with, rode out to Floyd's home. They were met on the porch by the patriarch himself, not with his hands up, but with a rifle cradled in his arms. In a tense standoff, Floyd made his position clear. He had been insulted, he said, and he would not be dragged from his home like a common criminal. This was the moment the line was truly crossed. Floyd Allen looked the law in the eye and did not blink. He told the sheriff that he would come to court, but he would come on his own time, on his own terms. And incredibly, that's exactly what happened. The sheriff and his deputy retreated, empty-handed. Floyd surrendered when he was ready, walking into town not as a prisoner, but as a king granting an audience. He had bent the law to his will, proving to everyone in Carroll County that he was a power unto himself. But in doing so, he had thrown down a gauntlet. He had publicly humiliated the court and dared it to challenge him. Now, all eyes turned to the Hillsville courthouse. It was no longer a place for a simple assault trial. It was a battlefield, and everyone knew the Allens were coming prepared for war. March 14th, 1912. The Hillsville courthouse was not a hall of justice. It was a powder keg, and Judge Thornton Massey had just lit the fuse. As the sentence, 1 year in jail, hung in the electrified air, Floyd Allen rose. He looked not at the judge nor the jury, but at the entire system that dared to put a chain on him. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice low and steady, "I ain't a-goin'." He turned to leave, a king dismissing his court. Sheriff Webb lunged forward to grab his arm, a single fatal motion that broke the spell. In that instant, a single sharp crack of a revolver split the silence. To this day, no one knows for sure who fired it. Was it Floyd? Was it his son Claude, leaping to his father's defense? Or was it a deputy trying to enforce the law? It no longer mattered. That first shot was a signal. It was the first drop of rain that unleashes a hurricane. The courtroom didn't just erupt, it detonated. From every corner of the room, revolvers and rifles appeared as if from thin air. The Allens and their supporters, strategically placed among the crowd, unleashed a devastating crossfire. For those trapped inside, it wasn't a gunfight, it was the end of the world. The air turned into a deafening thunderclap of noise, punctuated by the flash of muzzles and the high-pitched whine of ricochets. The solid wood of the benches and the judge's dais splintered, chewed to pieces by an invisible hail of lead. The men who represented the law were the first to fall. Judge Massey, who had just sealed Floyd's fate, sought cover behind his bench. A moment later, his gavel fell silent forever. Sheriff Webb, the man who had taken that fateful step forward, crumpled to the floor. His last act on this earth was to pull his own revolver and send a bullet tearing into Floyd Allen's thigh, a final defiant gesture of the law he served. Prosecutor William Foster fell nearby, and a juror, a farmer named Augustus Fowler, was trying to scramble for the door when his escape was cut tragically short. Panic turned the crowd into a human stampede. People screamed, clawing their way towards the doors, trampling one another in a desperate bid for survival. A thick, choking cloud of gunpowder smoke filled the room, turning the scene into a blind, suffocating hell. Witnesses said it felt like an eternity, but the storm of bullets lasted no more than 90 seconds. When the last echo of gunfire faded, a ringing silence descended. The smoke began to clear, revealing a tableau of silent horror. Dark, ugly pockmarks scarred the courthouse walls, 57 of them, each one a testament to the madness that had just passed. Through the haze, figures moved with purpose. Floyd Allen, wounded but alive, was lifted by his kinsmen and carried from the building. The Allen clan mounted their horses and vanished back into the mountains, leaving a blood-soaked courthouse and a nation in shock. When the last of the Allen clan galloped out of sight, a profound, ringing silence fell over the Hillsville courthouse. It was a silence heavier than any sound, broken only by the whimpers of the wounded and the terrified gasps of the survivors. The air, thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, now carried a new, coppery smell. On the blood-soaked floorboards, the law of the Commonwealth of Virginia lay dead. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very symbols of the state's authority, had been executed in their own sanctuary. The news of the massacre didn't just spread, it shot out of Hillsville like a bullet, hitting the telegraph wires and exploding across the nation. Newspapers from Richmond to New York screamed with headlines that painted a picture of a savage war against civilization itself. They called the Allens mountain degenerates, barbaric clansmen who had risen up against the rule of law. The story tapped into a deep-seated fear of Appalachia as a wild, untamed frontier. There was no room for nuance in these reports. There was only shock, horror, and a thunderous call for vengeance. The response from the state was swift and absolute. Governor William Hodges Mann declared that the assassins would be hunted down if it took all the resources of the Commonwealth. He mobilized the state militia, but he also called in a force more feared and perhaps more suited to the task, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These were not ordinary lawmen. They were ruthless, efficient bounty hunters, veterans of the brutal coalfield wars, known for their willingness to meet violence with greater violence. They were the modern world's answer to the Mountain Clan, a hired army that understood the language of the gun. The great hunt began. The mountains, which had always been the Allens' fortress, had now become their cage. The Baldwin Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, swarmed into Carroll County. They brought with them the tools of the modern age, photographs of the wanted men, a network of informants, and the promise of a hefty reward that could turn a neighbor into a betrayer. They combed every hollow, searched every cabin, and squeezed the community with a grip of fear. For the Allens, there was nowhere left to run. One by one, the fugitives were captured or surrendered. The net tightened until finally, acting on a tip, detectives found their ultimate prize. Hiding in a lumberjack's shack, wounded and exhausted, were Floyd Allen and his son, Claude. The king of Carroll County, the man who swore he would never see the inside of a jail, was now in shackles. The wolf hunt was over. The wolves were caged, and now they would face the victor's justice. The trial of the Allen clan was never going to be held in Hillsville. The influence of their name was too strong, the memory of the massacre too raw. To ensure a conviction, the state moved the proceedings to the city of Wytheville. But this change of venue did more than just move the trial. It ripped the Allens out of their world and placed them in the heart of their enemies. It wasn't a trial, it was a reckoning. The courthouse was surrounded by armed militia. Reporters from across the country filled the press benches, eager to send back sensational stories of the Appalachian savages. The court of law had become a theater of vengeance, and the public demanded a bloody final act. In the center of this storm sat Floyd and Claude Allen. They were not the wild-eyed murderers the newspapers described. Witnesses from the trial remembered them as composed, stoic, and utterly unbowed. They sat like fallen kings, their faces carved from mountain stone, showing no fear and no remorse. They listened to the testimony against them with a quiet dignity that was, in its own way, a final act of defiance. They had lived by the code of the mountains, and they would not grovel before the code of the Flatlanders, even with their lives hanging in the balance. The prosecution painted a picture of a cold, calculated conspiracy, an ambush designed to assassinate the law itself. Their lawyers argued that it was a spontaneous eruption of violence, a tragic misunderstanding that spiraled out of control. But in a courtroom filled with rage and grief against the testimony of dozens of terrified survivors, their words were meaningless. The verdict was a foregone conclusion before the first witness was even called. The jury, drawn from a world that neither knew nor understood the Allens' way of life, deliberated for only a short time. The verdict came back: guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. The judge, his voice heavy with the weight of the state's authority, sentenced Floyd Allen and his son Claude to die. Not by the gun, the weapon of their world, but by the electric chair. A cold, scientific answer to the hot-blooded code of the mountains. The other clan members involved were handed sentences that would see them waste away for decades behind bars, their power broken, their families scattered. The sentence was met with applause in the courtroom and celebrated in newspaper headlines as a triumph for civilization. The law had been challenged, and the law had won. But back in the misty hollows of Carroll County, the whispers told a different story. To many, this wasn't justice. It was an execution carried out by a foreign power. The state had not just punished murderers, it had made an example of men who dared to live by their own rules. And so the question that hangs over this story remains, even a century later. Was it justice that was delivered in that Wytheville courtroom? Or was it simply the final brutal act of a war between two worlds, where the victor got to write the law and call it by whatever name they chose? The years have passed, and the gun smoke over Hillsville has long since cleared, but the echo of those shots has never truly faded. On March 28, 1913, Floyd Allen walked to the electric chair. As they strapped him in, he looked at the witnesses and spoke his own epitaph, words as hard and unyielding as the man himself. "Gentlemen, I'm dying like a man. I'll get there before you do." Minutes later, his son Claude sat in the same chair, meeting his end with the same mountain stoicism. The state had its final victory. But the Allen story didn't end there. Floyd's brother, Sidner, became a legend of survival. Riddled with 11 bullets during the shootout, he not only lived, but escaped, hiding in the mountains for months. When he was finally caught, he was sentenced to 35 years in prison, but he outlasted the outrage. He was eventually pardoned, a man who stared death in the face and walked away. The other clan members served their long sentences, returning to a world that had moved on, forever branded by those 90 seconds of violence. If you go to Hillsville today, you won't see the original courthouse. It was torn down decades ago, but for years its replacement stood on the same ground, and the old-timers would tell you that the spirit of that day lingered. They said that for a long time you could still trace the bullet holes in the old building's walls, silent mouths speaking of the chaos. The graves of Floyd and Claude Allen can still be found in a family cemetery, their stones a quiet, somber testament to the clan's vow. They are not just graves, they are a landmark, a place where the past feels close enough to touch. The rest of the world has largely forgotten the Carroll County Courthouse massacre. It's become a dusty footnote in the history books. But here, in these mountains, it is not forgotten. It has seeped into the soil and become folklore. The story is told not as history, but as a cautionary tale about pride, honor, and the terrible price of defiance. The Allen name still echoes through these hollows, a name that for some means murder and mayhem, but for others, still whispers of a fallen king who dared to stand against the world and kept his promise that he would never, ever go to jail. The mountains remember. So we come back to the question that hung in the gun smoke of that Virginia courthouse. Were the Allens cold-blooded killers who planned a massacre from the start? Or were they defenders of an ancient code, pushed to a final desperate act? The truth, like most things in these mountains, is not so simple. They came to that courthouse armed because in their world, power was respected only when it was backed by the threat of force. They didn't see themselves as criminals defying the law. They saw themselves as sovereigns of their own kingdom, defending its honor against a foreign invasion. The Hillsville Massacre was more than just a crime. It was the bloody, violent end of an era. It was the moment the modern world, with its courts and its electric chairs, finally broke the back of the old world, with its clans and its code of blood honor. The state sent a message that day, written in the language the Allens understood best. Its power was now absolute, its reach inescapable. The Allen clan wasn't just fighting a one-year jail sentence, they were fighting the 20th century, and the 20th century won. This is a story of brutality, yes, but it is also a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit so fiercely independent that it can lead to both greatness and ruin. Floyd Allen was a king who refused to watch his kingdom crumble. He and his family were not heroes, but their tragic, violent story has become a dark legend, a warning of what happens when pride and honor demand a price that can only be paid in blood. And while the law won the war that day, the story of the clan who swore they would never go to prison and kept that oath at the cost of everything still haunts these hills. In 1835, one of the most famous men in America stood before the voters who had just ended his career and gave them a farewell that would echo for centuries. "You may all go to hell, and I will go to Texas." This wasn't just the sour parting shot of a defeated politician. This was a living legend, the bear-hunting congressman from Tennessee, turning his back on everything he knew. It was a self-imposed exile that would lead him, just a few months later, to his death in a dusty Texas mission. The question that chills the bone isn't how he died at the Alamo, but why he went there in the first place. How does a man at the absolute peak of his fame find himself so utterly alone, cast out by his own party, his own president, and his own people? The answer lies not in a battle with rifles, but in a brutal war of conscience fought on the floor of the US Congress, an act of political suicide that sealed his fate long before he ever crossed the Sabine River. Today, we will answer that question. We will find the real Davy Crockett. To understand the man who would defy a president, you have to understand the world that forged him. David Crockett was born in 1786 on the banks of the Nolichucky River in what is now East Tennessee. This was not yet America as we know it. It was a raw, unforgiving frontier, a world of misty mountains, deep forests, and a people as tough and unyielding as the landscape itself. Appalachia was a crucible, and it burned away everything that was not essential, leaving behind only grit, self-reliance, and a fierce independence. The people who settled these hills, largely Scots-Irish immigrants, brought with them a deep cultural memory. They remembered kings and landlords from across the sea, and they carried a profound distrust for any distant, centralized authority. Their laws were simpler, etched into their hearts rather than written in books. A man's word was his bond. Your loyalty was to your family, your clan, and your neighbor. Justice was swift and personal. This was the code Crockett grew up with, a worldview that saw the world in stark, clear terms of right and wrong, honor and shame. Crockett was the living embodiment of this spirit. He had almost no formal schooling, learning his letters, as he said, from the trees. His real education came from the wilderness. He wasn't just a hunter, he was a provider, a protector. His almost mythical reputation for hunting bears wasn't just a story for entertainment, it was a resume. Killing over 100 bears in a single season meant providing security and sustenance for the entire community. In a world where survival was a daily struggle, a man with those skills was a natural-born leader. His charisma was just as wild and untamed. He didn't speak in the polished tones of the Virginia aristocracy. He spoke the language of the common man, full of homespun humor, sharp wit, and captivating stories of his adventures. He could hold a crowd spellbound with a tale of tracking a bear through a blizzard or facing down a panther in the dark. He was one of them, a man who understood their struggles because he lived them every single day. But this very world, the source of all his strength, also contained a fatal vulnerability. Crockett's character was like Appalachian oak, strong, solid, and completely inflexible. He was governed by that simple frontier code of honor. He believed a promise was a promise, whether made to a white settler or a Cherokee chief. He believed that a man's integrity was his most valuable possession, worth more than land, title, or political power. This man, this living piece of the American frontier, was about to be transplanted into the serpentine world of Washington, D.C. He was taking his mountain code of honor into an arena of backroom deals, party loyalties, and brutal political calculus. He didn't know it yet, but the very principles that made him a hero in Tennessee would make him a target in the nation's capital. His own unshakable sense of right and wrong was the shadow that was beginning to gather, unseen and unspoken, over his entire future. When Davy Crockett arrived in Washington, D.C., he entered a wilderness far more dangerous than any he had known in Tennessee. This was a political swamp, thick with ambition, veiled threats, and hidden allegiances. And at the center of this swamp, a storm was gathering around one single, explosive piece of legislation: President Andrew Jackson's Indian Removal Act of 1830. On paper, it was a proposal to relocate the 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole, from their ancestral lands in the southeast to new territory west of the Mississippi. The scene itself was charged with a heavy, ominous energy. The first and most powerful clue was the president himself. Andrew Jackson was not a man to be trifled with. His will was iron, and his temper was legendary. This bill was not just policy to him. It was a personal crusade, the culmination of a lifetime spent fighting Native American tribes. His entire political machine, the most powerful in the nation, was mobilized behind it. To the casual observer, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. But as investigators of the past, we must look closer at the clues. In the taverns and boarding houses where congressmen gathered, the whispers were not of national security or manifest destiny. The whispers were of land. Fertile, black soil in Georgia and Alabama, perfect for cotton. Land that was legally owned by the Cherokee and Creek, but desperately coveted by white settlers and wealthy speculators. The air was thick with the scent of greed, a motive far older and more powerful than any political ideology. The initial findings pointed to an open and shut case. The president wanted the land, the party wanted to please the president, and a powerful coalition of land-hungry states demanded action. The political mathematics were simple and brutal. There was no room for dissent. The scene spoke of an unstoppable force, a political juggernaut that would crush anything in its path. And yet, this is where the mystery truly begins. The wilderness of Washington offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. Chief among them, who in their right mind, and especially who from Jackson's own party, would be foolish enough to stand in the way? As the battle lines were drawn over the Indian Removal Act, all eyes in Washington turned to the most obvious source of opposition: the president's sworn political enemies. This was the anti-Jackson coalition, a formidable group of political titans like Henry Clay of Kentucky and Daniel Webster of Massachusetts. They were the established Eastern elite, men who viewed Andrew Jackson not as a hero of the common man, but as a dangerous backwoods tyrant trampling on the Constitution. Their motive for opposing the bill was clear, public, and deeply personal. The feud between Jackson and men like Clay was the central drama of the age. It was a vicious political war fought over the national bank, tariffs, and the very soul of the American Republic. For them, the Indian Removal Act was just another battlefield. Opposing it was not just a matter of policy. It was a chance to land another blow against a president they despised. Everyone in Washington knew about the bad blood between these men. It was a political feud that had burned hot for years and showed no signs of cooling. The initial evidence seemed to confirm their role as the sole antagonists. The first powerful speeches against the bill thundered from their corner of the Senate. The most eloquent constitutional arguments, the most dire warnings of national dishonor, were crafted by them. Whispers quickly spread from their closed-door meetings, and friendly newspapers began printing editorials that painted the president's plan as a moral abomination. To any observer, the story was simple. This was Andrew Jackson versus his political rivals. It was a straightforward, predictable fight. No one, least of all the president, was looking for an enemy within his own ranks. While President Jackson focused his fury on his political rivals, the real threat to his agenda was not in the Senate chambers of Henry Clay, but in the rough-hewn form of one of his own men. The most dangerous dissent, the kind that can break a cause from the inside out, came from a completely unexpected source. Congressman David Crockett of Tennessee. No one suspected him. He was a Jackson man, through and through, a fellow Tennessean, a veteran of the Creek War who had served under Old Hickory himself, and the living embodiment of the frontier spirit that had swept the president into office. He was trusted like a brother in arms. But Crockett carried a secret, a motive that was utterly invisible to the political operators in Washington. It wasn't greed, jealousy, or a hidden ambition for higher office. His motive was his conscience. He had lived too close to the land and the people Jackson sought to remove. He had seen the Cherokee Nation firsthand, with their farms, their written language, and their constitution. He had fought alongside Native Americans and against them, and he respected them as people, not as obstacles on a map. For Crockett, this wasn't about clearing land for cotton. It was about a promise being broken, a treaty being trampled, and an act of profound injustice being committed in the name of progress. Looking back, his party colleagues would have seen the signs. As the debate raged, Crockett grew quiet. His usual booming laughter and endless supply of tall tales were replaced by a grim-faced contemplation. He was seen speaking not with party bosses, but with missionaries who had lived among the Cherokee. His questions in the cloakrooms became pointed, not about political advantage, but about morality and honor. His grief, if you could call it that, wasn't theatrical. It was a deep, simmering anger that his colleagues mistook for backwoods confusion. They saw a simple frontiersman struggling with complex policy. They failed to see a man whose entire moral compass was screaming that his own side was wrong. Beyond the personal rivalries and internal betrayals, a third, far more powerful force was at play. This was not a single man or a political party, but a vast, impersonal economic juggernaut with an insatiable appetite, the Cotton Kingdom. The real pressure for Indian removal wasn't coming from the White House alone. It was coming from the relentless thrum of textile mills in Manchester, England, and Lowell, Massachusetts. A global revolution in industry had created an unprecedented demand for cotton, and the American South was its primary supplier. The motive was as simple and potent as profit itself. The old cotton lands of the Carolinas were becoming exhausted, and the planters looked westward with hungry eyes. The fertile, well-watered lands of the Cherokee, Creek, and Choctaw in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi were the prize. This wasn't a local squabble. It was a matter of economic destiny for the entire Southern establishment. The value of the land wasn't measured in tradition or ancestral right, but in dollars per acre and bales per season. This massive, faceless entity had a single, overriding interest: acquire that land by any means necessary. This external threat created a suffocating climate of inevitability. Long before the bill was debated in Congress, the pressure was being felt on the ground. Land speculators, the quiet agents of this economic empire, were already appearing in the valleys. They were not local men, and they carried an air of quiet menace. They brought maps and surveying chains, making offers that were more like warnings. Their presence sent a clear message to everyone, including the Cherokee and politicians like Crockett. This was no longer a negotiation. A tidal wave of money and power was coming, and it intended to wash away everything in its path. In the beginning, the opposition to the Indian Removal Act pursued what seemed to be a clear and righteous path. The first great charge was a legal one, led by the sharpest constitutional minds in the country. They brandished copies of treaties signed in good faith by the United States government that explicitly guaranteed the Cherokee and other tribes their lands forever. On the floor of the Senate, men like Daniel Webster laid out a powerful, logical case. A treaty was the supreme law of the land, and to break it was to break the nation's honor. This seemed like the most promising lead, a direct trail to defeating the bill. But they were tracking a ghost through a legal wilderness. The Jackson administration, with ruthless efficiency, argued that they were not dealing with truly sovereign nations, but with domestic dependent nations living within the borders of the United States. It was a brutal legal sleight of hand, a way of saying that all those promises, all those sacred oaths, could be erased by a simple act of Congress. The trail of constitutional law, which seemed so clear and bright, vanished into the thickets of raw political power. The opposition's most potent weapon had proven to be a dud. Another trail seemed far more promising, the path of simple human decency. Missionaries and religious leaders who had lived among the tribes came to Washington, painting a vivid picture of the civilization Jackson sought to destroy. They spoke of the Cherokee's alphabet, their written constitution, their neat farms and Christian churches. Surely, they argued, a moral nation could not uproot a people who had done everything asked of them to assimilate. This appeal to conscience was aimed directly at the heart of the American people. But this lead, too, evaporated like morning mist on a hot summer day. Against the deafening roar of progress and the siren song of free land for white settlers, the quiet voices of conscience were drowned out. The narrative of the savage Indian, holding back the tide of civilization, was a far more powerful story for many Americans. The moral high ground turned out to be a swamp of public indifference and racial prejudice. With every failed argument and every evaporating lead, a deep frustration set in among the bill's opponents. For a man like Crockett, watching his own party orchestrate this assault on reason and honor, the feeling must have been one of growing desperation. They were firing paper bullets at a stone wall. The fear in the Cherokee Nation grew into outright terror as they watched their powerful allies in Washington fail one by one. The air in the capital grew heavy and cold. The investigation was going nowhere, and the monster was getting closer. As the vote on the Indian Removal Act drew near, a suffocating silence fell over President Jackson's Democratic Party. This wasn't the quiet of contemplation, it was the chilling silence of a political omerta. Within the party ranks, a brutal and unspoken code was enforced. You were either with the president or you were against him. There was no middle ground, no room for debate, no space for a troubled conscience. Congressmen who had private doubts saw nothing wrong with the bill. Those who questioned its morality heard nothing of injustice, and those who knew it was a betrayal knew nothing but the importance of party loyalty. The primary reason for this silence was fear, pure and simple. The fear of one man, Andrew Jackson. His reputation for political vengeance was as legendary as his military victories. To cross Old Hickory was to be marked for destruction. It was said that upon hearing of Crockett's wavering, the president flew into a white-hot rage, vowing to see the Tennessean politically buried in a graveyard of his own making. This was no idle threat. The Jackson machine was a weapon, and it was aimed directly at anyone who broke ranks. Party leaders, acting as enforcers, would quietly remind a wavering congressman of the patronage jobs. the committee appointments and the campaign funds that could vanish overnight. But it wasn't just fear. For many, it was a deep-seated loyalty to their own kind and a profound suspicion of the opposition. The men arguing against the bill were the Eastern elites, Henry Clay, Daniel Webster, the very establishment figures Jackson had been elected to fight. For a Western Democrat to side with them against their own president felt like a betrayal of the entire frontier movement. It was seen as siding with the bankers against the farmers, with the city lawyers against the common man. They believed their form of justice was to secure a future for white settlers, and the Indian Removal Act was the necessary tool. In this atmosphere, Davy Crockett became a pariah. The psychological toll was immense. Former friends and allies, men who had swapped stories and shared drinks with him just weeks before, now averted their eyes in the hallways of the capital. He was shunned like a man carrying a plague. Private messages were sent, begging him to reconsider, warning him that he was throwing away a brilliant career for a lost cause. Every handshake he was denied, every conversation that stopped when he entered a room was a reminder of his isolation. Like old Martha in the mountains whose barn was burned for speaking the truth, Crockett was about to have his entire political life burned to the ground. And still, he refused to be silent. The political battle had been fought to a standstill. Arguments had been made, threats had been whispered, and loyalties had been tested. The Jackson machine, confident in its power, believed it had crushed all meaningful dissent. They assumed that in the final moment, party discipline would prevail. They had overlooked the most critical clue of all, a detail hidden in plain sight: Davy Crockett's unbending Appalachian character. It wasn't a piece of paper or a hidden object. It was the man's soul, and it was about to be laid bare for the entire nation to see. The turning point came not in a secret meeting, but in the full public glare of the House of Representatives. As the final debate on the Indian Removal Act took place, Crockett rose to speak. The chamber fell into a hush. This was the moment of truth. He wasn't supposed to speak. He was supposed to fall in line, to cast his vote with the party and save his career. Instead, he unleashed the one piece of evidence that would change everything, a verbal confession not of a crime, but of a conviction. He looked directly at his fellow congressmen, men who had shunned him and pressured him, and he spoke not of politics, but of honor. "I have been charged with not representing my constituents," he declared, his frontier drawl cutting through the tense silence. "I did not come here to represent my constituents alone. I am a servant of the American people. Justice and honor are my guides." In that single moment, the forgotten clue of his personal code was slammed down on the table. He was stating, unequivocally, that his conscience was a higher authority than his party, his president, or even the people who elected him. The effect was electric. It was a stunning public rebuke of the president from within his own ranks. Suddenly, the perception of Davy Crockett shifted dramatically. He was no longer just a quirky backwoodsman. He was a rebel. The words he spoke were more damning than any secret diary or misplaced letter. They exposed the truth not of a conspiracy, but of one man's solitary, defiant stand. For the Jacksonians, the revelation was horrifying. Their simple story of party unity was shattered. And with that speech, a new and urgent mission began: the complete and total political destruction of Davy Crockett. The air in the House of Representatives was thick enough to cut with a knife. The final vote on the Indian Removal Act had arrived. This was the moment where whispers ended and legacies were forged in iron. The roll call began, a death march of names echoing in the tense, silent chamber. One by one, Jackson's men, many with visible reluctance, answered yea. They chose their party. They chose their careers. They chose their president. The wall of silence was holding. Then the clerk's voice cut through the air. "Crockett." For a heartbeat there was nothing. Then a voice clear and steady filled the room with a single defiant word: nay. It was more than a vote. It was the sound of a political career committing suicide. It was the roar of an Appalachian conscience that refused to be silenced. In that instant, every man in the room understood the price Crockett had just willingly paid. But it was not enough. The bill passed by a razor-thin margin, just 5 votes. Davy Crockett's personal honor was intact, but the fate of the 5 tribes was sealed. And with the smoke of that final battle still clearing, the true culprits behind this national tragedy were finally and irrevocably unmasked. The mastermind was, and always had been, President Andrew Jackson. His motive was not a fleeting political whim, but the culmination of a lifetime of frontier warfare and a chillingly clear vision of an expanding white America built on the ashes of broken treaties and displaced peoples. His was the iron will that drove the entire affair, the hand that held the dagger. The weapon he wielded was his own Democratic Party. Their motive was not malice, but a toxic combination of fear and ambition. They were not evil men, but they were terrified men, bound by a pact of loyalty that demanded they sacrifice their own morals for the sake of political survival. They were the ones who held the victim down, their silence the most damning testimony of all. But the true dark heart of the matter, the motive that fueled both the president's vision and the party's fear, was the vast, impersonal hunger of the Cotton Kingdom. It was not a feud, not a personal vendetta, but the cold, relentless logic of profit. The land was valuable, and the people living on it were in the way. That was the simple, horrifying truth that had been unmasked. In defying all 3, Davy Crockett had not just lost a vote. He had made an enemy of the most powerful forces in America, and they would now see him destroyed. The passage of the Indian Removal Act was not a sudden explosion. It was the slow, deliberate turning of a key in a lock, sealing tens of thousands of people inside a tomb. The ink on the law was barely dry when its poison began to seep into the red clay soil of Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee. The America that Davy Crockett had fought for, a land he believed was founded on honor, was about to commit a crime in slow motion, a crime whose consequences would stain the pages of history forever. To understand what was lost, you must first see what was there. The Cherokee Nation was not a collection of primitive huts in a dark wilderness. A traveler passing through their lands in 1830 would have seen a nation mirroring the one that was about to destroy it. They would have seen neat, prosperous farms with squared log cabins and smoke curling from stone chimneys. They would have seen fields of corn and cotton with plows that cut straight, proud furrows in the earth. They had their own schools, their own churches, a written alphabet, and a constitution modeled on that of the United States. This was the world that was declared illegal. Then the soldiers came. They came not as liberators, but as jailers. The first sign was not a gunshot, but the unnatural sound of marching boots on a quiet country road, the jingle of military harnesses where there should have been the lowing of cattle. A dread, cold and heavy, settled over the valleys. The world of the Cherokee began to shrink, compressed into small, guarded stockades, a prelude to the long journey ahead. The roundup itself was a scene of quiet, systematic heartbreak. Imagine a family sitting down to dinner, the smell of cornbread in the air. Then, the sound of a heavy boot on the porch, a door kicked open without a word. There was no battle, only the chilling finality of an order given. The family would be forced to stand up and walk away, leaving the food to grow cold on the table, leaving a Bible open on a mantelpiece, leaving a child's doll lying forgotten in a corner. The children, frozen in terror, saw only the grim faces of the soldiers and the tears in their mothers' eyes. They covered their ears, but it didn't help. The world had turned into a hell of sudden orders, followed by a ringing, ghostly silence as home after home was emptied. Then came the march. History calls it the Trail of Tears, but it was a river of sorrow flowing west. It began with the shuffling of thousands of feet, the creak of overloaded wagons, and the crying of children that never seemed to stop. The biting wind of the winter cut through their thin blankets. The freezing rain turned the trail into a thick, sucking mud that pulled at their moccasins and stole the strength from their legs. The old and the sick, unable to keep up, would simply lie down by the side of the trail, their passing marked only by a shallow, hastily dug grave. Davy Crockett was not there to witness this. He was in Washington, a political ghost haunting the halls of the Capitol. But this horrifying procession was the physical embodiment of his every warning. This was the vision that had kept him awake at night, the nightmare he had sacrificed his entire career to prevent. Each snap of a twig under a soldier's boot was an echo of the speaker's gavel. Every shallow grave dug in the frozen earth was a testament to the votes cast against him. This was the national dishonor he had screamed about, now written not in ink, but in the frozen tears of a people betrayed. Davy Crockett's trial did not take place in a courthouse of brick and mortar. His courtroom was the dusty town squares and stump-speaking platforms of West Tennessee during the election of 1835. The charge, laid out in venomous ink by every Jackson-friendly newspaper, was political treason. The prosecution was the full, terrifying weight of the president's political machine, which had sent money, organizers, and a hand-picked candidate, Adam Huntsman, to see Crockett destroyed. The jury was the very people he had once called his friends and neighbors. The atmosphere was electric with tension. This wasn't a campaign, it was a political blood feud playing out in public. The prosecution's case was simple and brutal. Crockett had betrayed them. He had sided with the Eastern elites against their president, their party, and their own interests. His vote on the Indian Removal Act was painted not as an act of conscience, but as a direct assault on the dreams of every poor farmer who wanted a piece of that land. They branded him an arrogant traitor who had forgotten the common man. Crockett's reaction to these charges was not one of remorse or quiet defense. He showed nothing but defiant, thunderous contempt. He didn't plead his case, he prosecuted his accusers. He climbed onto the stump and spat his defiance at the Jackson machine, mocking the president as King Andrew I and daring the voters to cast their ballots for a man who would be a mere puppet. He didn't run from his vote on the Indian Removal Act, he owned it. He held it up as a badge of honor, a symbol of his integrity, and he challenged the jury of his peers to show that they valued honor as much as he did. On election day, the verdict came in. David Crockett was found guilty. He lost the election to Huntsman by a narrow margin. The Jackson machine had succeeded. The bear-hunting congressman had been politically executed, cast out into the wilderness by his own people. But this was not justice. It was a political assassination. The verdict was a product of a trial utterly corrupted by outside influence, a result bought with a flood of presidential power and money. It was a verdict that would spark arguments in those hills for generations to come, a bitter debate over whether a representative's first duty is to his own conscience or to the immediate desires of the people who elect him. In the end, Davy Crockett did not accept the verdict quietly. He stood before the people who had condemned him and delivered his own final judgment, the legendary farewell that would become his epitaph. "You may all go to hell, and I will go to Texas." He had lost the trial, but he walked away a free man, finally unshackled from the system that had tried to break him. For David Crockett, the verdict of the 1835 election was not just a political defeat, it was a spiritual severing. It cut the taproot that connected him to the people and the land that had defined his entire existence. He was a man without a tribe, a legend who had been voted into irrelevance. This rejection haunted him far more than any bear or political rival ever could. His journey to Texas was not merely a search for new adventure, it was a desperate flight from a world that no longer had a place for his code of honor. He went west, looking for a new frontier where a man's word still meant something, a place where he could fight for a cause he believed in without being branded a traitor. His political death in Tennessee was the direct cause of his physical death at the Alamo just a few months later. One fate was inextricably tied to the other. The victors, President Andrew Jackson and his party, also found their destinies forever altered. They had won. The Indian Removal Act was law, and the lands of the Southeast were open to white settlement, cementing Jackson's legacy as a powerful and decisive leader. But it was a poisoned victory. The horrific reality of the Trail of Tears, the deaths of thousands on that forced march, became an indelible stain on his presidency. History would forever bind his name not just to the victory at New Orleans, but to this act of calculated cruelty. His life was changed from that of a simple American hero to a figure of immense and troubling complexity. For the Cherokee, Choctaw, and other tribes, their lives were shattered beyond recognition. They survived, but as a shadow of their former nations, scattered in a strange new territory far from the sacred ground of their ancestors. They carried with them the trauma of the stockades and the ghosts of those lost along the trail. The political decision made in Washington became a wound carried in the hearts of their people for generations, a story of betrayal and loss that would be told around their own campfires for a century to come. And what of the people of Tennessee, the voters who had cast Crockett out? They got what they wanted. The land was opened and a new wave of settlement and prosperity followed. But their lives, too, were changed. They had traded a man of unbending principle for a man of party loyalty. In local law, some say a quiet shame settled over those hills, a lingering memory of the great man they had rejected. They had silenced the one voice who dared to tell them a hard truth, and in doing so, they became complicit in the tragedy that followed. No one, from the president in the White House to the smallest farmer in a Tennessee holler, escaped the consequences of that fateful vote. Even now, nearly 200 years later, the echoes of this story are not hard to find. The name Davy Crockett is carved into the American landscape. You can walk through his replica birthsite cabin in East Tennessee, a humble structure of rough-hewn logs that feels charged with the energy of his spirit. Statues in his likeness stand in town squares, often depicting the mythical hero, rifle in hand. But the most powerful and most tragic, tangible remnant of this era is the land itself. The Trail of Tears is now a national historic trail, a scar of memory that stretches for more than 2,000 miles. It is marked by quiet roadside plaques, preserved segments of old roads, and lonely, often unmarked graves that lie just beneath the surface of the modern world, silent witnesses to an epic of sorrow. Culturally, the story has been told in two vastly different ways. One is the roaring campfire legend of Davy Crockett, king of the wild frontier. It's a story immortalized in song and on screen, a comforting myth of a simple, grinning hero in a coonskin cap. That legend, powerful as it is a shadow. The true story, the one we have told today, is the one whispered in the halls of Congress and preserved in the dry, brittle pages of the official record, the story of a man's lonely, costly stand for his own conscience. For the descendants of the 5 tribes, the story is not a legend. It is a living memory, a foundational trauma that has shaped their identity for generations. It is told not in folk songs for entertainment, but in their own languages, passed from grandparent to grandchild as a testament to their resilience and survival. It is the story of who they are, where they came from, and what they overcame. It is a fire that has never gone out. The world might remember the cartoon, but the Appalachian mountains themselves hold the memory of the man. His story is etched into the very character of the place, a permanent reminder that deep within these hills, a code of honor can sometimes grow that is stronger than politics, more unyielding than a president's will, and more enduring than a man's own life. The mountains remember the man who stood alone, and they do not forget. So we return to the question that started it all. Why did one of the most famous men in America turn his back on his country and march toward his own death in Texas? The answer, we now know, is far more complex than a simple thirst for adventure. Davy Crockett didn't just go to Texas. He was driven from a United States that had broken his heart. He went because his government had chosen greed over honor. His party had chosen loyalty over justice, and his own people had chosen land over the man who tried to tell them the truth. The Alamo was not his destination. It was simply the last stop on a desperate journey to find a piece of the world that still lived by the code he understood. This is a story not just of a crime against a people, but of the brutal, soul-crushing cost of conscience. It serves as a chilling lesson in how the machinery of power can isolate, demonize, and ultimately destroy a person who dares to stand in its way. Davy Crockett's stand teaches us that the most profound acts of bravery don't always happen on the battlefield with a rifle in hand. Sometimes they happen in a quiet chamber with a single lonely vote in a cause you know is already lost. It is a testament to the idea that true integrity is measured not by the victories you win, but by the principles you refuse to surrender, even in total defeat. The world may have forgotten the real David Crockett, preferring the simple cartoon in a coonskin cap. But his true story is the one America needs to remember. It is the story of a flawed, stubborn man from the mountains who, at a moment of supreme moral crisis, chose to be an honest man rather than a successful politician. He lost his career, his home, and ultimately his life, but he never lost his honor. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. In the stunned silence that followed the storm of gunfire, the people of Huntington, West Virginia, were left with a grim spectacle on their courthouse lawn: the body of a dead stranger. He was a man who didn't belong, a ghost from the bloody plains of Missouri, laid low in the heart of Appalachia. His death wasn't an answer. It was a question mark written in blood on the town's doorstep. How did the most infamous outlaws in American history, the James Younger gang, end up so far from home, leaving one of their own dead in a desperate, bullet-riddled retreat? Today, we will answer that question and unravel a story of Appalachian grit colliding with legendary evil. To understand the shock of that day, you have to understand the world that was shattered. Huntington, in 1875, was not some quiet mountain hollow lost to time. It was a city with a swagger, a raw and muscular town born from coal dust, steel rails, and ambition. Forged just a few years earlier by the railroad magnate Collis P. Huntington, it was the proud western terminus of the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway. It was a place where the ancient rhythm of the mountains met the thunder of the locomotive, a boom town humming with the promise of a new industrial Appalachia. At the very heart of this vibrant new world, on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 9th Street, stood the Bank of Huntington. It was more than just a building of brick and mortar. It was the town's beating heart. Through its doors flowed the lifeblood of the region, massive C&O payrolls for the railroad men, the hard-earned wages of miners who clawed wealth from the deep hills, and the fortunes of the industrialists who were taming the wilderness. This bank wasn't just holding money, it was holding the collected dreams and sweat of an entire community. The guardian of this trust was a man named Robert T. Oney, the bank's cashier. He was a man of ledgers and ink, of quiet respectability and steady habits. His world was one of predictable order, of days measured by the familiar clicks of the telegraph and the comforting clang of the vault door swinging shut. That afternoon, his son was with him in the bank, learning the family trade, surrounded by the symbols of security and civilization. For them, the world was a safe and logical place. Outside the bank's windows, the town bustled with activity, a testament to its newfound importance. But beyond the last paved street, the ancient Appalachian hills rose up, dense and watchful. These were the old mountains, the ones that had seen empires come and go, their hollows filled with secrets and shadows. They formed a stark contrast to the noisy, forward-looking city at their feet. a wilderness that could swallow men whole, a perfect landscape for both escape and ambush. But progress is a double-edged sword. The very thing that made Huntington a beacon of prosperity also made it a target. The same steel rails that carried coal out also carried stories in. Tales of the C&O payrolls, of the fat new bank on the Ohio River, traveled west on telegraph wires and in the talk of rail riders. These whispers reached the ears of men who saw progress not as an opportunity to build, but as a chance to take. Unseen and unheard, a shadow was stretching from the Missouri plains, drawn eastward by the irresistible scent of a prize that was simply too rich to ignore. On the sweltering afternoon of September 6, 1875, the first clue that something was wrong arrived on horseback. 8 strangers, cloaked in long, dust-colored coats that seemed oddly heavy for the heat, rode into town. They moved not like weary travelers, but with a chilling purpose, their eyes scanning the streets with a predator's focus. There was a disciplined silence about them that felt more menacing than any drunken shouting. For the citizens of Huntington, they were an unnerving puzzle, a whisper of trouble on the wind. The puzzle quickly turned into a portrait of terror. 4 of the riders dismounted in front of the Bank of Huntington. As one stood guard at the door, a sentinel of violence, the other 3 stepped inside, their heavy boots echoing on the floor. Within moments, the routine calm of Robert Oney's afternoon was obliterated. A $5 bill was offered for change, a simple transaction that became the trigger for a nightmare. As the cash drawer opened, a Colt revolver appeared, massive and unarguable. The outlaw's voice was calm, almost conversational, which made his words even more terrifying. "We are the James boys. We have come for the money." The scene inside was one of cold, professional plunder. While Oney and his son were held frozen under the barrel of a gun, the other men moved with a terrifying efficiency, vaulting the counter and stuffing bags with the town's wealth. The scene spoke not of a desperate smash and grab, but of a rehearsed, military-style operation. The outlaws knew exactly what they wanted, from the loose cash to the contents of the new, modern vault. Outside, the other 4 horsemen turned 3rd Avenue into a shooting gallery. They galloped back and forth, firing their pistols into the air, their shouts echoing off the brick buildings. This wasn't random chaos. It was calculated terror, designed to paralyze the town and suppress any resistance before it could begin. For those first few minutes, the street was a bewildering landscape of noise, smoke, and fear. The crime scene wasn't a static place of discovery. It was a living, breathing storm of violence. The questions came in a panicked rush. Who were these men? Why were they here? Was this the end of their town? The wilderness wasn't in the surrounding hills. It had ridden right into the heart of Huntington, and it offered no easy answers, only the immediate deafening report of a dozen 6-guns. In the days that followed the raid, as the story was pieced together from 100 terrified accounts, the first and most obvious suspect was not a single man, but a ghost. It was the ghost of the Confederacy, a phantom born from the raw, unhealed wound of the Civil War. You see, this wasn't just a bank robbery. To many people, especially those with Southern sympathies, this was a calculated act of war, a personal vendetta waged against a symbol of Northern power and occupation. The motive was as clear as a mountain spring to anyone who had lived through the conflict. The Bank of Huntington was the financial heart of the C&O Railway, a Yankee enterprise carving up the ancient hills and imposing a new order on the land. To a man who had lost his home, his kin, and his cause fighting for the South, that bank wasn't just a building full of money. It was a monument to his defeat. Robbing it wasn't simple theft. It was a righteous blow against the conqueror, a desperate attempt to reclaim a sliver of lost honor and pride. Whispers quickly turned to the methods of the crime itself. The initial evidence was in the execution. The cool discipline, the expert horsemanship, the terrifying efficiency. This wasn't the work of common thieves or local hotheads. This was the cold arithmetic of combat, the tactics of seasoned cavalrymen who had learned their trade in the brutal guerrilla warfare of the border states. Locals who had fought in the war recognized the style immediately. It was the same ruthless precision used by the partisan Rangers who had terrorized Missouri and Kansas. It wasn't long before a name was put to this ghost: Jesse James. The name was already legend, spread by dime novels and sensationalist newspapers. He was cast as the avenging angel of the lost cause, a man who had never surrendered. His history as one of Quantrill's most fearsome raiders was well known. The story fit perfectly. The raid on Huntington was seen as a natural chapter in his ongoing war against the banks, railroads, and authorities that represented the Union. For many, the case was closed before it had even been properly opened. The perpetrators were the James Younger gang, and their motive was vengeance. But as the dust settled and the adrenaline faded, a more unsettling question began to snake its way through the back rooms and taverns of Huntington. Was it really that simple? The James Younger gang were ghosts from another world, strangers in this rugged Appalachian terrain. How did they know the exact day the C&O payroll would be in the bank? How did they navigate the town with such confidence? And more importantly, how did they know the perfect escape route? A direct line into the tangled wilderness of Wayne County, where a posse would be useless. The cold, horrifying answer began to form. They couldn't have known. Not on their own. Suspicion began to fall not on a man with a gun, but on a man with a pen, an insider, someone within the C&O Railway or even the Bank of Huntington itself. This suspect had no public feud or bloody history. He was a trusted face, perhaps a quiet clerk who saw the river of money flowing past his desk while his own share was but a trickle. Or maybe a telegraph operator, a man who translated the secret clicks and dashes that detailed the movement of fortunes he could never hope to possess. This man saw the wealth of the railroad barons firsthand and felt the bitter sting of his own small place in their grand design. His motive wasn't vengeance for a lost cause. It was the timeless, ugly engine of greed and resentment. He was a man who felt cheated by the very system he served. He saw the easy money waiting in the vault and saw the outlaws from Missouri as a tool, a violent key to unlock a future he felt he was owed. Providing them with a map, a schedule, and the layout of the bank would have been his ticket out of a life of quiet desperation. When re-examined through this lens, the outlaw's actions took on a darker shade. Jesse James's supposed inspection of the new vault wasn't just bravado. It was the remark of a man who had been told to expect it. The gang's immediate and unerring flight to the 9th Street Bridge was no longer a lucky guess, but the execution of a pre-planned route. This theory was terrifying because it meant the enemy wasn't just an external force that had stormed the town. It suggested that a Judas had been living among them all along, a man who had sold his neighbor's safety for a bag of stolen silver. The betrayal, hidden behind a trusted face, felt far more sinister than the open violence of the raid itself. There was, however, a third theory, one that was whispered in the boardrooms and telegraph offices far from the dusty streets of Huntington. This theory suggested the crime wasn't born of Southern pride or an insider's greed, but was a cold, calculated move in a much larger, more brutal war. It was a war fought not with cannons, but with contracts, spies, and when necessary, hired guns. This theory posited that the James Younger gang were not the masterminds, but merely the bloody instrument of a powerful external force. The target, in this version of events, wasn't just the money in the vault. The real target was Collis P. Huntington himself and his burgeoning C&O empire. In the cutthroat world of 19th century railroad expansion, rivals like the Baltimore and Ohio were locked in a ruthless struggle for territory and resources. Huntington's success as the C&O's western hub was a direct threat to their interests. What better way to cripple a competitor than to strike at his proudest achievement? A brazen, violent robbery would send a clear message. Huntington is not safe. The C&O cannot protect its own assets. Your investments, your payrolls, your very lives are at risk in this lawless Appalachian outpost. In this scenario, the James gang becomes a scalpel in the hands of a surgeon dressed in a three-piece suit. Someone with deep pockets and a complete lack of scruples could have easily sent a pathfinder like Bill Chadwell to Missouri with an offer, a handsome fee to sow chaos, plus whatever they could carry out of the bank. This would explain the gang's incredible gamble in traveling so far into unfamiliar territory. It wasn't a whim, it was a contract. They were mercenaries hired for an act of corporate terrorism. Looking back, some locals remembered unsettling signs in the months leading up to the raid. They recalled strangers in fine city clothes, men who didn't belong in the rough-and-tumble town, asking pointed questions about railroad shipping times, land values, and the bank's security. At the time, they were dismissed as investors or surveyors. But in the bloody aftermath, their presence took on a sinister new meaning. They were the scouts for an economic predator, the advance guard for an attack designed not just to empty a vault, but to shatter the confidence of an entire city and derail the ambitions of a railroad king. In the minutes after the gang thundered across the 9th Street Bridge, Huntington's shock curdled into pure, unadulterated rage. A posse, a mix of grim-faced lawmen and ordinary citizens turned avengers, plunged into the tangled wilderness of Wayne County. They were fueled by a righteous fury, certain that a swift and bloody justice could be found just around the next bend of the Guyandotte River. They followed the fresh tracks, believing the outlaws' brazenness was matched only by their foolishness for choosing such a difficult escape. Their greatest hope was the wounded rider, the one who had slumped in his saddle. A man that badly hurt couldn't go far, they reasoned. He would slow the others down, leave a trail. They scoured the forest floor for a speck of blood on a leaf, a hastily discarded bandage, any sign of a man faltering. But they found nothing. The tracks led them deeper into a labyrinth of creeks and hollows, a green, suffocating world that seemed designed to hide fugitives. The trail grew cold, the hoofprints scattered and vanished. It was as if the forest itself had conspired with the outlaws, swallowing them whole. Frustrated, the posse turned its attention to the theory of an insider. Suspicion fell on any known Southern sympathizers living in the rugged hills between Huntington and Kentucky. Men who had ridden with the Confederacy were rousted from their farms, their homes searched, their families questioned. But this tactic backfired spectacularly. They were met not with confessions, but with a wall of stony silence. These mountain folk, already distrustful of authority, closed ranks. Every question was answered with a shrug, a blank stare, or a muttered, "I saw nothing." Instead of uncovering a conspiracy, the posse only managed to sow deeper resentment, chasing shadows while the real culprits slipped further away. Days later, they straggled back into town, their horses lame and their spirits broken. They returned not with prisoners in tow, but with the bitter taste of failure in their mouths, their clothes torn by briars and their faces etched with exhaustion. The only proof the gang had ever been there was the body of Tom McDaniels, a silent, decomposing trophy that offered no answers. The initial blaze of heroic defiance had died down, leaving behind the cold embers of fear and the growing, terrible realization that the most dangerous men in America had come to their town, bled their streets, and simply vanished. The posse's failure in the hills of Wayne County was about more than just rough terrain. It was a collision with an invisible, impenetrable fortress. It was a confrontation with the ancient mountain code, an unwritten law far more powerful than any statute passed in a distant state capital. As the lawmen pushed deeper into the hollows, they found that people's eyes grew guarded and their doors closed a little tighter. Men who would normally share a story and a dipper of water suddenly had nothing to say. Women would call their children inside and the world would go quiet. This wasn't simple ignorance. It was a deliberate collective act of forgetting. To understand it, you have to understand the soul of Appalachia. This was a land settled by people who had come to escape authority, be it from kings across the ocean or tax collectors from the flatlands. Here, loyalty was not to a government, but to blood, to kin, and to your neighbor. You didn't talk to the law because the law had never done a thing for you, except maybe try to take your land or your moonshine. Justice was a private matter, handled with a handshake or, if necessary, a shotgun. The fear of retribution was a palpable thing, as thick as the morning fog in the valleys. Everyone knew what happened to those who talked. A fence might be cut in the dead of night, letting the livestock wander off. A prize hog might turn up sick. A barn, the very symbol of a family's livelihood, could go up in flames from a single well-placed lantern. These weren't idle threats. They were the grim language of mountain politics. Helping the law against men like the James Gang, men who, to some, were still seen as Confederate heroes, was seen as the ultimate betrayal. It was choosing the side of the outsider against your own, and so the wall of silence held firm. A farmer might have seen 8 riders pass his gate, their horses lathered and one man slumped low. A woman drawing water from her well might have heard the desperate gallop and seen them disappear up a hidden creek bed. But when the sheriff came asking, they saw nothing. They heard nothing. They knew nothing. Their silence was a shield, protecting them not only from the outlaws' revenge, but also from the intrusive world that lay beyond their ridgelines. The truth of the Huntington heist was lost somewhere in that silence, buried deep in the unmappable country of a community's fear. For years, the story of the Huntington heist remained frozen in time, a brutal but unresolved chapter in the town's history. The outlaws had vanished, the money was gone, and the wall of silence in the hills had proven unbreakable. The official investigation withered on the vine, leaving only folklore and speculation. But the truth, as it often does, was lying dormant, waiting for an accidental turn of a key. The turning point didn't come from a sheriff's investigation or a lucky posse, but from a place far away, a consequence of the gang's own arrogance. 1 year later, in September of 1876, the James Younger gang rode into Northfield, Minnesota, expecting another easy conquest. Instead, they rode into a buzzsaw. The townspeople fought back with a ferocity that dwarfed even Huntington's resistance. When the gun smoke cleared, Bill Chadwell and Clell Miller were dead in the street, and the younger brothers were captured, grievously wounded. The invincible aura of the gang was shattered forever. It was in the aftermath of this disaster that the forgotten clue from Huntington finally resurfaced, not as an object, but as a confession. Held in a Minnesota jail, facing a lifetime of hard labor, Cole Younger began to talk. He spoke of the gang's history, their motives, and their methods. When questioned about the audacious raid so far to the east, he confirmed the long-held suspicion. He admitted that the gang had indeed robbed the bank in Huntington, West Virginia. He spoke of the fierce street fight and the desperate flight into the mountains. Most importantly, he gave a name to the man who lay in a pauper's grave on the courthouse lawn, Tom McDaniels, a trusted member of their deadly fraternity. This confession was like a lightning strike in the dark. It traveled back to Huntington on telegraph wires, a voice from a Minnesota prison cell that finally broke the Appalachian silence. It wasn't a hidden map or a dusty journal. It was the unvarnished truth from the mouth of one of the perpetrators. It transformed the dead outlaw from a nameless stranger into a specific villain. It validated the stories of the townspeople who had fought back and confirmed that they had faced down the most legendary criminals of their age. The confession didn't recover the stolen money or reveal any local conspirators, but it provided something just as valuable: certainty. The ghost that had haunted Huntington for a year finally had a face. For a full year, the identity of the Huntington Raiders had been a ghost story, a legend told with a mix of fear and a strange, grudging respect. The name Jesse James was on everyone's lips, but it was a name spoken like a folktale character, a boogeyman from a distant land. There was no proof, only the chilling style of the crime and the whispers that followed. The town was left in a state of suspended animation, knowing they had been violated, but unable to officially point a finger at the specters who had ridden through their streets. The unmasking, when it came, was not a sudden discovery, but a cold, hard confirmation that the legend was terrifyingly real. The news from the Minnesota jailhouse swept through Huntington like a cleansing fire. Cole Younger's confession was the final, irrefutable piece of the puzzle. The ghosts were finally dragged from the realm of myth and into the harsh light of reality. They were not phantoms. They were men of flesh and blood, now with names that could be written in a ledger of crime. The dead outlaw on the courthouse lawn was no longer an anonymous casualty. He was Tom McDaniels. The wounded rider who vanished into the hills was, as many had suspected, Cole Younger himself. And the cold-eyed leaders who had calmly announced their intentions in the bank were none other than Jesse and Frank James. The full roster of the culprits was now known, a rogues gallery of the most wanted men in America. Jesse James, the charismatic leader, his brother Frank, the quiet killer, the formidable Cole Younger, the hardened veterans Clell Miller and Bill Chadwell, and the ill-fated Tom McDaniels. They were the core of the gang, a brotherhood forged in the guerrilla wars of Missouri, and they had brought their private war to the doorstep of Appalachia. And what was their definitive motive? Was it a noble act of Confederate defiance, as the dime novels claimed? Was it a complex plot of corporate sabotage? The confession, stripped of all romance, laid the truth bare. The motive was far more primal and far less glamorous. It was money. By 1875, the James Younger gang were no longer soldiers fighting a lost cause. They were professional thieves. Their past as Confederate partisans had given them their skills, their ruthlessness, and a convenient moral justification for their crimes. But their war was over. Their business had begun. The C&O payroll and the bank's deep vaults were simply the largest, most tempting prize they had heard of in years. The raid on Huntington was a strategic business decision. They were drawn east, not by ideology, but by the scent of a fortune. The polite manners, the supposed Robin Hood persona, it was all a carefully crafted myth, a public relations campaign for a gang of killers. The unmasking revealed that beneath the legend of the Southern Avenger was the cold, simple heart of a predator. Huntington was not a symbol to be defied. It was a treasure chest to be cracked open by any means necessary. The afternoon air inside the Bank of Huntington was thick with the lazy heat of late summer, smelling of paper and brass polish. That peace was shattered by the thud of heavy boots. As Robert Oney looked up, the world tilted. The man across the counter offered a $5 bill, but his eyes were cold, holding no warmth of commerce. As Oney's hand went to the cash drawer, the outlaw's hand went to his coat. There was a soft whisper of leather, and then the massive dark eye of a Colt revolver was staring at him. The hammer being cocked was the loudest sound Oney had ever heard, a metallic click that sealed the moment in time. A calm voice cut through the silence, and the world of order and ledgers was gone, replaced by the simple, brutal law of the gun. Oney and his son could only watch, frozen in a state of primal fear. The raiders moved with a terrifying grace, a ballet of plunder. They vaulted the teller's cage as if it were a pasture fence, their long coats flaring. There was no fumbling, no hesitation. Their hands, accustomed to reins and triggers, swept stacks of currency and coins into canvas sacks with a rustling, clinking sound that was a sickening parody of a normal bank transaction. One of them paused to look at the new vault, the town's pride, and spoke a few words of mock admiration before emptying its contents. It was a performance of absolute dominance, designed to break not just the bank's locks, but the spirit of the men inside. Outside, the street had become a vision of hell. The four mounted outlaws were orchestrating a symphony of terror. They galloped from one end of the block to the other, a whirlwind of dust and menace. The air cracked and popped with the constant discharge of their pistols. It wasn't aimed fire, it was auditory violence, a deafening declaration of ownership of the street. Windows on the second floor of the St. James Hotel shattered, the tinkling of glass lost in the unending roar. For the people of Huntington, peering from behind curtains and doorways, it was a waking nightmare. Their town was no longer theirs. It was a stage, and they were the terrified audience to a terrifying show. But the paralysis of fear can only last so long before it hardens into rage. The outlaws' barrage was suddenly answered. The sharp crack of a squirrel rifle from a hardware store doorway joined the deeper boom of the Colts. A window flew open above the dry goods store, the glint of a shotgun barrel appearing for a second. The symphony of terror became a discordant duel. The air, already thick with smoke, grew hazy, a rolling fog of battle that obscured figures and turned the street into a landscape of lethal guesswork. The hunters had, in a shocking turn, become the hunted. As the gang burst from the bank's doors, their bags heavy with loot, they ran headlong into this new reality of organized resistance. They were no longer performers on a stage, but soldiers caught in an ambush. In the chaotic scramble for their horses, amidst the rolling cloud of gunsmoke, one of the riders suddenly stiffened, a marionette whose strings had been cut. He pitched sideways from his saddle without a sound and fell, a dark, motionless shape against the bright dust of the street. His panicked horse, now riderless, bolted after the others. In that same hail of unseen lead, another rider lurched forward, grabbing the pommel of his saddle as if struck by a giant, invisible fist. His hat flew from his head, but his powerful frame clung to the horse, his body contorted in a silent struggle against an unseen force. He did not fall. The remaining outlaws dug their spurs into their mounts, their disciplined operation now a frantic, desperate flight. They thundered towards the 9th Street Bridge, a mad dash for the safety of the wilderness, leaving the echoes of their violence hanging in the air. When the last hoofbeat faded, a ringing silence descended upon the street. The smoke slowly drifted away on the afternoon breeze, revealing a scene of surreal stillness. Shattered glass glittered on the boardwalks, and there, in the middle of the street, lay the still form of Tom McDaniels, a final grim testament to the fact that on this day, the people of Huntington had fought back. In the aftermath of the raid, there was no grand trial in Huntington. There was no solemn judge, no jury of 12 peers, no eloquent lawyers arguing points of law. The only trial that ever mattered for the James Younger gang in West Virginia took place in a 90-second span of chaotic gunfire on 3rd Avenue. The jury was a hardware store owner with a rifle, a clerk with an old army pistol, and a dozen other anonymous citizens who decided that their town was worth defending. The verdict for Tom McDaniels was delivered not by a foreman, but from the barrel of a gun, a swift and final judgment that required no appeal. Instead of a courtroom, the town had the courthouse lawn. McDaniel's body was dragged there and put on display, becoming a gruesome pulpit from which the town preached a silent sermon of defiance. Crowds gathered to stare, their faces a mixture of grim satisfaction, morbid curiosity, and lingering fear. This was justice in its most raw and primal form, a public spectacle meant to reassure the community that an invader had been repelled and a price had been paid. A coroner's inquest was held, a brief formality that concluded, to no one's surprise, that the outlaw had died of justifiable homicide. He was then unceremoniously buried in a pauper's grave, his story in Huntington ending as it began, a nameless threat, now a nameless corpse. The real legal reckoning came a year later and hundreds of miles away in a Minnesota courthouse. It was there that the captured Younger brothers faced a formal system of justice. There was no defiance in their demeanor, only a stoic, weary acceptance of their fate. Cole Younger, in particular, was calm and cooperative, his confession providing the final, authoritative chapter to the Huntington raid. They pleaded guilty to their crimes in Minnesota to avoid the spectacle of a trial and the near certainty of a hangman's noose. They were sentenced to life in prison, a verdict that was celebrated in the North as a triumph of law and order. But for the people of Huntington, it was a distant echo, a hollow victory. The Youngers were being punished for Northfield, not for the terror they had inflicted upon West Virginia. The money stolen from their bank was never recovered, and the two men most responsible, Jesse and Frank James, remained free, ghosts in the wind who had escaped Appalachian justice entirely. And so, the final verdict for the Huntington heist was a deeply unsatisfying one: an empty chair at the defendant's table. Jesse James would eventually be killed by a traitor in his own gang, and Frank would surrender and, through legal maneuvering, walk away a free man. No member of the James Younger gang was ever convicted or even formally charged for the crime committed in Huntington. The town had won the battle in the street, but the masterminds of the war had gotten away clean. A bitter injustice that still lingers in the hills, a story of a crime that was punished but never truly prosecuted. The gunsmoke over Huntington eventually cleared, but the lives it touched were never the same. The raid was a flash of lightning that left a permanent afterimage burned into the soul of the town and its people. For Huntington itself, the brutal afternoon became a defining moment. It was a scar that, over time, became a badge of honor. The city was no longer just a proud boom town of the railroad. It was the town that had stood up to the James gang and drawn blood. The men who had grabbed their rifles and fought back became local legends, their stories told and retold until they became a part of the city's foundation myth, a testament to the fierce, self-reliant spirit of Appalachia. For Robert T. Oney, the cashier who stared down the barrel of that Colt revolver, life was cleaved in two: the quiet, orderly life before the raid and the rest of his days after. He had looked into the eyes of the most famous outlaws in America and survived. He carried that memory with him always, not as a source of fear, but as a quiet mark of resilience. He remained a respected figure in Huntington, a living link to that historic day, a man who had been at the very epicenter of the storm and had held his ground. But the fates of the outlaws were also irrevocably altered. You see, for the James Younger gang, the Huntington heist was a victory that planted the seeds of their destruction. It was here, in these Appalachian hills, that they first encountered a civilian population that was not easily cowed, one that would fight back with lethal fury. The death of Tom McDaniels and the serious wounding of Cole Younger were a shock to their system. They had won the money, but they had been blooded and forced into a desperate, humiliating retreat. It was a dress rehearsal for their own funeral. 1 year later, emboldened by their success but failing to heed its warning, they would face that same citizen rage in Northfield, Minnesota, a fight that would shatter the gang forever. The cloud of suspicion about an internal betrayal eventually faded, but it left a lingering chill. The raid forced the community to look at itself, to wonder about the loyalties of their neighbors in a way they never had before. It strained the delicate trust that holds a town together, a wound that healed slowly over time. The raid became a shared trauma, and in surviving it together, Huntington forged a stronger, harder identity. And what of the masterminds? The James brothers, who had escaped West Virginia's justice, could not outrun their own violent destiny. Jesse James, the charismatic leader, would be shot in the back of the head years later by a coward in his own gang, killed for a reward. Frank James, the quiet brother, would eventually surrender and, through a series of controversial trials, live out his days as a farmer and a reluctant celebrity, a ghost from a bygone era of American violence. Their lives, and the lives of everyone they touched that September day, were forever intertwined, bound together by the echoes of gunfire on a Huntington street. If you stand on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 9th Street in Huntington today, you won't see the bank that the James gang robbed. That building is long gone, replaced by the glass and steel of the modern city. But while the bricks have vanished, the story has soaked into the very ground beneath your feet. The memory of that day doesn't live in a monument. It lives in the whispers that still drift through the Appalachian air. This is a story that has become a permanent part of the region's folklore. Ask an old-timer about it, and their eyes will light up. They'll tell you the enduring legend of Cole Younger, wounded and barely clinging to his horse. The tale goes that he was secretly taken in by a Confederate sympathizing doctor deep in the hills of Wayne County, nursed back to health in a hidden cabin while the posse searched fruitlessly. There's no hard proof, of course, but in these mountains, a good story holds its own kind of truth, a truth about loyalty and the old codes that never really die. And then there's the gold. Like a promise whispered on the wind, the legend of buried treasure persists. For over a century, people have believed that in their frantic escape, the gang was forced to bury a portion of their heavy loot somewhere in the tangled wilderness between Huntington and the Kentucky border. Treasure hunters, armed with folk tales and a stubborn hope, still comb the creek beds and scour the hillsides, searching for Jesse James's Appalachian gold. The most tangible trace of that day is a void. Somewhere in Huntington, in an unmarked pauper's grave, lies the dust of Tom McDaniels, a permanent silent resident from Missouri. And the bridge they crossed is gone, replaced by a modern span of concrete. But the real echo through time isn't made of stone or bone. It's the hollows and creek beds of Wayne County, the very landscape of the escape. The city's memory may fade with each new generation, but the mountains themselves hold the story, etched into their ancient, silent faces. They remember the thunder of hooves, and they've kept the secret of that desperate ride ever since. We began this story with a question mark written in blood on a courthouse lawn. How did the most feared outlaws in America end up so far from home, leaving one of their own dead in a West Virginia street? We know the answer now. They were drawn here not by the ghosts of the Confederacy, but by the simple, powerful magnet of greed. They came for the C&O Railroad's gold, believing their own legend would be enough to paralyze a town with fear. They misjudged their target. They expected to find timid sheep, and instead found a den of wolves. But the true lesson of the Huntington heist is not about the audacity of the James gang. It is about the ferocious courage of ordinary people. This is a story of how a young Appalachian city, barely 4 years old, refused to play the part of the victim. It's a story that proves that history isn't just written by famous men with guns. It's forged in the split-second decisions of nameless citizens who decide that enough is enough. The iron will of the men and women who carved a life from these mountains proved to be a far more formidable weapon than any outlaw's revolver. So the next time you hear the romantic tales of Jesse James, the Robin Hood of Missouri, remember the truth of what happened here. Remember the hardware store owner with his rifle, the cashier who refused to break, and the town that bled but did not bow. This is a story of how character is revealed by chaos, and how a community's soul can be forged in the crucible of 90 seconds of gunfire. It's a testament to the enduring, unshakable spirit of these hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. I'm standing on a patch of grass just outside Marietta, Georgia. Today, it's nothing more than a roadside shoulder, where the sound of passing cars is the only thing that breaks the stillness. There's no monument here, no grand marker to tell you what happened. But this ground remembers. Over a century ago, in the pale light of a new day, this was a stage for a final, terrible act of what some called justice and others called murder. Right here, a man's life ended at the end of a rope, not by the hand of the state, but by the will of a disciplined, silent mob. The story of how he got here, dragged from a prison farm 100 miles away, is a dark journey into the heart of a city on edge, a courtroom ruled by fear, and a nation divided. Today, we're going to walk that path. We're going to sift through the ashes of a forgotten fire and listen to the whispers it left behind. Because the question isn't just what happened here, but why. And the answer is a story that Georgia and America has been trying to forget ever since. To understand the spark that lit that fire, we have to travel back away from that lonely patch of grass to the heart of Atlanta in 1913. This was the capital of the so-called New South, a city straining to build a future of smokestacks and industry on a foundation of Civil War ashes. Northern money was pouring in, and with it came Northern managers, bringing new ways that sat uneasily with the old. The air was thick with both coal smoke and resentment. It was a city holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Into this world walked two people, moving on a collision course they couldn't possibly see. The first was a girl named Mary Fagan. She was just 13 years old, a child who should have been in a schoolhouse or playing in a field. Instead, her family had been pushed by poverty from the quiet hills of Marietta into the city's grime, and she worked long, grinding hours at the National Pencil Company for 12 cents an hour. To the people of Atlanta, she was more than just a girl. She was a symbol of the innocent rural South they felt was being devoured by the machine of progress. The second was a man named Leo Frank. He was 29, the superintendent of that same pencil factory. And he was everything Mary Fagan was not. He was a northerner from Brooklyn, an engineer educated at Cornell University. He was Jewish in a world that was overwhelmingly and often fiercely Protestant. His speech was precise, his mannerisms different. He was the outsider, the face of the northern industrial power that gave girls like Mary a job, but at a cost that felt impossibly high. These two worlds met inside the brick walls of the National Pencil Company. Downstairs, the roar of machinery, the dust, and the sweat of hundreds of workers, many of them young girls from the countryside. Upstairs, the quiet order of the front office, a world of ledgers and calculations managed by Leo Frank. The two floors were separated by a staircase, but they might as well have been separated by an ocean of culture, class, and history. And the day it all came apart was no ordinary day. It was Saturday, April 26, 1913, Confederate Memorial Day. The streets of Atlanta were filled with parades, with the gray-haired veterans of a lost war marching under their faded battle flags. The city was wrapped in a defiant pride, a celebration of its past, even as it rushed toward a new future. It was on this day, with the echoes of old anthems in the air, that Mary Fagan made her way to the factory to collect her $1.20 pay from the man in the upstairs office. Him looking now at a digital copy of a photograph from the Georgia State Archives. The image is grainy, over a century old, but what it shows is chillingly clear. It's two small, crumpled pieces of paper covered in rough, almost childish pencil scrawls. These are the infamous murder notes found in the factory basement, just inches from Mary Fagan's head. They were the first and loudest voice to speak from that crime scene. Listen to what they say. The first one reads, "Ma'am, that Negro higher down here did this. I went to get water, and he pushed me down that hole, a long, tall Negro, black that who. It was long, slim, tall Negro, I write while play with me." The second is just as crude. He said he would love me and land down, play like the night witch did it, but that long, tall, black Negro did by hisself. On the surface, it's a deathbed accusation, a desperate attempt by a dying girl to name her attacker. But from the very beginning, these notes raised more questions than they answered. The police, the press, the public, they all looked at these words and saw a puzzle. The language was strange, the grammar almost nonsensical. Why would a killer, in the middle of such a brutal act, linger in the dark to carefully craft a frame-up? This wasn't just a clue, it was a performance, a piece of theater left on a dirt floor. These two scraps of paper were supposed to be a map pointing directly to the monster responsible. Instead, they became a labyrinth. The search for the hand that wrote these words would pull three men from the shadows, and in the fevered atmosphere of Atlanta, the city would have to decide which one of them was telling the truth and which one was the author of this vicious lie. The first man to be swallowed by the shadow of those notes was the night watchman, Newt Lee. Early the next morning, he made his rounds in the factory's silent, cavernous basement. His lantern cut a weak circle in the gloom, brushing over piles of coal dust and forgotten machine parts. He went to use the toilet, a crude setup in the back, and that's when his light fell upon it. A small body lying in the grime. He ran, terrified, and called the police. The discovery hit Atlanta like a lightning strike. The city's newspapers, locked in a bitter circulation war, descended on the story like vultures. They splashed lurid, sensational headlines across their front pages, painting a monstrous picture of the little factory girl's final moments. Public outrage was immediate, and it was white-hot. A villain was needed, and fast. The police, working under the immense pressure of that public fury, quickly rounded up their first suspects. There was Newt Lee, the man who found the body, the night witch seemingly named in the notes. There was Jim Conley, another black employee, a factory sweeper with a criminal record who was seen washing a stained shirt soon after the murder. And there was Leo Frank, the superintendent, the last person known to have seen Mary Fagan alive. His nervous, twitchy demeanor during questioning immediately put him on the police's radar. At first, suspicion swirled around all three, but those notes, they were the problem. They didn't feel right. To the detectives, and soon to the public, the idea that a black man would have the presence of mind to write such elaborate notes to frame another black man seemed unlikely. A new, more sinister theory began to take root in the city's mind, a theory whispered on street corners and then printed in the papers. What if the notes weren't a clumsy frame-up, but a brilliant one? What if they were a double bluff, written by an educated white man, trying to make it look like an uneducated black man had committed the crime? Suddenly, the net of suspicion began to tighten. The focus shifted away from the two black workers and toward the northern Jewish superintendent. The very things that made Leo Frank an outsider, his education, his precise way of speaking, now became evidence against him. He was the only one, they reasoned, clever enough to devise such a twisted scheme. The seeds of a narrative were being sown, one where the factory boss was not just a manager, but a monster in disguise. To find the next piece of this story, I didn't go to a crime scene or a graveyard. I went to a small, cluttered office at a local university, a room lined with books on Georgia history, each one a monument to a forgotten world. I met with a local historian, a man who has dedicated 40 years of his life to untangling the knots of the Leo Frank case. He didn't just study the documents, he'd spoken to the children and grandchildren of the people who were there, preserving the whispers that never made it into the official record. "You have to understand," he told me, his voice quiet but intense. "The trial of Leo Frank didn't really happen in that courtroom. It happened in print, for weeks beforehand, on the pages of a magazine called The Jeffersonian." He explained that its publisher, Tom Watson, was a titan of Georgia politics, a populist who spoke to the fears of the poor, rural whites who felt their world was being stolen from them by northern industrialists and city slickers. And in Leo Frank, Watson found the perfect villain. This historian showed me copies of those old papers, their pages yellow and brittle. The words printed on them were pure venom. They didn't just report on the case, they created a myth. Frank was painted as a monster, a lecherous Jew who preyed on the innocent Christian girls who worked for him. Rumors, many of them sourced from disgruntled former employees, were printed as fact. Stories of inappropriate behavior in his office, of a secret, depraved life, filled the columns, poisoning the minds of every potential juror in the state. He explained that this wasn't just about one man's crime. It was about all the simmering resentments of the New South boiling over. Frank was the symbol for everything the common man feared and hated. He was the northern boss, the wealthy intellectual, and the Jewish outsider. Tom Watson, with the power of his printing press, took these vague fears and gave them a face, a name, and a crime. The public wasn't just asked to believe Frank was a killer. They were taught to believe he was a demon, the embodiment of a corrupting evil that had invaded their land. As I left that office, I understood that the verdict wasn't decided by evidence. It was forged in the fire of this public hatred. The point of no return wasn't a single moment in a dark basement. It was a slow, deliberate campaign of character assassination that guaranteed Leo Frank would be a dead man long before he ever set foot in that courtroom. The air in the interrogation rooms of the Atlanta police station was stale with cigar smoke and frustration. For days, Jim Conley, the factory sweeper, had been a human puzzle the police couldn't solve. He'd given one rambling, contradictory statement after another. He couldn't read or write, he swore. Then, caught in a lie, he admitted he could. Each story he told was a dead end, and the investigators were ready to dismiss him as a chronic liar, a nobody caught in the blast radius of a bigger crime. But then, after nearly a week of relentless questioning, something shifted. Backed into a corner, his lies exhausted, Jim Conley didn't just confess to something, he offered the police a revelation. It was the story they and the city of Atlanta had been secretly hoping for. Yes, he admitted, he had written those murder notes, but he hadn't done it alone. He had written them at the direction and under the terrified orders of his boss, Leo Frank. Suddenly, the investigators leaned in. The frustrated scribbling stopped, and Conley, seeing he finally had their full attention, began to perform. He spun a tale that was both gruesome and cinematic. He claimed he was standing watch for Frank that Saturday afternoon, while Frank took Mary Fagan into his private office. He told them he heard a scream. A few minutes later, he said, a trembling Frank called him in and showed him the girl's lifeless body on the floor. In Conley's telling, Frank was a panicked, sweating mess, confessing the murder and begging for help. He claimed Frank dictated the notes to him, word for word, and then ordered him to help carry the body down the ladder to the basement, a detail later changed to a rickety elevator when the ladder proved impossible. He described the journey into the dark, the body slung over Frank's shoulder, and the final act of leaving the girl's body and the incriminating notes in the filth and coal dust. It was a story filled with holes, a narrative that would change and warp with each retelling. But it didn't matter. It was perfect. It had the villain the newspapers had already created, the cold, calculating Jewish mastermind. And it had the simple-minded accomplice, a black man too scared and too weak to do anything but follow orders. For the prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, this was more than a breakthrough. It was a gift. He now had his star witness. From that moment on, the search for other truths ended. The investigation snapped shut like a steel trap around a single narrative. The path was now set in stone, leading from that interrogation room directly to a courthouse, a jury, and a hangman's noose. There would be no turning back. The machinery of justice now had its fuel, and it was roaring toward a single, preordained destination. I'm standing in downtown Atlanta now, at the corner of Forsyth and Marietta Street. It's a place of steel and glass, of corporate towers that scrape the sky. Businessmen and women with briefcases and coffee cups hurry past, their footsteps echoing on polished stone plazas. You won't find the National Pencil Company here anymore. There's no plaque, no historical marker, not even a trace of the old brick and mortar. The city has paved over its memory, burying the scene of the crime under the foundations of a new, gleaming skyline. But this is the place, right here, where this glass atrium catches the afternoon sun, once stood a 4-story brick factory, its windows clouded with a fine grey dust from the graphite within. It was a place of noise and labor, filled with the roar of machinery and the shouts of children earning a few cents an hour. And it was a building of stark contrasts. The loud, chaotic factory floors, the quiet, orderly superintendent's office on the 2nd story, and down below, a basement that was little more than a dirt-floored cave, dark, damp, and forgotten. This modern plaza is a scar, a smooth, clean surface, hiding a wound that never truly healed. Because we know what this ground was used for. We can trace the path, in our minds, from that 2nd-floor office, down the narrow, creaking staircase, to the absolute darkness of the cellar. This is the geography of the crime. And while the building is gone, the story remains, clinging to this very spot like a ghost. Right here, beneath all this progress, in the silence of a holiday afternoon, the machinery of industry stopped, and a far more brutal machine took over. If you believe the story told in that courtroom, the story that sealed Leo Frank's fate, then this is how the world ended for Mary Fagan. The great machines of the National Pencil Company were silent for the holiday. The only sounds in the cavernous building were the ticking of a clock in the office and the distant pop of celebratory firecrackers in the streets below. Sunlight, thick with floating dust, cut sharp angles through the tall, grimy windows of the second floor. It was in this strange, industrial quiet that the 13-year-old girl walked into her superintendent's office to collect her pay. The exchange, by all accounts, was brief. Leo Frank sat at his desk, a man of ledgers and figures. Mary stood before him, a child of the factory floor. He handed her the small pay envelope containing her $1.20. It was a transaction that had happened 100 times before in this office with 100 other girls, a routine moment. She would have turned to leave, her hand clutching the money, her mind already on the parade, the sunlight, the rest of her day. And then, according to the state of Georgia, the silence was broken. Not by a long, drawn-out struggle, but by a single, sharp sound. A cry, cut short. The sudden, ugly noise of a body striking wood, and then the floor. It was a sound that lasted only a second, but it was enough to shatter the afternoon. It was the sound of a line being crossed, of a life being erased in a flicker of brutal, incomprehensible violence. What followed was a terrible stillness. The dust motes continued their slow, silent dance in the sunbeams, but now they settled on a scene of irreversible horror. An overturned chair, a few scattered papers, and on the floor, near the leg of a heavy oak desk, a small pay envelope, its contents still neatly folded inside. The clock on the wall kept ticking, measuring out the seconds of a new, ghastly reality. The world outside, full of music and celebration, had no idea that in this quiet room, a tomb had just been created. This is the moment, Jim Conley swore, that he was called into the office. He claimed he saw a man not of cold, calculating evil, but of pure, animal panic. A man whose carefully constructed world had just been obliterated by his own hands. In the frantic, hushed whispers of that office, a desperate plan was born. The evidence had to be hidden. The body had to vanish. The target was the basement, a place no one ever went, a dark, forgotten hole at the bottom of the world. The journey down was a clumsy, scraping nightmare. The state claimed they used the narrow, hand-pulled elevator, a rickety cage barely large enough for one man, let alone two men and their terrible burden. The descent into the darkness was slow, the ropes groaning under the unfamiliar weight. They reached the bottom with a dull thud. The basement was pitch black, a cellar of damp earth and coal dust, where the only light came from a few frantic, flickering matches. There, in the oppressive dark, the final act was staged. The little body was left in a corner, amidst the filth. By the trembling light of a match, Conley said he scrawled out the clumsy, accusatory notes, the pencil scratching against the paper. The words were meant to be a false trail, a clever misdirection. But they were more than that. They were the final, grotesque punctuation mark on the crime, a calculated lie left beside an unspeakable truth. Then, the match was extinguished, and two figures retreated into the gloom, leaving the basement to its profound and terrible silence. In a quiet room in the state archives, the entire tragedy is flattened, pressed, and bound into thousands of pages of brittle, yellowing paper. This is the official story, the one told in the language of law and procedure. Him looking at the trial transcript, a document thicker than a family Bible, and it feels like reading a ghost story. All the heat, the rage, and the terror of 1913 has been boiled down to a sterile series of questions and answers printed in neat black ink. You can read the coroner's report. It's a clinical inventory of a nightmare. It lists the cause of death as strangulation by ligature and notes the various wounds to the victim's body. The language is precise, medical, and utterly devoid of emotion. It reduces Mary Fagan to a collection of physical facts, a piece of evidence to be catalogued. It tells you how she died, but it cannot begin to tell you what it means for a child to be erased from the world in such a way. Then you turn to the testimony of Jim Conley. On the printed page, his story is a mess. It's a swamp of contradictions. The timeline he gives for the afternoon of the murder shifts and buckles under the slightest pressure. Key details of his story changed multiple times during his interrogations. Reading it now, in the silence of this archive, it seems almost impossible that a jury could have believed it. But this transcript, this cold collection of words, is a liar. It's a liar because it's incomplete. It cannot capture the sweat dripping from the jurors' faces in that sweltering, unair-conditioned courtroom. It cannot make you hear the roar of the mob in the streets outside, chanting for a hanging. And most importantly, it cannot show you the electrifying, charismatic performance that Jim Conley delivered on the witness stand. The jury wasn't reading a document. They were witnessing a confession, and to them, it felt like the raw, unvarnished truth. This is the great paradox of the official record. It preserves the facts, but loses the feeling. The words on these pages are the bones of the story, but the soul of it, the fever that gripped Atlanta and condemned Leo Frank, lived and died in the air of that courtroom. And that fever was about to be given the full force of the law. The trial of Leo Frank began in the suffocating heat of a Georgia July. But the real trial, the one that truly mattered, was happening on the streets outside. Every morning, the jury had to push its way through a massive, hostile crowd that thronged the courthouse square. The air was thick with sweat, tobacco smoke, and a low, guttural anger. The mob wasn't there to watch justice unfold. They were there to demand it on their terms. As the jurors passed, they were met with a chilling chant, a promise and a threat. "Hang the Jew, or we'll hang you." Inside, the courtroom was a pressure cooker. The prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, a man with his eyes on the governor's mansion, put on a masterclass of theatrical outrage. His case rested almost entirely on the shoulders of one man, Jim Conley. For 3 days, Conley sat on the witness stand, and under Dorsey's careful guidance, he gave the performance of a lifetime. He was by turns frightened, remorseful, and defiant. He acted out the murder, mimicking Frank's voice, describing the girl's final moments in lurid, horrifying detail. The defense attorneys hammered at his inconsistencies, but it was like trying to punch smoke. Conley stuck to the core of his story, and the jury was mesmerized. When it was Leo Frank's turn, his lawyers, fearing the cross-examination would play into the public's perception of him as a smug intellectual, advised him to make an unsworn statement. For over 3 hours, he stood before the court and spoke. He calmly, logically, and methodically dissected the state's case, proclaiming his innocence. But in that superheated atmosphere of emotion and prejudice, his calm came across as coldness. His logic felt like arrogance. He was speaking the language of a Cornell classroom to a jury that was fluent in the language of the mob outside. He was trying to solve a math problem while the room was on fire. The jury was out for less than 4 hours. The members could hear the crowd roaring outside, a constant, menacing reminder of the city's will. When they returned, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. Guilty. The sentence, death by hanging. The moment the word was spoken, the city of Atlanta exploded, not in relief, but in wild, triumphant celebration. Justice had been done. The law had bent to the will of the people, and Hugh Dorsey had secured his political future on the life of Leo Frank. Walking through Oakland Cemetery in Atlanta now. It's one of the city's oldest, a sprawling city of the dead, where stone angels weep over the graves of Confederate generals and forgotten pioneers. This is where Mary Fagan was laid to rest. Her grave is easy to find. It's a site of pilgrimage, marked by a handsome stone, etched with a poem calling her a little factory girl whose innocence and faith were her shield and buckler. Flowers are often left here, even now, a century later. She remains a symbol, frozen in time as the eternal victim. To find Leo Frank's final resting place, you have to travel 1,000 miles north to Mount Carmel Cemetery in Queens, New York. His body was brought home, back to the Brooklyn he left behind. His grave is marked by a simple, dignified stone bearing his name, his dates, and the words, "Truth shall spring out of the earth." Unlike Mary's grave, his is a quiet place, far from the land that condemned him. It's a stone of exile. And what of the others? Hugh Dorsey, the prosecutor, rode the fame of the trial all the way to the governor's mansion, just as he'd planned. He is buried here in Atlanta as well, remembered as a statesman. Jim Conley, the star witness, served just 1 year in jail for his role as an accessory. He faded back into the obscurity from which he came, dying of drink and disease decades later, buried in an unmarked pauper's grave. But the most tragic figure in this story of endings might be Governor John Slayton. He's buried here in Oakland Cemetery too, under a grand monument befitting a man of his stature. The stone speaks of his service, his honor, but it doesn't tell the full story. It doesn't mention that for one act of incredible moral courage, commuting Leo Frank's sentence because he believed him to be innocent, his political career was annihilated, and he and his wife had to flee their home state under the threat of death. He now lies just a short walk from the girl at the center of the storm. Enemies and saviors, victims and villains, all of them neighbors now, equals under the silent, watchful gaze of the Georgia pines. The guilty verdict was not an end. It was the beginning of a new war, a 2-year struggle fought in the highest courts of the land. The case of Leo Frank became a national scandal, a raw nerve that exposed the deep divisions between the industrial North and the defiant South. Money poured in from Jewish communities across the country to fund Frank's appeals, a fact that Tom Watson's newspapers used as proof of a vast conspiracy to subvert Georgia justice. With every failed appeal, the public's rage grew hotter, more impatient. The final battlefield was not a courtroom, but the conscience of one man, Georgia's outgoing governor, John Slayton. Slayton was a popular, respected politician at the peak of his power. All he had to do was sign a piece of paper, let the execution proceed, and his future was secure. But he couldn't. He waded through a sea of paper, the 10,000 pages of the trial record, and the inconsistencies of Jim Conley's story screamed at him from every page. He even went to the factory himself and concluded that Conley's story of moving the body was physically impossible. On June 21, 1915, just days before his term ended, Governor Slayton made a choice that would define him forever. He chose his conscience over his career. Citing his grave doubts, he commuted Leo Frank's death sentence to life in prison. He knew what was coming when he said, "I can endure the rabble's fury, but I cannot endure the death of my own conscience." He had committed political suicide to save his own soul. The rabble's fury was instantaneous. An enraged mob of thousands swarmed his mansion, forcing Slayton to declare martial law. The state's highest office became a gilded cage. He and his wife were prisoners, eventually smuggled out of Georgia under armed guard. His political career, once so bright, had been turned to ash. For his own safety, Leo Frank was taken from Atlanta in the dead of night and moved to the remote Milledgeville State Prison farm. But the shadow of the verdict followed him. Soon after arriving, another inmate, a convicted murderer, slashed Frank's throat with a butcher knife, nearly killing him. He survived that attack, but it was a clear message. The state could not protect him. And in Marietta, Mary Fagan's hometown, a group of men decided that if the state would not deliver the justice they demanded, they would deliver it themselves. This was no disorganized rabble. This was a disciplined conspiracy of vengeance, organized by some of the most powerful men in Georgia, lawyers, judges, businessmen, and politicians. They called themselves the Knights of Mary Fagan, and they began to draw up a plan, a military-style operation to finish the job the governor had interrupted. The hanging of Leo Frank on that August morning didn't end the story. It broke it in two, and for over a century those two broken halves have been at war. The event didn't create closure. It created a schism in the memory of Georgia, a wound that to this day has never properly healed. The conflict is no longer about one man's guilt or innocence, but about which version of the past we choose to believe. For a long time, and even now in the quiet corners of this state, one version of the story was held as gospel. It's the story of a community's righteous anger, of good men forced to do a terrible thing because the system had failed them. In this telling, the men who drove to Milledgeville weren't a lynch mob. They were the final jury, delivering a verdict a corrupt, city-slicker governor had tried to steal. To them, Mary Fagan is the only victim that matters, and Leo Frank got the justice he deserved, just a little later than scheduled. It's a legacy of local honor, a grim fairy tale about protecting one's own. But then there is the other legacy, the one pieced together from the flawed trial transcripts, from the tireless work of investigators decades later, and from the gnawing conscience of the state itself. This is the story of a perfect storm of prejudice, where anti-Semitism, class warfare, and tabloid journalism converged on one man, an outsider who was the perfect scapegoat. It views Leo Frank not as a monster, but as a martyr, and the Knights of Mary Fagan not as patriots, but as a well-organized death squad whose members included the community's most powerful men. These two stories cannot both be true. Leo Frank cannot be both a depraved killer and an innocent victim. The lynching cannot be both an act of popular justice and a calculated act of murder. And so, the legacy of this case becomes a choice, and that choice often depends on who you ask and where you ask them. Do you trust the story whispered from one generation to the next, a story of local pride and swift retribution? Or do you trust the story pieced together from dusty archives and a deathbed confession, a story of a horrific, unforgivable mistake? The truth of what happened that day in Frey's Gin has been buried under a century of argument and anger. The case became a mirror, and what different people see in it has always said more about them than it does about Leo Frank. In the mountains and hollows of the South, the ugliest truths don't just get written down in books, they get sung. Before the ink was even dry on the newspapers, the tragedy of Mary Fagan had been smoothed into the verses of a folk ballad. The Ballad of Mary Fagan was soon played on fiddles and sung on front porches from Georgia to Tennessee. The song was simple, heartbreaking, and brutally effective. It told the story of a little girl, an angel of innocence, who went to the city and was murdered by a monster. There was no room for doubt or ambiguity in its verses. For generations of people who never read a single page of the trial transcript, this song was the truth. History had dissolved, and a legend as powerful and unshakable as a hymn had taken its place. But the story of Leo Frank didn't just curdle into a sad song, it mutated into something far more organized and far more dangerous. The disciplined, successful lynching by the Knights of Mary Fagan was seen by some not as a crime, but as an inspiration. 3 months later, on Thanksgiving night of 1915, a man named William J. Simmons took 15 followers to the top of Stone Mountain, a massive granite dome just outside Atlanta. There, under the cold stars, they lit a towering wooden cross, its fiery arms visible for miles around. This ceremony marked the official rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan. The story of Leo Frank was its founding myth, its genesis story. The Klan of the 1920s was no longer just an anti-black organization. It was now virulently anti-Jewish, anti-Catholic, and anti-immigrant. The tale of the innocent Christian girl murdered by the lecherous Jew boss became their single most powerful recruiting tool. The story was no longer a story, it was a weapon. The legend, born from the death of one girl and one man, would now be used to ignite a fire of hatred that would spread across the entire nation, casting a long, dark shadow that would take decades to fade. And so, here we are again, back where we started, on this quiet roadside shoulder just outside Marietta. The cars still rush past, their drivers oblivious, their tires humming on the asphalt. A century ago, the only sound here was the creak of a rope and the collective held breath of a crowd that had gathered to watch a man die. After our journey, this place looks different. It's no longer just a patch of anonymous ground. It's a wound in the earth, a final destination. We can almost see them now, the silent convoy of cars arriving in the pre-dawn light, the grim-faced men, the terrified figure pulled from the back seat. We have followed the whispers from this spot all the way back to their source. A dusty factory floor, a sweltering courtroom, a governor's mansion under siege. We've seen how a city's simmering anxieties about the future could be focused into a burning hatred for one man. We've seen how the power of a printing press could convict a man in the public mind long before a jury ever heard his name. And we've seen how a group of powerful men, convinced of their own righteousness, could take the law into their own hands and call it justice. This story serves as a chilling reminder. It shows us how fragile truth can be in the face of a story people want to believe. It took 70 years for a deathbed confession to surface, for a man named Alonzo Mann to finally break his silence. And it took even longer for the state of Georgia to issue a pardon, not for innocence, but for its own failure to protect a prisoner from the mob. A piece of paper issued decades too late to correct a wrong that could never be undone. So the next time you pass a forgotten spot on a lonely road, a place with no marker to tell its tale, listen. Listen for the echoes, because the oak tree they used is long gone, cut down by souvenir hunters and time. The factory has been demolished, replaced by the monuments of a new century. The people are all gone, turned to dust and memory. But the story remains. In the mountains of Harlan County, Kentucky, there came a time when the law was not your friend. It was a hired gun, a time when a union card was a death warrant, and children learned to sleep on the floor to dodge the bullets fired through their bedroom walls in the dead of night. The outside world called it a labor dispute, but for the people living it, it was a war. A war so brutal that its anthem was not just a song, but a desperate question. Which side are you on? Today, we descend into the darkness of bloody Harlan to tell the story of the decade-long battle that forced every man, woman, and child to choose. To understand the war, you first have to understand the world that was lost, and the men who were pushed until they had nothing left to lose. Before the bullets flew, there was the quiet desperation of the company town. Imagine a world sealed off by ancient mountains, a place where the coal company wasn't just your employer, it was your landlord, your grocer, your government, and your God. You lived in a company house, a flimsy shack perched on a hillside, often without running water, that could be taken from you at a moment's notice. Your children were born with company doctors, and you bought their food at the company store. But you didn't use real money. You used scrip, a private currency that was worthless anywhere else, and the prices were always inflated. This was a system designed for debt, a set of invisible chains that tethered you and your family to the mine. Every day you went deeper into the hole, both literally and financially. Your life, from cradle to grave, was mortgaged to King Coal, and the work itself was a daily descent into hell. Deep beneath the beautiful green hills, men crawled on their bellies in the dark, breathing in the fine black dust that would one day choke the life from their lungs. They gambled every shift against the black damp, a pocket of unbreathable gas that could suffocate you in an instant, or the ever-present threat of a roof collapse that could bury you alive. For clawing the wealth of the nation from the earth's guts, they were paid pennies. These weren't just workers. They were fathers, husbands, and sons. They were proud mountain folk whose families had lived on this land for generations. Their dreams were simple: a small plot of land to call their own, shoes for their children, and the dignity of a fair day's pay for a deadly day's work. They were men who understood hardship, who accepted the risks of the mine as a fact of life. They were patient, they were resilient, and they were quiet. But then the Great Depression hit, and the coal operators in Harlan, in a final act of desperation and greed, slashed the miners' wages to a level that was no longer survivable. It was the final turn of the screw on a people already pressed to their limits. This wasn't just an insult, it was a death sentence delivered by starvation. And in that moment, the quiet patience that had defined these men for generations began to curdle into a cold, hard rage. The mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the spark that would ignite the powder keg. By the spring of 1931, the whispers had turned into a low growl that echoed through the hollows. The United Mine Workers had arrived, and with them, a flicker of hope that terrified the coal operators. For every man who signed a union card, a family was thrown out of their home. For every secret meeting, a union man was beaten on a dark road. The law, in the form of Sheriff J.H. Blair and his army of deputized thugs, was no longer a shield for the people. It was a hammer for the companies. The crime scene wasn't a single place. The entire county was becoming one, primed for an explosion. That explosion came on May the 5th in a narrow pass near the town of Evarts. The scene itself was deceptively peaceful. A dusty road winding between two steep, wooded hillsides, a natural choke point. On any other day, it was a place of quiet Appalachian beauty. But on this day, the trees weren't just trees, they were hiding places. The silence wasn't peace, it was the tense, held breath before a storm. On those hillsides, miners lay waiting, their squirrel rifles and old shotguns clutched in their hands. They were men who had been hunted, and now they had become the hunters. When the shooting finally stopped, a new kind of silence fell over the pass, a heavy, ringing silence punctuated by the groans of the wounded. The scene left for the authorities was one of utter chaos. 3 company cars, riddled with bullet holes, sat stalled on the road. The dust was littered with a confusing mix of shell casings, the heavy brass of the deputies' machine guns, and the simple spent shells from the miners' hunting rifles. Blood stained the dirt road, a testament to the ferocity of the 15-minute battle. The immediate evidence told a terrifying story, but offered no easy answers. 3 deputies and 1 miner were dead. The official report would call it a cold-blooded ambush, an act of insurrection by lawless miners. But the miners would whisper a different tale, one of self-defense, of a motorcade of gun thugs on their way to shoot up another picket line, of a people who finally decided to shoot back. The tracks leading away from the road vanished into the dense woods, swallowed by a wilderness that knew how to keep its secrets. The Battle of Evarts left behind more than bodies and brass. It left behind a bone-chilling question that hung in the smoke-filled air. This wasn't a simple murder. This was an organized, armed uprising. Who had planned it? Who gave the order to fire? The scene spoke of desperation and rage, but the wilderness offered no confessions. It only confirmed a terrible new reality. The war in Harlan County had gone hot, and the mountains themselves had become the first and most mysterious witness to the bloodshed. In the chaotic hours after the Battle of Evarts, as the bodies of the deputies were carried out of the pass, Sheriff J.H. Blair didn't need a detective to find his prime suspects. He already had his culprits. For months, a clear and public enemy had been challenging his authority and the absolute power of the coal operators. The finger of blame pointed squarely, and without a moment's hesitation, at the organizers of the United Mine Workers of America. These were the men who had come into his county preaching a gospel of discontent. They were, in the eyes of the establishment, outside agitators with foreign ideas about collective bargaining and workers' rights. They held secret meetings in darkened schoolhouses and on remote hillsides, whispering promises of a better life into the ears of desperate men. They were the ones who had lit the fuse of rebellion, and in the minds of the company men, the explosion at Evarts was the inevitable result. Their motive seemed undeniable. For weeks, Blair's deputies had been systematically breaking the strike, beating organizers and evicting families with brutal efficiency. The Union was losing. The ambush at Evarts wasn't just a random act of violence, it was a calculated message, a bloody declaration that the UMWA would not be crushed without a fight. It was a violent attempt to seize control of the county and to terrorize the law-abiding citizens and workers who had refused to join their cause. This wasn't a mystery. It was an open war, and the Union had just fired its deadliest shot. The evidence, as far as the law in Harlan was concerned, was self-evident. Every man on that hillside was either a Union member or a sympathizer. The Union had been advocating for resistance, and now resistance had turned deadly. Whispers immediately became official reports. Names of known Union leaders and the most outspoken miners were put on arrest warrants. The narrative was simple and powerful. The Union came, and then there was violence. Therefore, the Union was to blame. For Sheriff Blair, the case was already open and shut, and the manhunt for the Union men began immediately. But while Sheriff Blair's fury was aimed squarely at the Union men on the hills, a colder, more complicated suspicion began to take root behind the closed doors of the Coal Operators Association. The ambush at Evarts had been too perfect, too precise. The miners were desperate, yes, but this level of coordination suggested something more than just spontaneous rage. It suggested information. It suggested a leak, and a leak could only come from the inside. Suspicion, like a mountain mist, began to curl around the figures who stood between the two warring camps, the mine foreman and the company guards who had been deputized by Blair. These were men who came from mining families themselves, who spoke the same language and understood the grievances of the men in the pits, yet they drew their paychecks directly from the operators. They were trusted by both sides, and therefore trusted by neither. Could one of these men, a man who walked the line between loyalty and blood, have been the true architect of the massacre? The motive wouldn't have been a simple cry for workers' rights. It would have been something far more personal and venomous. Imagine a foreman whose father had been killed in a roof collapse years earlier, a death ruled an accident, but always whispered to have been caused by company negligence. He had risen through the ranks, his loyalty a perfect mask for a patient, simmering hatred. For a man like that, the Union wasn't a cause, it was a weapon. Looking back, the signs were there. One particular foreman, known for his harsh discipline, had been conspicuously absent from the convoy that day, claiming a sudden illness. In the aftermath, his grief seemed hollow, his questions to the other deputies sharp, not with sorrow, but with the careful precision of a man confirming the details of a plan gone right. He knew the convoy's route, their departure time, and their numbers. A single, anonymous tip to a Union contact was all it would have taken to turn that dusty road into a killing field, sacrificing a few of Blair's thugs to ignite a war that could burn his true enemies to the ground. The thought was chilling, that the Battle of Evarts wasn't an act of rebellion, but a calculated act of revenge, orchestrated by a traitor who wore the company's own badge. But there was a third shadow that fell across the mountains, one that terrified the Union and the operators alike. This wasn't a local feud. The Great Depression had set the entire nation on edge, and whispers of revolution were drifting out of the cities and into the forgotten hollows of Appalachia. This third suspect wasn't a man, but an idea, a radical, violent ideology that saw the struggle in Harlan not as a labor dispute, but as the first battleground in a new American Civil War. Agents of more extreme movements, men who found the United Mine Workers too tame, began to slip into the county. They weren't miners. They were professional organizers, hardened veterans of bloodier conflicts in other parts of the country. They spoke not of contracts and wage increases, but of seizing the mines and overthrowing the system entirely. They saw the miners' desperation not as a problem to be solved, but as fuel for a much larger fire. Their motive was pure and terrifyingly impersonal: chaos. For them, a negotiated peace was a failure. They needed martyrs. They needed headlines. They needed a war. The Battle of Evarts, with its shocking death toll, was a perfect victory in their eyes. It escalated the conflict beyond the point of no return, forcing the hand of both the Union and the state. It transformed a local strike into a national symbol of class warfare. Their presence was felt not in public speeches, but in the shadows. Strange pamphlets would appear in the mining camps overnight, calling for armed resistance. Seasoned men with city accents were seen in hushed conversations with the most desperate and angry of the young miners, teaching them not how to picket, but how to build a barricade, how to choose a location for an ambush. They were ghosts in the machine, whispering poison into the ears of men who were already half-mad with hunger and injustice. For these outsiders, the dead at Evarts were not a tragedy. They were a necessary sacrifice to ignite the revolution they craved. In the wake of the Battle of Evarts, Sheriff Blair's investigation was not a search for truth. It was a hunt for vengeance. He unleashed his army of deputies with a single simple objective: round up every known Union man and sympathizer. Warrants were issued for dozens of miners, but this wasn't a process of careful arrests. It was a brutal sweep. Doors were kicked in at midnight. Men were dragged from their beds in front of their screaming wives and children, their faces already bloodied by the time they were thrown into the back of a truck. But the mountains, which had served as a fortress for the coal operators, now became a sanctuary for the miners. The deputies, many of them outsiders themselves, were clumsy and loud in this terrain. They knew the roads, but the miners knew the land. Men vanished into the deep woods and winding hollows, swallowed whole by a wilderness that was loyal to its own. Posses would track a man for days, following a clear trail to the mouth of an abandoned mine or a remote cabin, only to find the trail had gone cold, as if the man they were chasing had simply turned to mist and drifted away on the wind. The few men they did manage to capture offered no clear answers. Under the brutal persuasion of a deputy's blackjack, stories changed and collapsed. Some men, desperate to stop the beating, would name anyone, spinning wild tales of a grand Union conspiracy led by organizers who were already long gone, having fled the state. Others, defiant to the end, would say nothing at all. The evidence Blair presented to the prosecutors was a tangled mess of coerced confessions and contradictory testimonies. The promise of a swift, clean conviction for the murder of his deputies evaporated into a fog of confusion and lies. The investigation was hitting a wall, and Blair's frustration festered into a more indiscriminate cruelty. Unable to catch the supposed ringleaders, his deputies turned their rage on the community at large. They would stop cars on lonely roads, not to ask questions, but to deliver beatings. They prowled the edges of the mining camps, their presence a constant, suffocating threat. The initial assumption that a few Union leaders were responsible was proving impossible to prove. The hunt for a specific culprit devolved into a general war on the mining population, and with every failed raid and fruitless interrogation, the fear in Harlan County grew deeper, and the truth buried itself a little further in the dark, silent earth. As Sheriff Blair's hunt intensified, his deputies slammed into a wall. It wasn't made of stone or wood, but of something far stronger, the absolute, unyielding silence of the mountain people. The louder the deputies shouted, the deeper the silence became. Questions were met with blank stares. Threats were answered with a shrug. Men who had worked side by side their whole lives, who knew every secret in the holler, suddenly saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing. An invisible pact of silence, an omerta of the coalfields, had descended upon Harlan County. This silence was not born of ignorance, but of a cold, calculated understanding of survival. To speak to Sheriff Blair's men was not to help the cause of justice. It was to paint a target on your own front door. Everyone knew the price of talking. It meant a visit in the dead of night, the sound of heavy boots on your porch, a beating that left you unable to work for a week. It meant your wife and children being terrorized by gun thugs who would shine their headlights into your windows just to let you know they were watching. But the silence was also a matter of profound loyalty. In these isolated communities, blood and neighborly bonds were the only true law. The men on that hillside at Evarts were not abstract criminals. They were your cousin, your brother-in-law, the man who helped you rebuild your fence last spring. To turn against them was to turn against your own kin, to betray the only social fabric you had. The law of J.H. Blair was temporary and corrupt, but the judgment of your neighbors was forever. You would starve before you became a snitch. The psychological toll was immense, especially for those who might have been tempted to speak. Old man Hemphill, who lived on the road to Evarts, made the mistake of telling the postman he'd seen a car he didn't recognize parked near the pass the day before the shooting. It was an innocent remark, nothing more. A week later, he woke to find his family's milk cow, their only source of extra income, lying dead in his field with its throat cut. No one had to say a word. The message was understood by everyone in a 50-mile radius. After that, no one dared to even whisper about what they might have seen. The mountains had closed ranks, and the truth of what happened at Evarts was locked behind a wall of fear that no amount of force could ever break down. For years, the war in Harlan was a grinding stalemate of terror and endurance. The seasons changed, but the fear did not. The truth of the Battle of Evarts and the countless ambushes that followed seemed destined to be buried forever, lost to the wall of silence and the corruption of the law. The turning point, when it finally came, wasn't a dusty clue found in an old cabin or a deathbed confession whispered in the dark. It came from the outside world, in the form of men who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. In the mid-1930s, a United States Senate subcommittee, known as the La Follette Committee, began investigating violations of workers' rights across the country. And their gaze finally fell upon the dark and bloody ground of Harlan County. These men from Washington were a new kind of power, one that Sheriff Blair couldn't intimidate and the operators couldn't buy. They came armed not with guns, but with subpoenas, and they began to do something no one in Harlan had dared to do for years. They began to listen. The forgotten clue wasn't a single object, it was the collective memory of the people. One by one, miners, their wives, and their children came forward to testify. Each story, on its own, had been just a whisper of pain. But now, under the protection of federal marshals, the whispers became a roar. They spoke of beatings on dark roads, of cars dynamited, of the murder of Bennett Music, a 15-year-old boy. The committee chambers, hundreds of miles away, filled with the ghosts of Harlan's decade of suffering. But the clue that finally broke the back of the beast wasn't a memory. It was a number on a ledger. The committee's investigators got their hands on the financial records of the Harlan County Coal Operators Association. And there it was, in cold, hard print, a secret slush fund. They found cancelled checks and accounting entries that proved beyond any doubt that the operators were directly paying the salaries of hundreds of Sheriff Blair's deputies. The gun thugs terrorizing the county weren't public servants. They were a private army, funded by corporate interests. Suddenly, the whole dark picture snapped into focus. This wasn't just a case of a brutal sheriff abusing his power. It was a conspiracy. The law in Harlan County hadn't just been broken, it had been bought and paid for. This financial record was the key, the undeniable proof that turned whispers into evidence and paved the way for the unmasking of the entire rotten system. The La Follette Committee's investigation acted like a slow, inexorable sunrise over the dark mountains of Harlan. For years, the world had seen only the shadows, the gun thugs, the ambushes, the terror. Now, as the light of federal scrutiny grew brighter, the long, distorted shadows were traced back to the men who cast them. The ledger, that simple book of numbers, was the key that unlocked the entire conspiracy. The moment of revelation was at hand, and it was more chilling than any single act of violence. The true perpetrator of the Harlan County War was not a single man hiding in the hills with a rifle. It wasn't a radical agitator with a bomb. The true mastermind was a collective, an entity with a clean collar and a respectable name: the Harlan County Coal Operators Association. The ledger exposed them with brutal, undeniable clarity. There, in neat columns, were the payments, thousands of dollars flowing directly from the association's accounts into a special fund controlled by Sheriff J.H. Blair. The law in Harlan County wasn't an institution. It was a line item on a corporate expense report. And their motive? It wasn't personal hatred or political ideology or even a twisted sense of justice. It was something far colder, far more mundane, and infinitely more terrifying: profit. The motive was greed, distilled to its purest and most violent form. A union contract meant paying livable wages, investing in mine safety, and giving up the feudal control they held over their workforce. It was cheaper to hire killers. The beatings, the evictions, the dynamite, the midnight raids, it was all just the cost of doing business. It was a simple, brutal equation where a miner's life was worth less than the cost of a union contract. This single damning revelation unmasked the entire decade of terror. Sheriff J.H. Blair was not a rogue lawman. He was the highly effective, well-paid manager of the association's security forces. His deputies were not peacekeepers. They were mercenaries on a corporate payroll. The violence wasn't random chaos. It was a calculated, systematic campaign of intimidation designed to protect profits at any human cost. The web of terror that had seemed so tangled and confusing was, in fact, devastatingly simple. It was a privately funded war waged by the rich against the poor. The unmasking was complete. The smoke of the Battle of Evarts finally cleared to reveal the true enemy, and they weren't wearing a miner's dusty overalls or a deputy's badge. They were wearing business suits and sitting on the boards of coal companies. They had turned an entire county into their personal fiefdom and had purchased the law itself to serve as their private army. The gun wasn't in the hand of one man, but in the ink of the men who signed the checks. Now that we know the truth, let's go back. Let's stand in the shadows of those mountains and watch the tragedy unfold, not as a mystery, but as the execution of a plan. The terror in Harlan County began not with the roar of a gun, but with the quiet scratch of a pen on a checkbook in a smoke-filled office. It was decided, with the cold arithmetic of greed, that it was cheaper to pay for violence than to pay a living wage. A ledger became a rifle, and an accountant's entry became an ambush. Picture again that dusty road near Evarts. The convoy of company cars rolls into the narrow pass, full of men who believe the law is on their side because they carry the sheriff's badge. They don't know that their lives are just a down payment. Then, from the hillside, comes a single crack, sharp and clear, echoing off the rock faces. And in its echo, a hellstorm erupts. The air fills with the deep, stuttering bark of Thompson submachine guns and the sharp, scattered retort of hunting rifles. For 15 minutes, the pass is a vortex of smoke, splintered glass, and the deafening noise of a community tearing itself apart. Then, as suddenly as it began, there is silence. A silence made heavy by the sight of stalled cars, shattered windows, and still forms lying in the road. Imagine being a child in a company shack, trying to sleep. The only sound is the crickets and the wind in the pines. Then, another sound. The low rumble of a car coming slowly up the holler, a car that doesn't belong. Your mother's hand is suddenly on your shoulder, pulling you from the bed to the floorboards. You lie there, heart hammering against your ribs, smelling the damp earth beneath the house. A moment later, the night explodes. The window shatters inward, and the wall next to your bed splinters as a shotgun blast tears through the thin wood. The car speeds away, its taillights vanishing into the darkness, leaving behind the tinkle of falling glass, your mother's whispered prayers, and a fear that will never, ever leave you. The roads themselves became weapons. A union man driving home to his family would see a pair of headlights appear in his rearview mirror, growing closer, pinning him in their glare. He would grip the wheel, his knuckles white, his mind racing. Was it just a neighbor, or was it them? Every curve in the road was a potential trap. Every dark stretch of woods a place to be run off into a ditch. The county, once a home, had become a hunting ground, and the journey from the mine to your front porch was the most dangerous part of the day. And then there was the ultimate act of this calculated terror. A union organizer, Marshall Music, is driving with his family. The road ahead is clear. For a moment, it might feel like a normal day, but then the world is ripped apart by a deafening roar. The force of the blast throws the car from the road, twisting it into a barely recognizable shape of steel and smoke. In that single horrific instant, a journey is ended. A family is shattered. A 15-year-old boy's life is extinguished, not in a moment of passion or rage, but as a consequence of a line item in a corporate budget titled "Strike Expenses." This was the war in Harlan. It wasn't a fight between two equal sides. It was a systematic campaign of terror, planned in boardrooms and executed by men who had sold their badges and their souls. Every scream in the night, every bullet hole in a cabin wall, every newly dug grave was a direct result of a choice made by men in suits who likely never set foot in a mine. The true horror of Bloody Harlan is not just what happened, but the chilling, deliberate reason why. When the trials finally began, they were not held in the small, compromised courthouse in Harlan. The case had been elevated to the federal level, and the coal operators and Sheriff Blair, men who were once kings in their own domain, were now defendants in a United States court. The atmosphere was electric. Miners who had once hidden from Blair's thugs now sat in the witness stand, protected by federal marshals, their faces illuminated by the flashbulbs of a curious national press. For the first time, the quiet, fearful whispers of the hollers were being entered into the official record, spoken aloud for the whole world to hear. The defendants, the powerful men of the Coal Operators Association, and their chief enforcer, J.H. Blair, sat at their tables with an air of defiant indignation. They were not accustomed to being questioned. In their eyes, this was a political circus, a witch hunt orchestrated by Roosevelt's New Deal to break the rightful power of industry. Their high-priced lawyers spun tales of defending private property against a violent, communist-inspired insurrection. They portrayed Blair not as a tyrant, but as a heroic lawman standing against anarchy. But their narrative began to crumble under the weight of the testimony. One by one, miners and their wives took the stand. With simple, halting words, they painted a devastating mural of the decade of terror. They spoke of night riding, of beatings, of houses riddled with buckshot, of the constant, gnawing fear. They presented the ledger, the cold, hard proof of a conspiracy. The trial became a battle of two realities, the operator's world of contracts and legal rights, and the miner's world of blood and survival. And yet, in a stunning blow to the government and the miners, the first trial in 1938 ended in a hung jury. The operators' immense influence, their deep connections, and their ability to cast doubt had proven just strong enough. For a moment, it seemed as if the wall of power was unbreakable. The operators walked out of the courtroom, not convicted, their smirks a final insult to the men and women who had dared to speak against them. It was a moment of profound injustice, an echo of the crooked law they had mastered for so long. But the verdict in the court of public opinion had already been delivered. The La Follette Committee's investigation and the national press coverage had exposed the rot in Harlan County to the entire nation. The operators had escaped a conviction, but they had not escaped the shame. Facing the certainty of a second, even more grueling federal trial, and with their public reputation in tatters, they finally understood that their private war was over. In 1939, after nearly a decade of bloodshed, the Harlan County Coal Operators Association did what no amount of violence could force them to do. They surrendered. They signed a contract with the United Mine Workers of America. There were no jail sentences for the masterminds, no hangman's noose for the architects of the terror. The justice served wasn't the clean, righteous verdict the miners had hoped for, but it was a victory nonetheless, won not by a gavel, but by sheer, bloody-minded endurance. The ink on the union contract was barely dry, but the war had already left ghosts that would walk the hollows for generations. For the miners and their families, the victory was real, but it was not clean. They had won a measure of dignity, a livable wage, and the right to stand together, but the cost was etched into their very souls. A piece of paper couldn't bring back a murdered son, heal the memory of a shotgun blast through a bedroom wall, or erase the years spent living in the shadow of a gun thug's menace. The men who survived the mines and the picket lines carried the war home with them. It showed in the haunted look in their eyes, in the way they taught their children to distrust any man in a suit, any car that slowed down on a dark road. The fear, once it gets into the bones, doesn't leave. It's passed down, a bitter inheritance. Sheriff J.H. Blair and the coal operators who had funded his reign of terror never saw the inside of a prison cell. They returned to their comfortable lives, their power diminished, but their freedom intact. They had lost the war, but they had escaped justice. Blair faded from public life, but he never faded from memory. His name became a new kind of ghost, a bogeyman used by parents to frighten their children into behaving, a curse whispered in the corners of union halls for the next 50 years. The families of the deputies and gun thugs, many of whom were just local men trying to earn a paycheck, found themselves on the wrong side of a line that would never be erased. Their children grew up bearing names associated with betrayal and violence, forever marked by the choices their fathers had made. The war redrew the map of Harlan County. The lines weren't on any piece of paper. They were lines of loyalty and betrayal that ran straight through families, churches, and neighborhoods. The neighbor who had put on a deputy's badge was never fully trusted again. The store owner who had sided with the company found his business mysteriously dwindling. Friendships that had endured for a lifetime were shattered by the simple, brutal question of which side you were on. The children of union men and the children of company men went to the same schools, but they carried with them a silent, inherited animosity. Harlan County was no longer just a place. It was a memory of a war, and everyone who lived there was a veteran, whether they had carried a gun or not. Their lives were forever defined not by the peace that followed, but by the battle they had been forced to endure. You might think this war is over, a faded chapter in a history book, but you would be wrong. The story of Bloody Harlan is not history. It is a living memory etched into the very landscape of the county. Go there today and stand in that narrow pass near Evarts. When a coal truck rumbles by, the sound still echoes off the hillsides like the ghosts of machine gun fire. The road has been paved, but the place itself remembers. It is a scar on the land that will never fully heal. The tangible remnants are still there if you know where to look. They say that in some of the older brick buildings in town, you can still find the patched-over pockmarks left by stray bullets from forgotten shootouts. Walk through the old hillside cemeteries, and you'll find the tombstones of the men who fell on both sides, their names carved in stone, their stories now reduced to a pair of dates. These silent stone witnesses are the most honest memorials to the conflict, a quiet testament to the price that was paid. But the most powerful echo of Bloody Harlan isn't made of stone or steel. It's a song. That night, when Florence Reese, a hungry and terrified union man's wife, tore a page from a calendar and scribbled down the words to "Which side are you on?" she created something more powerful than dynamite. That song escaped the mountains. It became the anthem for the oppressed everywhere, sung on picket lines from Detroit to London, chanted in the streets during the civil rights movement, and translated into dozens of languages. A simple question, born of desperation in a Kentucky shack, became a global call to arms for justice. And the stories themselves are a living remnant. Sit on a porch with the old-timers, the grandsons and granddaughters of the men who fought, and they will tell you. They will tell you about the night the gun thugs came, stories passed down like family heirlooms. They'll tell you that the deep-seated distrust of outsiders and authority isn't paranoia. It's a lesson learned in blood. The world moves on, calendars change, but in Harlan County, the past is never truly past. It breathes in the mountain air, a constant whispering reminder that you must always be ready to answer that one simple question. And so we return to where we began, to that simple, haunting question, born of terror and hunger. Which side are you on? For a decade, the war in Harlan County was the answer. It wasn't a dispute over wages. It was a bloody 10-year war fought to decide if a man's life was worth more than a ton of coal. It was a war to determine if the law belonged to the people or if it could be bought and sold like any other commodity on the open market. This is a story not just of a crime, but of a conspiracy written in a ledger book. It's a chilling reminder of what happens when corporate greed is given a badge and a gun, when human lives are reduced to columns of profit and loss. But it is also a fierce testament to the enduring power of the human spirit when pushed to the absolute edge. The coal operators had the money, the guns, and the law. But the miners had something more powerful. They had their solidarity. And they had a song that turned their suffering into a shield, and their defiance into an anthem that would outlive all the men who tried to silence them. The guns in Harlan County are silent now. The picket lines are gone. But the story remains, a warning carried on the mountain wind. It reminds us that there are moments in history when there are no neutrals, when silence itself is a choice. And now, my friends, you know the story of Bloody Harlan. A story written in coal dust and paid for in blood that still asks every single one of us, which side are you on? Imagine the deepest, darkest night in the Ozark Hills, where the silence is shattered not by a scream, but by the thunder of hooves. Riders emerge from the mist, but they are not men. They are terrifying figures in black hoods, with long, twisted horns sprouting from their heads, like demons clawing their way out of the very earth. The newspapers called them vigilantes. The outlaws called them monsters. But their neighbors called them something else, the bald knobbers. But here is the bone-chilling question history has tried to bury. What happens when the men who promised to save you from the darkness become the darkness itself? Today, we will separate the legends from the facts and find out what really happened when good men put on the devil's mask. To understand the firestorm that was coming, you first have to understand the land that would become its kindling. The Ozark Mountains of southern Missouri in the 1880s were a world unto themselves. This wasn't the manicured countryside of the East. This was a rugged, isolated land of deep hollows, limestone bluffs, and spring-fed creeks that ran clear as glass. It was a beautiful but unforgiving place, settled by fiercely independent Scots-Irish families who asked for little more than to be left alone to work their small farms and raise their children. Life here was governed by the seasons, not the clock. Men like Nat Kinney were pillars of this community. A giant of a man, a Union Army veteran with a booming voice, he was seen as a leader long before he ever took the title. You could find him at his general store, a place that smelled of coffee, leather, and kerosene, where he'd extend credit to a family down on their luck. You had decent, church-going folk, families who believed in hard work and the word of God, whose greatest dream was simply a good harvest and a peaceful night's sleep. But peace was a forgotten luxury. The Civil War had not been a distant conflict here. It was a brutal, intimate butchery that pitted neighbor against neighbor. The official surrender in 1865 meant nothing to the hills. The old hatreds didn't die. They just festered, waiting for a new excuse to bleed. The law was a ghost, a corrupt sheriff a full day's ride away who couldn't or wouldn't do a thing to help. In this vacuum, a new power had risen. A loose confederation of outlaws, horse thieves and murderers, led by the notorious Taylor and Matthews clans, ran Taney County as their personal kingdom. They mockingly called themselves the Anti-Law and Order League. For the ordinary farmer, life became a waking nightmare. Livestock vanished in the night, stores were robbed in broad daylight, and families were terrorized into silence. Every sunset brought a fresh wave of fear. Every knock on the door could be a gang of thugs demanding food or whiskey. The people were pushed to the absolute edge, praying for a savior. But they were about to learn a hard lesson. In the Ozark Hills, when you pray for a savior, you have to be careful what kind of angel answers your call. The roots of this conflict ran deeper than any single crime. They were anchored in the very bedrock of the Ozarks. The families who settled these hills, the Scots-Irish, didn't come here seeking gold. They came seeking freedom from kings, landlords, and any government that tried to put a bridle on them. They carved their lives out of the wilderness with an axe and a rifle, and the land they claimed wasn't just property, it was a declaration of independence. This patch of earth, this creek bottom, this ridge, it was a legacy paid for in sweat, heartbreak, and blood. To threaten a man's land was to threaten his soul. But the most poisonous memory, the wound that never healed, was the Civil War. Here, it wasn't a war of uniforms and battlefields. It was a war of ambush and arson, fought between neighbors. Pro-Confederate bushwhackers and pro-Union jayhawkers turned the Ozarks into a slaughterhouse. A man might see the neighbor he'd helped raise a barn with the year before, riding toward his home with a torch in his hand. The official surrender at Appomattox was just a whisper from a world away. In these hills, the war never truly ended. It just went quiet. The hatreds were passed down from father to son like a family Bible. The Anti-Law and Order League wasn't born in a vacuum. It was the direct descendant of the bushwhacker gangs. Families like the Taylors and the Matthews had ridden for the Confederacy, and they saw the post-war government as a hostile, occupying force. For them, robbing and terrorizing their old Unionist neighbors wasn't just crime, it was a continuation of the war. They were settling old scores that the history books said were already settled. In this land, a family name was a heavy thing. It was your history, your allegiance, and your honor, all rolled into one. To be a Taylor or a Matthews meant you remembered the wrongs done to your kin during the war, and you never, ever let them go unavenged. To be a Kinney, a proud Union veteran, meant you believed in order, in the flag, and in the idea that the war was over and the law should be respected. The coming storm wasn't just about crime. It was the ghosts of the Civil War rising from their shallow graves, ready to fight one last time. The ground wasn't just fertile for a feud, it was salted with the blood of the last one. In a place as small and tight-knit as Taney County, there was no neutral ground. Friendships that had weathered droughts and hard winters now fractured under the weight of a single whispered question: are you for Kinney, or are you against him? The general store, the church, the blacksmith shop, these weren't just places of commerce or worship anymore. They were listening posts where every word was weighed and judged. Siding with the outlaws could get your barn burned by reformers. Siding with the reformers could get your throat cut by the outlaws. The simmering conflict gave old grudges a new, deadly purpose. A fistfight over a stray hog 10 years prior was suddenly remembered. A bitter argument over a boundary line marked by an old oak tree became a justification for violence. Men who had simply disliked each other for personal reasons now found themselves on opposite sides of a brewing war, giving their private hatred a righteous banner to fly under. The chaos was a perfect cover for settling old scores, and everyone knew it. Whispers became the currency of the hills, and they were poison. A story told at the grist mill in the morning would be a full-blown death threat by the time it reached the far hollows at dusk. Rumors traveled faster than a man on horseback, twisting and growing with every retelling. Did you hear that so-and-so was seen sharing a drink with one of the Taylor boys? Did you hear that man's wife say she thought Kinney was going too far? In this atmosphere, accusation was as good as a conviction, and suspicion was a death sentence waiting to be carried out. And then there were men like William Edens. He wasn't an outlaw. He hated the thieves and killers as much as anyone. But he was a stubborn, honest man who believed that justice delivered from the shadows was just another kind of crime. He spoke out, not in saloons, but in public, arguing that a secret committee of men acting as judge, jury, and executioner was a cure far worse than the disease. To Nat Kinney's supporters, this wasn't principled opposition, it was treason. Edens was marking himself and his family as an obstacle. He was a voice of reason in a world that was rapidly going deaf with rage. The community was no longer a community. It was a tangled web of fear, loyalty, and festering resentments. Every man was sizing up his neighbor, wondering which side he'd be on when the shooting started. The air itself felt heavy, charged with unspoken threats. It was a place holding its breath, waiting for the first man to reach for his gun. In the hollows, where old beliefs clung like moss to the north side of an oak, people felt the change in the air. The old folks would tell you the land itself was sick. They said the panthers cried with a human voice at night, a sound that meant blood was about to be spilled. A strange, unseasonable fog would roll in before dusk and refuse to burn off by morning, shrouding the hills in a ghostly silence. Women spoke in hushed tones of unsettling dreams, dreams of faceless riders and burning homes, of a darkness that had a shape and a name they couldn't quite speak. These weren't just superstitions, they were the collective dread of a community beginning to fracture under an unbearable pressure. The true omen, however, wasn't in the sky or the woods. It was in the eyes of Nat Kinney. The man who once offered easy credit and a kind word was gone. In his place was a figure of pure, righteous fury. His voice, once used for friendly greetings, now boomed with the fire of an Old Testament prophet calling down damnation. He was the human catalyst, the gathering storm cloud. When he sent word, man by man, for a secret meeting at the schoolhouse on that treeless hill, that bald knob, it wasn't an invitation. It was a summons. It was the moment the vague, simmering anger of the people began to sharpen into a weapon. On that cold night in 1885, as a dozen men slipped away from their cabins, their wives felt a knot of dread tighten in their stomachs. They saw their husbands clean their rifles, not with the calm focus of a man going hunting, but with the grim determination of a man going to war. They didn't know the specifics of the meeting, but they understood its nature. This wasn't about building a new fence or organizing a church social. This was about blood. They were trying to cast out the devil, but they couldn't shake the terrible feeling that to do so, their husbands were about to invite a whole new kind of demon into their homes. The shadow of what was to come was already falling across their doorsteps. Inside that cold schoolhouse, by the flickering light of a single lantern, Nat Kinney's voice was a clap of thunder. He laid out the nightmare they were all living, the stolen livestock, the terrorized families, the mockery of the law. He told them that if the government had forsaken them, then they would have to become their own government. If the law wouldn't protect them, they would become the law. That night, they swore a blood oath of secrecy and allegiance. They were no longer just a dozen angry farmers. They were an army. They were the bald knobbers, And an army needs an enemy to fight. They didn't start with the hardened outlaws. Their first target was chosen carefully, a notorious wife-beater, a man despised by the community but untouchable by the law. One moonless night, the silence of a lonely hollow was shattered by galloping hooves. The man was dragged from his bed, not by his neighbors, but by a circle of horned, silent demons. They tied him to a tree and whipped him raw with a hickory switch. They didn't speak a single word. When they were done, they melted back into the darkness, leaving him bleeding and terrified. It was a message, brutal and clear. There was a new power in the hills, a power that saw everything. The reaction was immediate. Decent folk, who had lived in fear for so long, breathed a collective sigh of relief. The whispers were no longer of fear, but of gratitude. Justice had been done. This success was like a drug to the bald nobbers. It emboldened them, swelling their ranks and hardening their resolve. They moved from punishing social outcasts to targeting the outlaws themselves. They burned down the corrupt saloons and gambling dens that served as the gang's headquarters, a direct assault on their power. The true point of no return came a few weeks later. A crude notice was nailed to the door of a known horse thief's cabin. It didn't have a signature, only a crude drawing of a horned mask. It gave the man and his associates 24 hours to leave Taney County. There was no negotiation, no trial. It was an ultimatum: leave or be found hanging from an oak tree. This was no longer about punishing a single sin. This was a declaration of war. The bald nobbers had taken it upon themselves to cleanse the entire county by force. The first drops of blood, drawn by a hickory switch, had been a test. Now, having found their power, they were promising a flood. The outlaws, for the first time, were scared. And a scared man with a gun is the most dangerous thing in the Ozark Hills. The war had begun. Power born from rage is a fire that eventually consumes the hand that wields it. The bald nobbers, once hailed as saviors, had begun to believe their own legend. Their enemy was no longer just the outlaw, it was anyone who questioned their methods. William Edens, the outspoken farmer who dared to call their shadow justice a crime, became the focus of their festering anger. On a cold night in 1887, they decided his voice would be silenced forever. This time, there were no ghostly horns, no pretense of demonic judgment. A large group of men, their faces bare in the moonlight, surrounded the small, isolated cabin. The pretense was over. This wasn't a warning, it was an execution. Inside, the Edens family and their house guest, Charlie Green, were asleep, unaware that their world was about to end. The first sound was not a knock, but a chorus of angry shouts from all sides, a predator's cry that left no room for escape. Then, the night exploded. It wasn't a single shot, but a deafening, continuous roar as dozens of rifles opened fire at once. The thin wooden walls of the cabin offered no protection. They might as well have been made of paper. The air filled with the shriek of splintering wood and the high-pitched shattering of the window panes. Inside, it was a hurricane of lead and splinters. The lantern on the table danced crazily from the impacts before its glass chimney burst, plunging the room into a terrifying darkness pierced only by the muzzle flashes from the tree line. Through the eyes of Edens' wife, it was a nightmare of incomprehensible chaos. She felt a searing pain in her own body as she fell. She heard a sharp final gasp from her husband, followed by the heavy, dull thud of his body collapsing onto the floorboards he had laid with his own hands. From the corner where their guest, Charlie Green, had been sleeping, there was a second thud, and then a profound silence. The attackers kept firing long after any movement inside had ceased, their fury needing to exhaust itself into the unresisting wood. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the shooting stopped. The silence that rushed back in was heavier, more terrifying than the noise. The only sound was the wind whistling through the new, ragged holes in the walls. The sharp, acrid smell of gunpowder hung in the air, thick enough to taste. It was the smell of murder. When the first rays of dawn finally crept into the shattered cabin, they illuminated a scene of utter devastation. The moonlight streamed through dozens of fresh holes in the walls, creating a horrifying constellation of death. There were no masks, no warnings, no hickory switches. This wasn't vigilante justice. This was a cold-blooded massacre. The bald knobbers had crossed a line from which there was no return. The heroes of the Ozarks were now just murderers. To the men who surrounded that cabin, this wasn't murder. It was a grim, necessary surgery. In their minds, William Edens was not an innocent man exercising his right to speak. He was a cancer. His words were a poison that threatened to undo everything they had accomplished. They had faced down killers and thieves. They had brought a semblance of peace to a land of terror. And now this one man, with his talk of process and law, was giving comfort to the enemy. He was making them look like villains, turning the very people they'd sworn to protect against them. Their logic was twisted but terrifyingly simple. If Edens turned the community against them, the outlaws would rise again, and the old nightmare would return. To save the county, Edens had to be silenced. The transformation from savior to killer had been gradual, almost imperceptible. It began the first time a man used his horned mask to settle a personal score. It grew each time they took a fine that felt more like extortion. The righteous fire had slowly burned down into the cold, hard ash of self-preservation. The switch flipped the moment they realized that Edens' arguments were working. The fear of losing control, of being exposed, arrested, and hanged by the very law they had replaced, became a paranoia that consumed them. The mission was no longer about saving Tiny County. It was about saving the bald knobbers from their own destruction. That is why they didn't wear their masks that night. This wasn't a symbolic act of justice. It was a personal, brutal act of elimination. But what did they feel as they walked away from that bullet-riddled cabin, leaving the smell of gunpowder and death hanging in the night air? There was no triumph. There was no righteous satisfaction. There was only a cold, hollow pit in their stomachs. The adrenaline of the firefight faded, replaced by the deafening silence of what they had done. They had just slaughtered a man in his bed, in front of his wife. They had become the very monsters they once hunted, night-riding killers who brought terror to the innocent. On the dark ride home, a few might have tried to justify it with hollow bravado, muttering it had to be done. But in the quiet of their own homes, alone with their thoughts, the truth would be waiting. The image of that splintered door, the sound of the glass shattering, the memory of the final heavy silence from inside the cabin. They hadn't felt like judges or executioners. They had felt like butchers. And in that chilling, private moment of self-awareness, they finally understood. The horned mask wasn't something they wore anymore. It was something they had become. The silence that followed the gunfire was a living thing, a heavy blanket of horror that smothered the hollow. Inside the cabin, the cold night air began to creep through the dozens of new holes in the walls, carrying with it the sharp, metallic smell of gunpowder and fresh blood. For what felt like an eternity, the only movement was the moonlight shifting across the floor, illuminating the two still forms and the splintered wreckage of a once peaceful home. But there was a survivor. Gravely wounded, drifting in and out of consciousness, was William Edens' wife. The pain was a fire in her body, but a colder, fiercer fire burned in her mind. The need to bear witness. She could not let them get away with this. She couldn't scream. Her lungs wouldn't obey. So she began to crawl, dragging her wounded body across the floor, past the body of her husband, out the shattered door, and into the freezing mud of the yard. Every foot was an agony, a testament to a will that refused to be extinguished by a volley of bullets. Her destination was the nearest neighbor, a lifetime away in the darkness. When the first neighbors arrived at dawn, summoned by the wounded woman's desperate gasps, they were met with a scene that would be forever seared into their minds. This wasn't the work of outlaws. This was something different, something more terrifying. The sight of William Edens, a good and honest man, lying dead on his own floor, turned the community's stomach. The awe and respect many had held for the bald nobbers curdled into pure, unadulterated horror. They hadn't just killed a man, they had murdered a neighbor in his bed. The news of the Edens massacre was a lit match dropped on a dry tinderbox. It traveled faster than any posse, a wave of shock and revulsion that swept through the Ozark Hills. The story was told in hushed, horrified tones at every crossroads and general store. They hadn't worn masks. They had shot the house to pieces. Mrs. Edens had survived. The killers' identities, long whispered in secret, were now spoken openly, names attached to an unforgivable crime. This was too blatant, too savage for even the corrupt local authorities to ignore. The flimsy shield of public support for the bald nobbers had been utterly shattered. The state was finally forced to act. The governor of Missouri, his hand forced by the public outcry, authorized the use of the state militia and hired the famous Pinkerton Detective Agency to hunt the killers down. A substantial reward was offered for their capture, turning friends into potential informants. The hunt was on, not just by a local sheriff, but by the full, vengeful power of the law they had so arrogantly replaced. The hunters had officially become the hunted. The murder of William Edens was not a stone dropped in a pond. It was an earthquake that split Taney County right down the middle. There was no more gray area, no room for neutrality. The invisible lines of allegiance that had been forming for months were now drawn in blood. You were either for the bald nobbers, believing they were the only thing standing between order and chaos, or you were against them, believing they had become a murderous tyranny. The question was whispered over fence posts, argued in hushed tones in the back of the general store, and sometimes settled with fists in the dusty street. Families who had shared pews for generations now glared at each other over the tops of their hymnals, the preacher's words about forgiveness ringing hollow and meaningless. The community, once a source of strength, was now a web of suspicion. Every shadow could hold a spy, and every friendly greeting could be a test. A conspiracy of silence fell over the hills, but it wasn't the silence of ignorance. Everyone knew who pulled the triggers that night. The killers were their neighbors, their cousins, the men they'd helped raise barns with. But to speak that knowledge aloud was to paint a target on your own family's door. Fear was a gag in the mouth of justice. In response to this new terror, an opposition finally took shape. They called themselves the Anti-Bald Nobbers. This wasn't a formal army, but a desperate coalition of the outlaws' families, old enemies of Kinney, and decent men who were simply horrified by the Edens massacre. The hills erupted into a full-scale guerrilla war. A bald nobber's barn would mysteriously catch fire in the night. An anti-bald nobber would be ambushed on a lonely road. Shootouts became common, turning the quiet mountain trails into killing grounds. Amid the terror, there were quiet acts of breathtaking courage. A neighbor, knowing the risk, would leave a basket of food on the porch of the surviving Edens family under the cover of darkness. Another, his conscience finally outweighing his fear, would slip away to meet with the Pinkerton detectives, his whispered testimony the first crack in the wall of silence. But for every act of courage, there was an act of cowardice. Men who knew the truth would provide false alibis for the killers, choosing the bonds of kinship or the safety of their own skin over the rule of law. The community was eating itself alive, and the war for the soul of the Ozarks had begun in earnest. The law that had been a ghost in Taney County for a generation finally arrived, and it arrived as an army. The state militia, disciplined and impersonal, marched into the hills, their blue uniforms a stark contrast to the greens and browns of the Ozarks. Alongside them came the Pinkerton detectives, quiet, observant men in city clothes who missed nothing. They weren't swayed by old loyalties, and they weren't intimidated by local reputations. They brought with them the cold, methodical logic of the ledger book and the arrest warrant. An unlikely and dangerous posse was formed. It was a volatile mix of state troopers, professional detectives, and the raw, vengeful fury of the anti-bald nobbers. For the lawmen, these local guides were a necessary evil, men who knew the secret paths and hidden hollows. For the anti-bald nobbers, this was their chance for revenge, now sanctioned by the state. They hunted their own kin, leading the militia to the doorsteps of men they had known their entire lives. The chase that followed was a brutal ordeal against the land itself. The wanted men were not fools. They were sons of these mountains. They knew every cave, every rock outcropping, every spring that could hide a man. They could melt into the dense woods like smoke. For the pursuing militia, many of them flatlanders, the Ozarks became a green hell of steep ridges, sudden drop-offs, and thorny thickets that tore at their uniforms and their resolve. Days turned into weeks of grueling patrols, of false leads and near misses. The mountains, which had been the bald nobbers' fortress, were now their last, desperate sanctuary. But the real weapon that brought them down wasn't the rifle, it was the whisper. The governor's reward money was a powerful temptation, but it was the presence of the militia that truly broke the spell of fear. For the first time, people who knew the truth felt safe enough to speak it. A farmer, his conscience gnawing at him, would secretly meet a detective and trade a name for a promise of protection. A woman, tired of the bloodshed, would leave an anonymous note detailing a hiding spot. One by one, the cracks in the wall of silence began to spread. The end came not in one epic firefight, but in a series of swift, merciless raids. Acting on the new intelligence, the militia would surround a cabin in the pre-dawn darkness, their rifles appearing like a thorny crown around the house. Some men were taken from their beds, blinking in confusion as the cold steel of handcuffs snapped onto their wrists. Others tried to fight, their defiance ending in a brief, desperate exchange of gunfire. A few, run to ground in a remote cave, simply gave up, their faces gaunt with hunger and the knowledge that the game was over. The once feared night riders, the horned demons of the hills, were rounded up by the dozens, their reign of terror ending not with a thunderclap, but with the quiet, final click of a jail cell door. The trials of the bald nobbers were not a quiet legal proceeding. They were the final battle of the war, fought not with rifles, but with testimony and lies. The entire county descended on the small town of Ozark, Missouri, turning it into an armed camp. State militia with bayonets fixed stood guard on the courthouse steps and at the doors, their stoic presence a thin wall against the seething tension in the streets. Inside, the courtroom was packed to the rafters, a stifling, airless space filled with the families of the accused, the families of the victims, and curious onlookers, all watching each other with a mixture of hatred and fear. The air was thicker than summer molasses, heavy with the unspoken threat that the violence outside could erupt within these walls at any moment. This was a clash of two worlds. In the dock sat the accused, hardened hillmen, their weathered faces looking utterly out of place against the polished wood of the court. Facing them was the machinery of the state, slick, confident lawyers from the city whose legal arguments felt like a foreign language in a place where disputes were settled with a handshake or a shotgun. Witnesses were called to the stand, their hands trembling as they swore on the Bible. You could see the terror in their eyes. As they spoke, their gaze would drift to the gallery, where the kin of the accused sat in stony silence, a silent but powerful reminder that after the judge and jury were gone, the mountains and their long memories would remain. Witness intimidation didn't require a single word, only a steady, unblinking stare. The defendants themselves showed no remorse. Led by Dave Walker and his son, they carried themselves not with the shame of murderers, but with the defiant pride of captured soldiers. They rarely looked at the judge or the jury. Their eyes were fixed on their own people in the crowd, a silent exchange of loyalty that defied the authority of the court. In their minds, they were being tried by a foreign power for an act of war, for executing a traitor who threatened their cause. They did not recognize this law, and they would not bow to it, even with the shadow of the gallows falling over them. The great captain, Nat Kinney himself, was not among them in the dock for this final judgment. He had a solid alibi for the night of the Eden's murder and was acquitted in a separate trial, a legal technicality that felt like a dagger in the heart of true justice. The mastermind, the voice that had summoned the demons in the first place, would walk free. The state needed convictions, and it focused its full weight on the men whose triggers had been pulled that night. The jury, a group of terrified local men, deliberated under immense pressure, knowing their decision could make them heroes to one half of the county and targets to the other. Finally, they filed back in, their faces grim. The foreman stood, his voice shaking slightly as he read the verdict. Guilty. 4 men, Dave Walker, his son Bill, John Matthews, and Tubal Matthews, were sentenced to be hanged by the neck until dead. A collective gasp sucked the air from the room, followed by a single piercing sob from the Walker family pew. The condemned men did not flinch. They simply stood, their faces like granite, and were led away. The law of men had spoken. The gallows would have its due. But as the crowd shuffled out into the tense evening air, the question hung unspoken between them. With dozens of others who fired into that cabin walking free, with the leader of the whole movement absolved, was this justice? Or was it just a sacrifice, a few lives taken by the state to pretend that the war was finally over? On a bright spring day in May of 1889, a gallows was built in the town of Ozark. A crowd gathered, not to cheer, but to watch in grim silence as Dave Walker, his son Bill, John Matthews, and Tubal Matthews were led to the platform. The trapdoors fell, the ropes snapped taut, and the law of men had its final, brutal word. But for the Ozark Hills, this was not an ending. It was simply the beginning of a long and bitter reckoning. The great captain, Nat Kinney, had walked out of the courtroom a free man, but the Ozark Code of Justice he had unleashed had a long memory. In August of 1888, months before the hangings, he was standing in his own general store. His sworn enemy, Billy Miles, walked in, raised a shotgun, and fired. There was no fiery speech, no final plea, just the deafening roar of a shotgun and the thud of the giant falling behind his own counter. The man who had sought to bring his own law to the mountains died by that same law. For the dozens of other bald knobbers who were acquitted or never charged, there was no gallows, but there was a different kind of sentence. They returned to their farms to find themselves living in a prison without walls. They faced the silence of a neighbor turning his back in the street, the sudden chill in a once friendly general store. Their names were now a poison in the well of their reputation. Some found their crops failing, their livestock sickening, and whispered it was a curse. Others, unable to endure the shame and the constant accusing stares, simply sold their land for pennies on the dollar and vanished, their families swallowed by the westward migration. And what of the survivors? For Mrs. Edens, the woman whose will to live had brought the whole machine of justice down on the bald knobbers, there could be no peace in Taney County. Every ridge, every creek, every familiar tree held the ghost of her husband and the memory of that terrible night. The land was tainted. Soon after the trials, she and her family packed what little they had left into a wagon and left the Ozarks forever, becoming refugees from their own home. The creak of their wagon wheels on the dusty road was the sound of a final, heartbreaking goodbye. The community, ripped apart by the violence and the trials, did not heal. It simply scarred over. A thick, heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the whole affair. People stopped talking about it. The names Bald Knobber and Edens became words spoken only in hushed whispers. It was a shared, unspoken agreement to forget. The story was too ugly, the wounds too deep. They buried the history, hoping that if they piled enough dirt on it, the ghosts would eventually stay down. For generations, the official history of Taney County was a story with a missing chapter. But the past never truly dies. It just goes to ground. Today, the descendants of both the bald knobbers and the anti-bald knobbers still live in those hills. They are farmers, business owners, and teachers. But they carry a heavy inheritance. A name like Walker or Matthews still carries a faint echo of that old war, a history that is rarely, if ever, spoken of aloud. It's a private knowledge, a story kept behind closed doors, because in a place this small, the great-grandchildren of the hanged man might still live just down the road from the great-grandchildren of the men who hanged him. The physical traces are harder to find, but they are there for those who know where to look. The old schoolhouse on the Bald Knob is long gone, reclaimed by the woods. But the hill itself remains, a quiet, windswept place that feels different from the land around it. In the old cemeteries, you can still find the tombstones. There's the grave of Nat Kinney, the murdered captain, and not far away, the final resting places of the men who were hanged. The simple, weathered stones, with just a name and a date, give no hint of the firestorm that consumed their lives. The mountains have quietly swallowed the evidence, leaving only the ghosts. But the story refused to stay buried. In 1907, an author named Harold Bell Wright published a novel called The Shepherd of the Hills. The book was a sensation, one of the most widely read American novels of its time. In its pages, the raw, bloody truth of the Bald Knobbers was sanded down, romanticized, and transformed into a mythic tale of heroic mountain men fighting for justice. Wright turned the complex and brutal vigilantes into archetypes of the American frontier spirit. He gave the world a legend it could stomach, and in doing so, he cemented the name Bald Knobbers in the nation's memory forever. And then came the final, strangest chapter of their legacy. As tourism came to the Ozarks and the town of Branson began its transformation, the story was sanitized one last time. In the mid-20th century, a family of entertainers started a country music show. Looking for a memorable local name, they chose one that would echo through the hills, the Bald Knobbers Jamboree. Today, tourists clap along to fiddles and laugh at comedians, their family-friendly fun promoted by cartoon figures of men in horned masks. The terrifying night-riding demons of the 1880s have become a brand. The ghost was repackaged and sold, its bloody history washed clean for the sake of entertainment. But if you drive away from the bright lights of the Branson Strip, back into the deep, dark hollows on a moonless night, and turn off your engine, you can still feel it. A silence so deep it feels ancient. And in that silence, you can almost hear the whisper of the wind through the oak trees. People may have forgotten, the novel may have romanticized, and the show may have sanitized. But the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question we asked in the beginning, in the cold, misty dark of the Ozark Hollows. What happens when the men who promise to save you from the darkness become the darkness itself? The story of the Bald Knobbers gives us a chilling and timeless answer. It tells us that the line between a savior and a tyrant is terrifyingly thin, a line drawn not in the dirt, but inside the human heart. It shows us that justice, when stripped of process and mercy, is no longer justice. It is merely vengeance with a righteous name. This is more than just a forgotten tale from the Missouri hills. It is a profoundly American tragedy, a cautionary tale written in blood. It is a story about the indomitable frontier spirit, that fierce, independent streak that demands order in a chaotic world. But it is also a warning about the terrible danger of that same spirit when it becomes convinced of its own infallibility, when good men decide that their rage is the only law that matters. The law may be slow, it may be flawed, and it may sometimes fail us. But the Bald Knobbers stand as a grim, horned monument to the fact that the alternative is a far more terrifying monster. Their story is a lesson that was paid for with lives, with a community torn apart, and with ghosts that still linger in the deep woods. A lesson that the masks we wear to fight monsters have a way of sticking to our skin, and that the abyss when stared into for too long, always stares back. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story.